He mumbled that this would be a major psychological blow to him. Gilshire saw that Tolkachev, who up to that point had stood erect and alert, suddenly changed. He looked crushed and spiritless. Gilshire immediately shifted gears. He urged Tolkachev to write a letter to the highest level in the United States, requesting a reconsideration. Gilshire then told Tolkachev that his tour was ending and he would be leaving Moscow in late summer. They parted after only 20 minutes. Gilshire walked away in the darkness, the Tropal spy cameras and letter in his pocket, brooding at the image of Tolkachev crumpling before his eyes. 21. The next morning, Gilshire arrived early in the Moscow station, and Gerber was waiting for him. Gilshire described how Tolkachev had nearly collapsed at the rejection of his request for a suicide pill. The reaction was even more severe than he had expected. In a cable to headquarters, Gilshire and Gerber reported that the agent has suffered a major psychological blow that will adversely affect the future of operation if we do not reverse decision. But there was little more they could do until Tolkachev wrote his appeal letter. They told headquarters the setback was made worse by Gilshire's request that Tolkachev limit his production and lie low, and by Gilshire's impending departure. Gilshire was the only face Tolkachev had known from the CIA for more than a year. Gilshire opened Tolkachev's ops note. It was businesslike and well organized, with precise details about his use of the color-coded tropals to photograph documents. Tolkachev numbered everything. For example, document RE10 was photographed with the gold camera. He also reminded the CIA that he was way out on a limb because of the long list of documents he'd taken out of the first department. If there was a leak from the United States, he wrote, then my situation will become hopeless. Gilshire certainly agreed. In the note, Tolkachev returned to the contentious topic of money, but he was apologetic. He said there had been misunderstandings, my mistake. He acknowledged creating confusion when he started talking about a 6-digit figure when I had in mind 6 zeros. Tolkachev explained that he was certain Belenko had received $6 million and that had influenced his thinking, but he had never demanded a specific sum. He said he would let the CIA decide how much to pay him, based on the value of his espionage. His expectations for a large paycheck were still high. He asked the CIA to put his money in hard currency in an escrow account, as long as he could withdraw it at any time. 22. Gilshire expressed sympathy with Tolkachev on the money question in a note to headquarters. We can easily imagine the difficult position CKS finds himself in when negotiating due reward for his efforts, Gilshire wrote. He obviously fears he will be taken advantage of large government versus one helpless individual when he has committed treason and already passed invaluable materials to us. Gilshire added, Tolkachev was still talking, in terms of millions. That spring, the Air Force reported that Tolkachev's material had dovetailed with other intelligence on Soviet weapons systems, and much of the Tolkachev material was quite damaging to Moscow. The Air Force said Tolkachev had provided a wealth of science and technology information, and his primary value was providing a detailed picture of new Soviet weapons systems that would not be available from other sources for many years, if ever. In March, Gilshire and Gerber raised the question with headquarters of what Tolkachev was really worth. In a cable, they pointed out that previous evaluations from the military had been glowing. The evaluations had praised Tolkachev's materials as the first information about some weapons, as the only information, first hard information, and declared time saved on research and development of U.S. countermeasures to these systems has been reduced by minimum of 18 months, for one system as much as 5 years. Another called Tolkachev's intelligence a gold mine, and 180-degree change in $70 million project. Gilshire and Gerber inquired if the intelligence community could put a dollar value on it all. For instance, how much can we expect to save on R&D? Have we discovered vulnerabilities in our systems that we can now correct? Can we develop new countermeasures against Soviet systems? Do we have true picture of Soviet capabilities in field? Has CKS provided information on systems for which we had no data before? 23. The answer to all the questions was that Tolkachev had provided intelligence that was, as headquarters put it, essentially invaluable. Headquarters added, "We suspect CK Sphere himself, fully aware of the extraordinary value of his materials, realizes we cannot pay him the exact amount the production is worth, even if we could calculate it." 24. Next, headquarters sent the Moscow station an internal CIA evaluation of Tolkachev's materials. The internal evaluation declared, "The timeliness of these reports is especially significant in terms of savings to the intelligence community. With other systems such detail and understanding are not obtained until years after deployment. The definitive data in these reports will save many years of analysis and debate in the intelligence community." 25. Although the 150,000 rubles that Gilshire had given Tolkachev in December 1979 quieted his anxiety, the CIA had never really settled on how much to pay him over the long haul. Tolkachev was waiting for their decision. In March 1980, Gerber wrote to Hathaway, now the Soviet division chief, saying that before the next meeting with Tolkachev they would have to make some realistic plans for future, and decide on commitments we will live up to. 26. The Moscow station suggested a total compensation package of $3.2 million. It was still a tiny fraction of the value of Tolkachev's intelligence to the U.S. government, but much more than he had been given so far. Hathaway knew well how troublesome the question had become. He had wrestled with it himself as station chief. In early April, Hathaway responded, "The problem is basically one of not so much how much his information is worth, rather how much can he handle, and frankly how much can we reasonably pay him. I say reasonably since, if we took the total value of his information, we would frankly be talking about astronomical figures. I do not mean to be cruel, but we are not a business and we can compensate him reasonably without paying the maximum." Hathaway also wanted to slow down Tolkachev. "We here are obliged to do everything to slow him down," he wrote. "A reasonable sum will, I think, help slow him down, whereas large, indeed justified, sums may egg him on even more. While the CIA would build up Tolkachev's account, we do think your final figure of 3,200,000 is high." Soon after writing this, Hathaway told Gerber he would go to the CIA director with a plan to pay Tolkachev $200,000 for his work through 1979, $300,000 for 1980, $400,000 for 1981, and $500,000 for every year thereafter. It would be, he said, the highest salary ever paid to any single individual in the history of this organization. 27. Once again, Turner put on the brakes. On May 10, 1980, he approved a pared-down package, $200,000 for 1979 and $300,000 for every year after. Hathaway told Gerber and Gilshire that he was sure they would be disappointed. "I share your disappointment," he said. "But it is an enormous amount of money." He expressed confidence that Gilshire could use his persuasive talents and his special relationship with CK Sphere to get this across. 28. Another factor crowding in on Gilshire was exfiltration. Tolkachev had earlier said he would never consider leaving the Soviet Union. But in his February ops note, he suddenly expressed interest in the idea. "I never thought about the possibility of exiting the USSR, He said, but, if a realistic possibility exists for exfiltrating me and my family, then, no matter what the inherent risk connected with it, I would like to take advantage of this possibility. My family does not know about my activity. Tolkachev asked for more details. How long would they have to prepare? 29. Gilshire felt this new interest in exfiltration was a signal that Tolkachev was growing pessimistic about his future in Moscow. 30. Perhaps if the CIA gave a positive nod to exfiltration, Gilshire thought, it would ease Tolkachev's demands for millions of dollars. At headquarters in May 1980, Turner approved giving Tolkachev the commitment to exfiltrate him, his wife and his son if and when circumstances dictate, with resettlement in the West. 31. Gilshire began to draft the ops note he would give Tolkachev at their next meeting. He knew that Tolkachev had been shattered by the decision on the L pill. Now he had to talk Tolkachev through more unpleasant news. Gilshire had absolutely no doubt that Tolkachev would be highly shocked and unhappy with the pay package. 32. Gilshire tried to break the news gently. The evaluation of your materials is very high and it has been decided to grant you the highest salary that our organization has ever paid, Gilshire wrote, laying out the sums that Turner had approved. There were a lot of zeros, but not millions. Gilshire wanted to cushion the blow by promising exfiltration, but that was also problematic. By merely discussing it, they would raise Tolkachev's expectations for departure. The CIA did not want to exfiltrate Tolkachev unless there was an emergency. They wanted a productive, deeply embedded agent like Tolkachev to remain in place as long as possible. Gilshire didn't promise anything swift. He reminded Tolkachev that he would have to tell his family about exfiltration, and if they were to hesitate, problems may arise. He outlined for Tolkachev what the CIA would do for him in terms of resettlement in the United States. The Tolkachev operation was now growing quite complex. The issues of exfiltration, money, photography, security, and the suicide pill were all interlocked. The Moscow station and headquarters chewed over each of them in detail, with cables back and forth, but every move had the potential for error and to upset Tolkachev, as happened with the suicide pill. The CIA had attempted to manage Tolkachev through carefully calibrated offers of money and exfiltration, but looming over it all was the reality that Tolkachev did not always listen to his handlers. He had an unshakable determination to steal as many secrets as he could. He did not want to be slowed down. Tensions between the Soviet Union and the West deepened considerably in the spring of 1980. The United States boycotted the Moscow Summer Olympics in response to the invasion of Afghanistan, sharply offending the Soviet leadership. When the dissident physicist Andrei Sakharov spoke out against the invasion, he was detained and exiled to Gorky. 33. The Olympics were scheduled to open in July, and for weeks beforehand the streets were crawling with extra militiamen, many of them brought to Moscow from the provinces. All this made John Gilshire's next move even more risky and intricate. On the evening of May 12, Gilshire put on a disguise. It was his first experience with the procedure known as identity transfer, a trick that played on a KGB weakness. Although the KGB scrutinized all Americans in Moscow, they could not surveil them all, so they ignored many who were considered ordinary workers, not involved in intelligence. A CIA officer could disguise himself as one of the embassy workers the KGB had ignored and slip out of the compound without attracting attention. The trick worked. Gilshire escaped the compound without the KGB spotting him. He was hoping to make an impromptu call to Tolkachev followed by a meeting on the street. But when Gilshire called, he heard a voice that was not Tolkachev's and aborted the attempt. 34. The next attempt to avoid the KGB was an elaborate ruse. Gilsher notified the Soviet authorities that he planned a short trip abroad. He flew out of Moscow as planned, but then he abruptly returned, earlier than he had notified them. He hoped to meet Tolkachev before the KGB realized he was back. But when Gilsher got to passport control on his premature return, he noticed special attention was being paid to him, and he decided not to go ahead with the meeting. 2 missed meetings and blanket surveillance on the streets did not deter Gerber. He wrote a cable to Hathaway after Gilsher's second attempt failed on May 21. Although not optimistic about a natural break in surveillance, Gerber said it was essential for Gilsher to meet with Tolkachev once more. Gilsher was due to end his Moscow tour that summer. With the delicate issues of money and exfiltration, Gerber cabled, "We prefer have CK Sphere. Discuss these critical matters with familiar face rather with total stranger in fall." Although Gerber believed that the station's case officers should be interchangeable in operations, Gilsher was the only case officer he could send now, the only one known to Tolkachev. 35. The 2 failed attempts to meet with Tolkachev in May led to an important new dimension in the operation. The CIA's prowess with technology was growing, and it dreamed of using electronics to evade the KGB and carry out espionage unfettered. Through the 1960s, communications with agents in hostile areas were largely carried out with a small number of proven techniques, like secret writing, microdots, radio broadcasts, and dead drops. But starting with the 1970s, thanks to the revolution in microelectronics, technology began to transform the way case officers communicated with their agents, and the CIA attempted to maintain a cutting edge. An example of this was the first in a family of small electronic devices known as the SRAC, for short-range agent communications. An early version of the device, called Buster, had been given to Dmitry Polyakov, the general in Soviet military intelligence, the GRU, who volunteered in New York in 1961 and was code-named Top Hat by the FBI. Later, he was run by the CIA in Rangoon and New Delhi and now was back in Moscow, where he rose to become commander of the GRU Training Academy. The new device, it was hoped, would make it easier for Polyakov to communicate with the CIA and avoid the KGB. The device was a handheld communications system, which consisted of 2 portable base stations, each about the size of a shoe box, and 1 agent unit that could be concealed in a coat pocket. With a tiny keyboard 1.5 inches square, the agent would first convert a text message into a cipher code, then type the code into the tiny keypad. Once the data were loaded, Buster could hold 1,500 characters. The agent would go somewhere within 1,000 feet of the base station and press a send button. The base station could be moved around, placed in an apartment window, or a car. The agent would have to be told approximately where. In essence, Buster was a primitive text messaging system. Its advantage was safety. The agent could communicate without actually meeting a case officer on the street. However, there were problems with using such equipment in the field. Buster was clearly spy equipment and would fatally compromise an agent if caught with it. Hathaway, now division chief, was a technology enthusiast, eager to deploy new gadgets to frustrate KGB surveillance. Ideally, Buster could ease the risk of personal meetings with an agent in parks and on dark street corners. "Think of how we'll save this poor bastard from the danger of going out and meeting somebody from the agency," Hathaway said, a reference not only to Tolkachev but to any CIA agent who could make good use of the gadget. Over time, Buster underwent major improvements. The next model was called Discus. It was also handheld but much easier for the agent and the case officer to use. The Discus eliminated the need for the bulky base station and could transmit to a case officer holding a second small unit hundreds of feet away. Most significantly, Buster had required the agent to encrypt his message by converting it to cipher code, painstakingly by hand, before typing into the device, while Discus used automatic encryption. The keyboard was larger, and it could transmit significantly more data. Moreover, Discus had a verification system so the agent knew the message had been received. The Discus was way ahead of its time. There were no consumer handheld devices available then, nothing remotely like the BlackBerry or the iPhone. 36. In June, Hathaway urged the station to consider giving a Discus unit to Tolkachev. He said Tolkachev could use the device to signal the CIA when he was available for a meeting and perhaps select important portions of documents and transmit them to us. He speculated that Tolkachev could use Discus to alert the Moscow station about where to pick up film and other materials in a dead drop. Hathaway expressed confidence the Discus would enhance security and production of this operation. The Discus beckoned as a kind of invulnerable magic carpet that would soar over the heads of the KGB. While the traditional method of dead drops usually took a day or longer to signal, emplace, and collect, the electronic communicator could transmit urgent intelligence almost instantly. 37. Gerber, however, thought the Discus was ill-suited for Tolkachev. He had experimented with the device and knew that operating it was far more complicated than just pressing a button. He tested the Discus in a Moscow vegetable market while looking over cucumbers and tomatoes as his wife, Rosalie, held the second unit in another section of the market. For an exchange, the Discus required both sender and receiver to be static. Gerber tried to send a signal. He immediately realized that an agent would have to be looking down into his pocket until the red verification light flashed, or else he would not know the message went through. The red light flashed only after a pause. Was peering into one's pocket, watching for the light to flash, the kind of body language that would give away an agent. Was it worth the risk? Moreover, Gerber surmised that the agent would have to give some kind of warning to the CIA that he was about to transmit on Discus. That signal was another operational act. Also, sites had to be selected in advance for Discus transmissions and tested. The radio waves tended to bounce around, and not all locations were suitable. What's more, the testing also put the signal in the air, briefly, where the KGB might notice, and it required case officers to be exposed. Was it worth the risk? Gerber doubted that Discus could ease the security dangers for Tolkachev and thought it might bring new ones. Did not think now is the time to discuss topic with him, Gerber responded to Hathaway. He added, the value of CK sphere production is in voluminous reproduction of entire detailed documents, not just in few tidbits, that could be transmitted by Discus. Gerber insisted that they continue personal meetings for the large amount of material Tolkachev was delivering. Gerber wanted a sure, steady process. He said that giving Tolkachev a Discus might spur him to speed up and take risks. He also pointed out that Tolkachev's own preference was for meetings, not dead drops. Tolkachev has strong psychological need for direct personal contact. 38. On June 11, Gerber sent a second strong cable to Hathaway, saying he had raised using the Discus with the case officers at the Moscow station. We conclude that in this operation we have more to lose than to gain, he wrote. The device wasn't very useful in sending or receiving complex messages, such as those concerning requirements, or what secret materials Tolkachev might gather. Moreover, the Discus would bring Tolkachev and CIA case officers into frequent and close proximity to each other on the street, which the KGB might notice as a pattern. To evade the KGB, different sites would have to be selected for every transmission. It just wasn't worth it. Gerber thought to himself that perhaps Turner would like to eliminate human intelligence and just rely on technology, but it could not be done. They needed to look the agent in the eye, and Tolkachev needed to shake the hand of a case officer he could trust. 39. 9. The Billion-Dollar Spy. Oh. And June 17, 1980. Gilshire put on a disguise once again and headed out to the street. The KGB watchers didn't see him. The disguise worked exactly as intended. After a surveillance detection run, he met Tolkachev at 10:55 p.m. for their seventh rendezvous. The sky was luminescent. In good spirits, Tolkachev told Gilshire he had not encountered any difficulties. He was relieved they could meet before his summer vacation because he had been very busy. He had good news. In February, the tightened security arrangements had suddenly been abandoned. Once again, it was no longer necessary to deposit the building pass when checking out documents. The reason was a bureaucratic logjam. The clerks in the department, mostly women, were swamped with all the building passes coming in and could not get out for lunchtime, a break when they usually searched for food and goods. So the director of the institute went back to the old rules. Documents could be taken in the morning and brought back in the late afternoon. 1. Ever zealous, Tolkachev took advantage when the gap in the cordon opened up. From February to June, he brought thousands of pages of secret documents home to photograph with the Pentax. He told Gilshire that he had 179 rolls of film in his briefcase. But Gilshire didn't seem to be carrying anything to take it away. Gilshire said he had a plastic bag, which he pulled out of his pocket. Tolkachev shook his head. The film just wouldn't fit. Tolkachev handed Gilshire his personal briefcase, laden with the 35mm cassettes. Take the whole thing, he insisted. Gilshire handed Tolkachev the CIA's new, improved tropal cameras, saying the agency was hopeful they would make it possible to photograph documents in low light, perhaps in his office. But right away, Tolkachev waved him off. He told Gilshire that it was just not possible to use the miniature tropal cameras at work. There wasn't enough time either at the start of office hours or at closing, when other people would not be around. He gave the older tropals back to Gilshire and didn't want the new ones. 2. He seemed to have hit his stride with the Pentax 35mm camera. Gilshire told headquarters that the Pentax permits voluminous photography, far more than using the tropals. 3. The Pentax had become Tolkachev's most fearsome weapon in his effort to inflict damage on the Soviet Union. Gilshire briefly sketched out the CIA's latest offer to compensate Tolkachev. He emphasized that the proposed salary was higher than that of the President of the United States. He reminded Tolkachev that the CIA would have to bear the considerable expense of his resettlement in America if they went ahead with exfiltration. Tolkachev was stone-faced and showed no sign of reaction. Gilshire had seen that face before. It was a bittersweet moment for Gilshire, whose family history had played out on these magical Russian summer evenings. His entire career had been devoted to the Soviet target, listening to tapes from the Berlin Tunnel and debriefing defectors and agents. His gift had been his language skills. Now, with Tolkachev, as a case officer on the street, he had run one of the deepest penetrations of the Soviet Union ever accomplished. As the moment came to say farewell, Gilshire knew he might never see Tolkachev again. They had met each other 18 months earlier on a frigid Moscow street corner. They had only minutes remaining, and both men, reserved and stoic, struggled to find words. 4. Tolkachev asked if Gilshire would return to Moscow. Gilshire said there was a limit to good things. It was unlikely he would ever come back. Tolkachev commented that he was reading the dissident books Gilshire had brought him as gifts, slowly, when the conditions were right. They shook hands and exchanged a final farewell. Tolkachev seemed nervous and eager to end the meeting. Gilshire told headquarters the next day the main reason appeared to be desire to get home at a reasonable hour. It was nearly midnight. The intelligence take from Gilshire's meeting with Tolkachev was massive. The film carried about 6,400 pages of secret documents. Hathaway sent a summary of the latest intelligence to Turner, the CIA director, marked secret sensitive, which reported CK Sphere was met on the 17th of June 1980, at which time he delivered 179 rolls of 35mm film of sensitive documentary information on Soviet airborne radars and armament control systems. Specifically, the material includes the first documentation on the technical design characteristics of the new Soviet AWACS. It was CK Sphere who first alerted us to the existence of this system and enabled us to locate it in overhead photography. Extensive documentation on a new modification of the MiG-25, the first Soviet aircraft to be equipped with look-down, shoot-down radar. This aircraft, used in conjunction with the AWACS, will effectively extend the Soviet air defense perimeter against NATO aircraft and air-launched cruise missiles. Documentation on several new models of airborne missile systems and technical characteristics of other Soviet fighter and fighter-bomber aircraft to be deployed between now and 1990. Hathaway's memo added, "This volume of documentary intelligence is double the totality of what CK Sphere has delivered in the past 18 months of our relationship." 5. Along with the documents, Tolkachev gave Gilshire a melancholy ops note. He said the permission sheet he had signed to get secret documents was at this point several times longer than that of other workers. As long as the KGB has no suspicion of a leak of information on Soviet radar systems for interceptor aircraft, then my work at NIIR and my permission card may possibly lay quietly. But if a suspicious signal is received from America, he added, my card will undoubtedly be the first one the KGB will pay attention to. He went on, I assume that before asking me why I took out such a large quantity of documents, the KGB will search my apartment. Things I can hide in the apartment from members of my family I can never hide from the KGB. He was referring to a hiding place for spy gear he had created in his apartment. Then he ramped up his demand for exfiltration. Today, I am turning to you with specific request that my family and I be exfiltrated from the USSR. This is how matters stand. Gilshire's fears had come true. Since the CIA had suggested exfiltration, Tolkachev's hopes for it were soaring. However, Gilshire knew that Tolkachev had said nothing about revealing this momentous step to his family, so perhaps there was still time. Tolkachev said he was under a growing threat, and with his signatures on the permission sheet, my future can be considered to be doomed. He wanted planning for exfiltration to begin as soon as possible. He added, I understand perfectly well that for you, the exfiltration of my family and me is tantamount to the death of an agent who provides good quality information. Unfortunately, this loss is unavoidable. It is just a question of time. Therefore, your sincere answer on whether you will attempt the exfiltration or will let fate decide this question is very important to me. Tolkachev's ops note was tinged with sadness, suggesting that he felt his end was near. Referring to the next scheduled meeting, in the autumn, he said, if it takes place and I am still functioning, and, if I am not discovered by then. 6. Along with the ops note, Tolkachev enclosed a note titled, To Leadership of the Center, his appeal for the suicide pill. He pointed out that, my relationship with you developed neither simply nor quickly, recalling the long delays before the CIA would meet with him and the disagreements over his compensation, and for almost a year and a half, he had been seeking the suicide pill from the CIA, but always with negative results. Tolkachev added that since he began working as a spy, several years had passed. During this time, Despite the fact that there have been many distressing moments for me, I have never deviated from the outlined plan. I am reminding you of all this so that you understand that I have sufficiently strong nerves. I have enough patience and self-control to put off use of the means of suicide until the last minute. I insist that means of suicide be passed to me in the near future because my security situation must be considered precarious. 7. Besides, Tolkachev reminded the CIA, the reason he checked out so many documents was to answer their questions. He then spelled out details of the traces that remained of his espionage and said suicide was a way to keep the KGB from uncovering those traces. Suicide, without any question marks, can protect the work I have begun. That is, can keep secret the volume of my activity and the methods by which I was able to carry out this activity. Gilshire was in the final weeks at the Moscow station and, with Gerber, wrote a lengthy cable to headquarters taking stock of the operation. They could afford to take a breather, because Tolkachev would be out of touch in the summer months, on vacation. The cable they sent on June 24 described Tolkachev as under tremendous pressure and strain, in a bleak security situation. They outlined the various ways things could unravel. They said, leaks at our end pose serious threat, and could lead to an investigation that would quickly uncover him. Or, a routine check of document sign-out records would also expose him. An alert First Department clerk might notice the large number of records he had signed out. And accidental discovery of Tolkachev's carrying out the documents under his coat, or even a recognition of the pattern in which he went home each day at lunch after checking out documents, could blow the operation, they warned. On top of all these serious factors affecting Tolkachev's security, there are undoubtedly others as well. We reluctantly conclude there is little we can do, they told headquarters. We are dealing with driven man who dedicated to inflict most damage possible on Soviet regime. He will continue to produce, be it from First Department or Secret Library, and will probably not heed our urgings to slow down. In view of the security situation, can we realistically expect operation to last several more years? They asked. They did not think so. They added, it appears CKS is coming close to fulfilling production plan he proposed to us and we accepted. Thus, they said, it was critically important to have a clear-cut picture of where we stand on Tolkachev's work so far and what espionage he could carry out in the future. With Tolkachev's pressing for exfiltration, Gilshire asked headquarters what the impact would be if Tolkachev were no longer in Moscow. Would it be a huge loss? Gilshire warned headquarters directly. The operation cannot continue indefinitely. Gloomy was how Gilshire described Tolkachev's letter seeking the suicide pill. If uncovered, he warned, Tolkachev will have unpleasant dealings with security organs and will then certainly be shot. As death in case of compromise is inevitable, CKS should be given choice of using special request and avoiding agony of facing authorities. Having the suicide pill available, in case of need, would give Tolkachev much needed psychological and moral support. Gilshire cautioned headquarters yet again that additional delays and rejections of special request will alienate CKS at critical state of operation and could lead to serious handling problems or even end of production. 8. At headquarters, Hathaway was sympathetic. Unlike the last time Turner was asked to approve the suicide pill, when the request was watered down by the acting chief of the division, this time Hathaway didn't mince words. He wrote a strong memo that echoed the thinking of his chief of station and case officer. Providing Tolkachev with the L pill would be a significant psychological boost to him, Hathaway said, describing Tolkachev as a mature, sensible and cautious individual who needed an escape hatch in case he was arrested by the KGB. 9. In July, Hathaway responded to earlier questions from the Moscow station about the value of Tolkachev's intelligence. He said that even if Tolkachev departed the Soviet Union, the value of his product would not diminish for at least 8 to 10 years. Why? The weapons systems that Tolkachev had already betrayed to the United States were either just becoming operational or on the drawing boards, and they could not be easily replaced. On the other hand, if Tolkachev continued spying in Moscow, the yield could be even greater, as new weapons systems came across his desk year after year. Tolkachev's amazing haul of documents, blueprints, and diagrams was made available in its raw, untranslated form to very few people in Washington. One of them was a special assistant in the Air Force who had used the intelligence to terminate or reorient research and development programs of the U.S. military. Tolkachev was providing a road map to the United States for compromising and defeating two critical Soviet weapons systems: the radars on the ground that defended it from attack, and the radars on warplanes that gave it capacity to attack others. This was an incomparable advantage in the Cold War competition. Hathaway had asked the U.S. Air Force to estimate what Tolkachev's intelligence was worth, in a broad way. Could they put a dollar amount on how much they had saved in research and development costs? The answer was, somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 billion, Hathaway reported to Gerber. That was before they even looked at the 179 rolls of film delivered to Gilshire in the briefcase. 10. Tolkachev was the billion-dollar spy. 10. Flight of Utopia. Oh. And the day in July 1979 that he arrived in Moscow as a new case officer, David Rolfe took the elevator in the U.S. Embassy to the 9th floor, walked past the Marine Guards, through the Chancery, then down a back stairs to the 7th floor. There, at the landing, the door on the right opened to the embassy political section. On the left, an unmarked door had a cipher lock. Rolfe punched in the code. After the first door, he saw a second one that looked like a bank vault. It had a combination lock but was open during the day when people were inside. He walked down a short hallway, past the small alcove on the left with the paper shredder. Turning to the right, he grabbed the lever on another door and opened it with the soft whoosh of an airlock. He entered a windowless rectangular box of a room, with a low ceiling, shielded in corrugated metal and isolated from the embassy walls to avoid eavesdropping or penetration. This was the Moscow station. David Rolfe was 31 years old and filled with anticipation. He was beginning his first tour for the CIA, and he yearned for an operation of his own, to get out on the streets and run an agent. At one end of the station chief worked from a cramped office with a desk, a safe, and a small conference table barely large enough for the case officers to squeeze around. The rest of the station was jammed with their desks, lined up along each side, typewriters, file cabinets protected by combination locks, and maps of Moscow on the walls. One large map was covered with colored, numbered dots to indicate meeting sites, signal sites, dead drop locations, and who was responsible for each. Music drifted from a cassette player. Clipboards held the latest cable traffic. Rolfe was assigned the desk closest to the chief of station's office. Across the room sat Gilshire, who was running the Tolkachev operation. Gilshire always looked dignified and often wore a blazer and tie to work. Gilshire always looked like a president, recalled one of his colleagues. By contrast, when they weren't working their daytime cover jobs, Rolfe and the younger case officers often showed up in jeans. Rolfe's first impression was that Gilshire was a bit stiff and formal, but any doubts were dispelled when he saw Gilshire at work. He was totally preoccupied with Tolkachev and often returned from their meetings with a detailed recollection of what Tolkachev had said, despite the distractions, tension, and exhaustion. When Gilshire spoke, Rolfe listened intently. There was much to learn. Rolf's own journey to the Moscow station had begun as a young boy on the front lines of the Cold War in Europe. When he was 10 years old, he had tagged along with his father, Arthur, a lieutenant colonel who commanded a battalion of the 6th Armored Cavalry responsible for border security in West Germany, where it met Czechoslovakia. Arthur took his son to see a frontier that bristled with hostility, watchtowers, dog patrols, killing zones, and machine gun nests. If a real war ever broke out in Europe, this was the place that would be overrun by invading Warsaw Pact tanks and troops. For Rolf, the border left a deep impression. The land beyond the fences looked mysterious, and he was intrigued and fearful. Later, when his family returned to the United States, Rolf studied Russian at the University of Kentucky and was planning to attend graduate school to study Russian history, but the Vietnam War loomed. By lottery number, he was facing the draft, so he enlisted. For his initial training, he selected language study in Russian. Later, he became an officer. More than once, he was shoulder to shoulder with men destined for Vietnam, but he did not go. The army sent him instead to West Berlin as an intelligence case officer. He wore civilian clothes and worked from a small office in the Berlin Brigade, the garrison for occupation forces of the United States. His mission was to take lists of recent refugees who had come over from East Germany, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary and knock on their doors, seeking out tidbits of intelligence about the armies of the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact. It was hard work, often frustrating. It was really collecting ash and trash, he recalled later. We were trying to scrape together low-level fragments of tactical information. And when we found someone, and they were willing, then of course the big question was, would you go back for us? Do you want to visit your aunt and uncle in Prague? Would you be willing to drive by the base and take some pictures? Occasionally, they came across a good source but not for long. The promising cases were quickly transferred to the CIA. The CIA base was in a building close by the Berlin Brigade. All the routine cases they would say to us, good job, keep it up. Then a good one would float to the surface, and they would take it. Even so, Rolf relished the intelligence work. He had a competitive instinct to crack open secrets in the denied areas of the East, those dark lands he saw beyond the wall. But he concluded that clandestine human intelligence gathering was a backwater in the army and would never make much of a career. He left the military after a few years and returned to the United States for graduate school at Indiana University to earn a doctorate in Russian history, hoping to become a professor. On closer inspection, this, too, seemed a dead end. The job market was thin. Out of pragmatic concerns for his family, a second child was on the way. He went to law school instead, thinking it would at least be lucrative. Rolf earned a law degree from Indiana University and began to practice law, but after a year as an attorney his heart wasn't in it. He felt the pull of those boyhood memories. When he heard a CIA recruiter was coming to a nearby town, he drove there for an interview and filled out the application. Nothing happened for a year, then suddenly he was offered a job. He reported to the CIA for training in 1977. It was a time of widespread doubt about America's role in the world, but Rolf shared none of these doubts. He believed deeply in the battle against communism and the struggle to protect freedom, an outlook born not so much from ideology as from his own experience. He knew the Soviet Union in earlier decades maintained a vast system of penal colonies populated by tens of thousands of people who were incarcerated for their thoughts and nothing else. He knew well the ugly reality of the Berlin Wall, the dirty, plowed strip laden with watchtowers, mines, barbed wire, automatic weapons, electric shock fences, feral dogs, and probing floodlights. The Cold War had to be fought, and Rolf wanted to be part of it. During his initial training at the CIA, Rolf was asked if he had a preference for where to serve. The CIA was divided into geographic divisions. Many young trainees did not want to go to the Moscow station, because it was known as a difficult place to run spies. It was all sticks and bricks, some said disdainfully, laying down dead drops and impersonal communications, not handling agents eye to eye. But Rolf repeated to anyone who would listen, he wanted the Soviet division. Sometimes, the CIA sent young case officers to the Moscow station who had never served abroad with the CIA. That way, the KGB would be less likely to spot them. But at the time, there was only one vacant slot in Moscow, working with a cover in the defense attaché's office. The CIA hesitated. 2 years earlier, the slot was held by a CIA case officer who was ambushed and expelled. If a new man walked in, the KGB might immediately assume he was an intelligence officer. Despite the misgivings, Rolf got the job. He took the basic CIA training course and then more training for espionage operations in denied areas, learning how to dodge the relentless surveillance of the KGB. At the time, he learned the Moscow station was carrying out one of the most extraordinary technical operations yet attempted against the Soviet Union. High-resolution imagery from a spy satellite showed that workers were digging a trench and laying a communications line along a country road between the Krasnaya Pokhra Nuclear Weapons Research Institute, located at Troitsk, 22 miles southwest of Moscow, and the Defense Ministry in the capital. The CIA planned to put a silent wiretap on the line, an electronic collar that would scoop up the secrets and record them, without being detected. The wiretap would be placed in a manhole along a highway where the cable was buried. Rolf was assigned to the nascent project while still in training. An exact mock-up of the manhole had been built near Washington, D.C., by a CIA contractor for training. Step 1 was to pry off the heavy manhole lid. Rolf was instructed how to use a crowbar and hook to remove it. Once he was inside, a case officer's patience and skill would be sorely tested. Trainees had exercised in blindfolds to see if they could enter the manhole and carry out the operation by feel alone. Rolf was thrilled to be selected for the mission. In training one day, he hoisted the heavy manhole cover using the crowbar and hook. Then suddenly he dropped it. The manhole cover smashed down on his thumb. Rolf felt a jolt of pain. He turned to his supervisor and tried to seem unperturbed. The supervisor took one glance at his thumb, which was limp, and sent him to the hospital. It was broken. A few days later, wearing a cast, Rolf returned to headquarters. He volunteered to resume the training on the manhole as soon as the cast came off, in a few weeks. But his superiors waved him off, saying there wasn't time, they didn't want to delay his arrival in Moscow. Rolf felt angry at himself and sheepish about the accident, but he didn't linger over it. He had been selected for Moscow duty and was proud to be going. He felt like an astronaut chosen for an Apollo mission. Soon, with his cast off and his training complete, he walked into the Moscow station. Rolf arrived as the days of timidity in Moscow, the days when there hadn't been an agent worth the name, were over. The station, once frozen by Turner's stand-down order, was now buzzing with activity. Tolkachev was producing huge volumes of secret documents, and the manhole wiretap was about to be emplaced and connected. Then, just as Rolf found his desk in the station, yet another audacious operation got underway, and he would be part of it. 1. That summer, Viktor Shaimov took advantage of the warm evenings to stroll with his wife, Olga, on the broad avenues of Moscow. Shaimov was 33 years old, one of the youngest majors in the KGB. He held an extremely sensitive job in the directorate responsible for the agency's encrypted communications with its stations, each known as a residentura. Around the world, Shaimov worked in the Tower, a building at KGB headquarters that housed the 8th Chief Directorate, located behind the Lubyanka, a foreboding pre-revolutionary stone structure that had come to symbolize the power of the KGB and its Soviet predecessors. Before coming to the KGB, Shaimov worked on missile guidance systems. His father was a military engineer and his mother a doctor. His reputation was that of a young electronics whiz. He had recently been dispatched to China to solve an eavesdropping case that no one else could crack, and he did. But privately, Shaimov was seething. 2. It was hard to say when the disenchantment set in. He had been promoted so rapidly that he had never acquired the blithe passivity of the older generation. He was young enough to be offended when things weren't right. Early in his days at the KGB, he had been assigned to a secret unit that prepared briefings and analysis for the Politburo. The briefings were altered to meet specific orders and were full of deceptions and fabrications. Shaimov was appalled. He saw a chasm between the reports to the bosses and the reality on the streets. One day, he went to the KGB library and asked the woman at the desk if he could read a history of the Communist Party. He saw himself as a scientist, an engineer, someone who respected facts. Maybe he could find answers to his questions in such a book. Everyone who had a college education had to take a course on the history of the party. What could be more loyal than a curiosity about the history of the party? The librarian asked him for his identification card, perhaps intending to report him to superiors. He could see it on her face. Why would anybody be reading such a thing? Shaimov played it cool, pretended to be interested in another book, and walked out as soon as he could. Then a friend in the KGB named Valentin died suddenly and mysteriously. Valentin had been youthful and healthy, a cross-country skier. His father was a member of the Central Committee. But Valentin was a nonconformist type, telling Shaimov that he despised his father and the party hierarchy. He had called them a disgusting gang, in the presence of his father. After the death, Shaimov discovered that his friend was probably murdered by thugs from the KGB. At Valentin's funeral, he stood over the casket and silently vowed to exact revenge. In the months that followed, Shaimov pondered what to do. He was more and more disillusioned. It was fashionable among younger people at the time to be cynical about the system, to affect Western dress and culture, and to make wicked jokes about Brezhnev and the aging, dysfunctional party leadership. But most people just talked in private. They did not act on their thoughts. In 1979, Shaimov decided to act. He started to plan for an escape. He was determined to strike a blow at the system, a damaging blow. Olga was frightened. Their daughter, Yelena, had just turned 4 years old, but she vowed to stick by him. At first, Shaimov hatched a plan to contact an American intelligence officer. Shaimov had never been to the United States and harbored no illusions. He knew from reading secret cables that the United States was the enemy, and his logic was simple: the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He wanted to take his revenge by going to America. He knew it would be risky. He possessed a top-secret security clearance. If discovered, he would be immediately arrested and probably executed. Yet Shaimov was streetwise about Moscow, an intelligence officer trained to move about without being detected. He devoted hours to searching for a car with the license plates of an American diplomat. But Shaimov could not find a car with D04 plates. He then decided to write a note, in case he encountered an American intelligence officer. Hello, it began. I am a KGB officer with access to highly sensitive information. He hinted that his dissatisfaction with the system demanded action, and proposed a meeting at a tobacco kiosk near a Moscow metro station. But Shemov could not find anyone to give the note to. One night, he confessed to Olga that 4 of his ideas for contacting the Americans had all come to nothing. He had even concocted a reason to visit the foreign ministry for a meeting, thinking he might find the car of an American diplomat there. He planned to bump into the American car with his own, creating a small fender bender incident at which he could leap out and give the driver his note. At one point, Shemov spotted an American car, but when he tried to scrape it, the driver pulled away just in time. The note was in Shemov's palm that day but never delivered. Finally, Shemov came up with a far more ambitious plan. In October 1979, he was on a business trip to straighten out embassy communications in Warsaw. He had brought his father's thick eyeglasses and stopped at an optician, asking if he could get them repaired. That was a nice little cover story. The eyeglasses had another purpose. One afternoon, he went to see a movie with some KGB colleagues. He excused himself just as the film was starting and caught a taxi to the American embassy. His plan was to walk up to the door of the embassy wearing the glasses as a disguise, but he had made one mistake. It turned out that his father's eyeglasses were so thick he couldn't see a thing. Nearly blind but undaunted, he stumbled toward the Marine Guard and said, "I need to speak to the representative of American intelligence." The guard looked at him and replied, "I am the representative of American intelligence." Shemov responded with a backup line he had memorized. "Then I need to speak to duty diplomat." Soon, Shemov was face to face with the Americans, took off the glasses, and told them he wanted political asylum in the United States. He wrote on a piece of paper, KGB. They escorted him to a windowless room. The conversation was stilted. The Americans spoke Polish but not Russian. Shemov had just fragments of English. They photocopied his passport and asked him a few questions, such as who was the KGB chief in Warsaw. Shemov's answers satisfied them he was indeed a KGB officer. "What's your line of work?" one of the Americans asked. "Cipher communications," Shemov said. The Americans looked at each other with surprise. "Are you a cipher clerk?" one of them asked. "No, I am responsible for the security of the KGB cipher communications abroad," he replied. The Americans were dumbstruck. A man with the keys to the kingdom, the ultra-secret codes to Soviet communications, was volunteering to defect. They asked if he wanted to be whisked out of Warsaw immediately. "No," Shemov replied. He wanted to bring his wife and daughter to the United States. He told the Americans he would soon be returning to Moscow. They told him he was crazy, but he insisted. On a sheet of paper, he wrote his proposal for a rendezvous, early in 1980, and he handed it to one of them. The CIA then set up a plan to communicate with Shemov in Moscow. He gave them an address that was not his own. He was told to expect a letter by regular mail. If anyone opened it, the letter would appear to be from an old friend, someone with an innocuous name, say Smirnov, recalling a training exercise years before. When he got the letter, they said, he should wet it down and invisible writing would appear on the other side with instructions for how to signal he was ready to meet the CIA. As they walked out, one of the Americans asked Shemov if he had ever heard of Halloween. "No," he said, "what's that?" The American explained it was a holiday, taking place that very evening. "You've pulled one hell of a trick or treat," he said. "I'm sorry," Shemov replied. "Oh, never mind. You'll find out." They put him in a car and dropped him at the movie house 10 minutes before the film was to end. When the Moscow station got word of the Shemov case, Hathaway was finishing his tour. He had to make a decision. Who would handle the new agent? He could not give the case to Gilshire, who was busy running Tolkachev. His other senior case officer, James Olson, would be valuable but was deeply involved in the sensitive manhole operation. There were a few other possibilities, all skilled case officers but without polished Russian language skills. Hathaway gave the case to David Rolfe, the new arrival, who spoke Russian well and was eager to show what he could do. A code word for Shaimov was sent from headquarters to the Moscow station. Seek Utopia. The code name suggested sky-high expectations, yet much about Shaimov was entirely unknown. Did he really serve as a master of KGB overseas communications? How could they check? How could they get a peek at the kind of intelligence he would produce? What did he want? The Gerber rules, fashioned 9 years earlier, still mattered. Shaimov wanted exfiltration, with his family. There were files in the station with the code word CKGO, containing scenarios for getting an agent out of the country, but the Moscow station had no experience, it had never been done from the Soviet Union. A KGB man with such top-secret clearances couldn't just go to the airport and fly away. Travel abroad was tightly controlled for all Soviet citizens. Moreover, Shaimov might have been subject to KGB counterintelligence surveillance in Moscow. If there were any suspicions, he would be arrested. Rolfe made a rather unconventional suggestion to Hathaway. He said they should give Shaimov a pair of new Tropel cameras in one of the first meetings. They could ask the most sensitive documents on his desk and then return the cameras. When they developed the film, they would see whether he had the access that he claimed and whether it was worth it to take him and his family out. Immediately, headquarters objected to giving the cameras to a completely unknown and untested agent. What if he was a dangle? What if he delivered the precious technology right into the hands of the KGB? And what if he got caught with the cameras? But Hathaway liked the idea and backed up Rolfe. At one point, he wrote a stern cable to headquarters saying that he, Rolfe, and all the other case officers in the station thought it was a good idea to give Tropel cameras to the new agent. Could they all be wrong? Headquarters relented. The Tropels would be shipped out soon. As Gerber arrived in January to take over as chief, the Moscow station mailed the letter to Shaimov with the invisible writing. The signal, the letter explained, was to be made on a Sunday at a location that the CIA had given the code name Uloknaya, or bakery. Every Sunday, Rolfe drove to church services, a route that took him past the site. He kept an eye on a concrete pillar at one corner of an apartment complex. Then, on a Sunday in late February, he spotted the black B drawn by hand. Everyone on the street was walking by as if it meant nothing. But it was the signal from Shaimov. They would meet soon. Before every operation, a case officer planned and carried out a surveillance detection run. Rolfe wanted to be absolutely certain he was free from KGB surveillance. With help from the other case officers and the technical operations team in the station, he worked up a plan. It was far more ambitious than usual and based on something Gilshire had once attempted unsuccessfully. Rolfe went over it, minute by minute, with Gerber, who pressed him about every possible fault. What happens if? Question mark. What happens if? Question mark. Finally, the chief was satisfied. Rolfe bought a round-trip ticket on the Soviet airline, Aeroflot, from Moscow to Frankfurt, with a Friday departure and a return the following Thursday. He properly notified the Soviet Administrative Office, which provided services to diplomats, that he was coming back on Thursday, confident they would report it to the KGB. Then he packed his bag and caught the flight out. From Frankfurt, Rolfe took a train to Vienna on Saturday. He was so filled with anxiety he could hardly sleep. On Monday, He went to the airport and, for cash, bought a one-way air ticket back to Moscow on the next Austrian Airlines flight. The KGB was expecting him to return on Thursday, on Aeroflot. Once he landed on Monday afternoon, he went through passport control, but he knew it would take them a while to report his arrival to others in the KGB. This was the gap he was trying to exploit, a simple lapse in bureaucracy that would give him a few hours. He was black, free from surveillance. At the time he landed in Moscow, the wife of another case officer was bringing a small duffel bag to Rolf's wife, who was a teacher. As Rolf's wife finished her classes, she took the duffel bag and began her own surveillance detection run through the city by car. The bag held a light disguise for Rolf, an ops note, and CIA questions to be given to Shamov. From the airport, Rolf took a taxi toward the city. He abruptly got out at a busy metro stop, Dynamo, about halfway into town. The stop was on one side of the broad Leningradsky Prospect. Rolf walked, casually, around the metro stop and then toward a building marked Aeroflot, on the other side of the highway, all the while looking for possible surveillance. When he reached the building, his wife picked him up in the car. They began another long surveillance detection run. Finally, satisfied that he was completely free from surveillance and having put on the disguise, Rolf got out of the car. His wife sped off for a few hours to a planned dinner party with friends. By 8 p.m., Rolf was walking near a statue of Alexander Griboidov, a Russian playwright and diplomat who was killed by an angry mob in Tehran while serving as ambassador to Persia in 1829. The statue stood high on a pedestal near the Kurovskaya metro station at Chistai Prudy, a broad, tree-lined park with a boulevard on each side in an old section of Moscow filled with narrow lanes and a maze of passageways. Rolf was near the statue when he saw the man he was looking for, carrying a magazine, approaching from the metro. Rolf spoke first. Viktor Ivanovich. Yes. Good evening. I am Misha. Rolf extended his hand. Shamov shook it, but he told himself it was important to establish that this man was really an American intelligence officer. He might be walking into a trap. They started walking. Both were in their early 30s. Rolf saw that Shamov's face was smooth, clean, boyish. He wore a military-style cap. Shamov thought Rolf spoke Russian with an accent, although it didn't necessarily seem to be an American one. Shamov noticed that Rolf didn't wear gloves, a Russian would. Physically, Rolf was coiled, thinking that any second the Klieg lights would come on, the KGB officers would spring from the bushes, and he and Shamov would be ambushed. Shamov had taken a roundabout subway route to avoid surveillance, but he was also worried and tense. He knew more than Rolf did about how the KGB worked, that they used floating surveillance teams, which roamed the city and could appear randomly. He noted a nearby phone booth was empty, at least that was a good sign. Both men had been trained to carry out operations with a basic principle: once it begins, don't think about it. Both knew that their business was to spend hours and hours planning, but in execution an operation would be brief and had to be flawless. The metaphor in Rolf's mind was of an actor stepping on the stage. Once the curtain came up, you just did your best to perform. Shamov believed the worst thing an intelligence professional could do would be to give in to fear. That meant losing control. You might be KGB, Shamov said to Rolf. I can't be KGB, I speak Russian with an accent, Rolf protested. Okay, but they can speak Russian with an accent, too, Shamov said. The two men walked through the park, away from the metro and the statue. Darkness enveloped them. They kept quizzing each other, both looking for any sign of trouble. Shamov repeated that he wanted to be exfiltrated with his family. Rolf responded that it was a tall order and might take 12 to 18 months to prepare. He told Shamov that he would have to provide some information first. Rolf thought they might meet again in a month or two, but Shamov said, "Why wait? He would be ready in a week." Shamov insisted that they meet in person. He did not want to communicate with the Americans by dead drop. He told Rolf that KGB counterintelligence had made a long list of people arrested for working with spies, caught in a dead drop, caught using a radio. No one had been caught in a personal meeting. Shamov wanted to see his CIA case officer face to face. Rolf agreed. They parted, and Rolf took a metro a few stops toward the center of Moscow. His wife picked him up in the car, and they headed home. The next morning, everyone crowded around Gerber's conference table to hear what had happened. Rolf thought he might have a month to prepare for the next meeting, but now he had only a week. He surmised that the KGB had figured out his trick of going abroad and returning home early, so he could not repeat it. The Moscow station created an elaborate plan for the next meeting. Rolf would be the primary case officer, but if he came under KGB surveillance, there would be a second and a third officer nearby on the streets, having completed their own surveillance detection runs, ready to slip into his place, just in case. They did a month's work in just a few days. As it turned out, Rolf was clear. The meeting began without trouble. Rolf asked Shamov some questions from headquarters about complex mathematics and cryptology, and Shamov answered into Rolf's small tape recorder. They again discussed exfiltration. Shamov wanted $1 million upon his arrival in the United States, immediate citizenship, and lifetime health benefits for his family. Rolf didn't make any promises. He asked Shamov for mundane but essential details about his family: clothing sizes, medical histories, weights, and shoe sizes. And he needed recent photographs of everyone for the new identity documents they would get after exfiltration, on the other side. At one of the first meetings, Rolf gave Shamov the CIA's miniature tropel cameras. Rolf said to him, "Photograph the most highly classified papers you have. Don't take chances with other people around. But you have to prove to us that you are who you say you are." Shamov agreed. He returned the cameras with exposed film and was given a fresh supply. Shamov suggested the CIA fake the drowning of his family in a river so the KGB would not suspect they had defected. Rolf responded that the CIA and Shamov had more important things to do, to ensure the actual exfiltration was a success. In fact, Rolf had given plenty of thought to what would happen once Shamov and his family vanished. Inside the Moscow station, Rolf discussed how to make Shamov disappear without a trace. They would leave the apartment exactly as it was: a cup of tea unfinished on the table, the bed unmade, a newspaper open, their clothes still in the closets. They talked about whether the disappearance could be explained as a drowning, but Rolf and the other case officers didn't dwell on it. That was not something they could plan. It would just have to play out. The KGB would probably be much more inclined to blame an accident or crime, and it might be quite a while before they realized Shamov had defected. Rolf and Shamov were walking down one of the narrow lanes in Moscow when they saw them, at the same moment. The nightmare scenario: two men in a playground sandbox. They could be anybody, but both intelligence officers instantly thought surveillance. The narrow streets left them few escape routes, and if it were really the KGB, they would be boxed in at both ends of the street. As they got closer, Shamov sensed they were not KGB but perhaps militiamen, crude, jumpy, capable of demanding papers, but not as threatening. Shamov went over and asked one for a match. Then, after returning to Rolf, as they passed the two men, Shamov berated Rolf as if they were having a family argument. His outburst carried them well past the men. Shamov noticed they were in identical warm coats and reindeer fur-lined hats. He and Rolf turned the corner onto the next street. They looked at each other. Criminal surveillance, Shamov said. The militia. How did you know? Just a hunch. Boy, that was a close call, said Rolf. Do you still like personal meetings? Sure. Now where were we? The tropal cameras Shamov had used and returned to Rolf were carried by hand back to the United States. Meanwhile, the tape recording of Shamov's answers in Russian about cryptology was translated in the station by Gilshire. When the film was developed, with more than 100 pages of information, and the answers translated, an urgent message arrived at the Moscow station. Shamov was for real. The intelligence was sensitive. The Soviets would never have used it for a dangle, and extremely important. The Soviet Union was installing new encrypted communications equipment around the world. Shamov could unlock those messages. Rolf had told Shamov that exfiltration might take 12 to 18 months, but now there was a fresh urgency. The National Security Agency wanted him brought to the United States, fast. Shamov had given the Americans a tantalizing taste of his material, but he possessed much more. He knew the clock was ticking. The longer he was in Moscow, the greater the chance he would be discovered. Also, the size of what he wanted to deliver to the United States was too large to be transmitted in any dead drop or other means in Moscow. To damage the Soviet Union and save himself, he had no choice but to defect. The CIA and the National Security Agency also realized the information Shamov possessed would be immensely valuable as long as the Soviet Union did not know it was missing. Once discovered, the Soviets might change the codes. So they had to get Shamov out without the KGB's knowing he had gone to the United States, at least for as long as possible. In the Moscow station, Rolf reached for the files marked CKGO. Not only did he get his first operation, but it was to be one of the most audacious ever attempted. At their third meeting, Shamov delivered photographs of his family that the CIA could use for preparing documents and the other information Rolf had asked for. The biggest hurdle for the exfiltration was Shamov's young daughter. Two adults could remain silent for the 45 minutes or so it would take to smuggle them across the border in a van, but a 4-year-old girl. How to keep her quiet? Rolf secured from the CIA 5 samples of sedatives suitable for a small child. He was worried. He thought for sure Shamov would refuse to take them. Rolf had a daughter about the same age, and he would never have given her any pills from the KGB, but to his surprise Shamov agreed. Shamov gave the CIA carefully hand-drawn charts on his daughter's breathing and pulse each time she took a tablet. They selected one sedative for the exfiltration. The Moscow station had conducted 5 meetings with Shamov over a period of about 10 weeks. The pace was unprecedented. Although he preferred personal meetings, Shamov signaled at one point that he wanted to use a special kind of dead drop, known as a foot-time drop, in which the package is left by the agent and picked up by the case officer in short order. Rolf saw the first signal, then waited for the second signal that the drop had been filled before he went out on an evening walk. He retrieved Shamov's package intact and took it to the station the next morning. Among other things, he found an ops note from Shamov tucked into a small glass bottle with a stopper, about 2 inches high. Rolf thought that Shamov was being extremely careful, putting the note in the bottle to keep it dry. But actually, Shamov had another purpose in mind. The label on the bottle said it held 50 tablets of extract of valerian, an herb for soothing nerves. He intended it as a signal to Rolf that all was going well and not to worry. No one in the station grasped the implication. The final days had arrived. Shaimov was supposed to check a lamppost in Moscow for a signal from the CIA that all was ready to go. He and Olga rode a streetcar to the location, careful to be looking casual and not staring at each passing lamppost. But when they reached the stop, they realized all the lampposts had been ripped down for a construction project. What do we do now? Olga asked him. We go, Shaimov said. I think at this point it would be more dangerous for us to wait than to try. He sounded more confident than he felt. The plan was to take a train to a secluded, forested point between Leningrad and the border with Finland, from which the CIA would whisk them out, hidden in a vehicle. The date was May 17, 1980. The operation was extremely sensitive. The White House knew about it but had instructed Gerber not to inform the U.S. ambassador at the time, Thomas Watson Jr. If the plan fell apart, all the blame would be laid on the CIA. But everyone in the station knew about it. The case officers had all contributed to the elaborate plan. Rolf wanted to wait around the station that Saturday for word of what happened, but Gerber said it made no sense. He did not want to alert the KGB to any unusual activity. Gerber told the communicator on duty that he was expecting a message about an operation. If the operation was a success, the communicator should put a piece of paper with a large handwritten numeral 1 on the inner door to the station, the one that looked like a bank vault with a combination on it. If a failure, he said, write a 0. Late on Saturday afternoon, Gerber went to the embassy building, ostensibly to pick out a film to watch at home that night. He briefly opened the outer door of the station and looked at the inner door. A big one was taped to the door. Shaimov was out. The flight of Secutopia was over. Moreover, Shaimov had left behind clues to throw off the KGB. For months, they thought he had been murdered along with his family, although they could not find proof. Rolf's operation was brief but highly successful. A few months later, when Rolf was back in the United States, he met Shaimov again at a temporary safe house in Northern Virginia. They embraced. Shaimov said to Rolf, the whole time we were meeting, I wasn't really sure whether you were actually CIA. The one thing that proved to me you were CIA and not KGB is when you gave me those medicines to test on my daughter. Because the KGB is heartless. They would have given me one pill and said, do it. Dot. I knew I was working with a humane organization when you gave me 5 medicines. Now Rolf was ready for his next assignment, Adolf Tolkachev. 11. Going black. L. 8 in the afternoon of October 14, 1980, David Rolf walked out of the Moscow station and went home. An hour later, he returned to the embassy gate with his wife, dressed as if going to a dinner party. A Soviet militiaman, standing guard in a small shack outside the embassy, saw them enter. Rolf and his wife vanished into the building, navigating the narrow corridors to one of the apartments. The door was already ajar. Rolf pushed it open. They whispered not a word. The apartment belonged to the deputy technical operations officer in the Moscow station, an espionage jack of all trades who helped case officers with equipment and concealments, from sophisticated radio scanners to fake logs. The Moscow station had two, the chief and his deputy. They had been highly trained by the CIA, similar to the case officers, but with different skills. They usually did not run agents on the street. 3 days out of 4, the chief tech officer had no surveillance, and when he did have it, he tried to build the familiar patterns of activity that case officers believed the KGB would grow accustomed to. He stuck to very unremarkable routines, visiting stores and garages, foraging for supplies, repeating the same trips day after day. Sure enough, the KGB's interest waned. Yet the techs were an essential part of the station's espionage operations. The deputy tech motioned wordlessly to Rolf after he entered the apartment. The men were approximately the same height and physique. In total silence, Rolf began to transform himself to look like his host. The deputy tech had long, messy hair. Rolf put on a wig with long, messy hair. The deputy had a full beard. Rolf put on a full beard. The deputy tech helped Rolf adjust and secure the disguise, then fitted him with the SRR-100, a radio scanner, antenna, and earpiece to monitor KGB transmissions on the street. The earpiece was made by the Swiss hearing aid company Phonak, and it was the most delicate part, disguised with a CIA-developed color-matched silicone to replicate the inner ear's contours and shadows. 1. Rolf heard a voice boom from the doorway. It was the chief tech officer, who had just arrived and was deliberately speaking loudly, assuming they were being overheard by KGB listening devices. Hey, are we going to go and check out that new machine shop? The chief asked. The real deputy replied, aloud, great. Let's go. But the real deputy did not leave the apartment. The man who left the apartment looking like him was David Rolf. The real deputy pulled up a chair and settled in for a long wait. Rolf's wife, in her dinner dress, also sat down and would remain there for the next 6 hours. They could not utter a word, because the KGB might be listening, and an elaborate deception was underway. The identity transfer had begun. Rolf was off to meet Tolkachev for the first time, if he could get free from surveillance on the streets. 2. The point of the identity transfer was to break through the embassy perimeter and return without being spotted. Rolf knew the KGB was not interested in the two technical officers and usually paid little attention when they drove out of the compound in search of food, flowers, or car parts in an old beige and green Volkswagen van. On this night, the van pulled out of the embassy at dusk. Rolf in the passenger seat. The van windows were dirty. The militiaman just shrugged. It looked like the two supply guys on the prowl again. Once on the street, the van took a slow, irregular course. The chief tech knew the city well, because he had less surveillance and was out driving often. Rolf scanned the street, looking for signs they were being followed. The chief tech also had a practiced eye for surveillance and kept a close watch on the rearview mirror. They searched for cars with the telltale triangle of dirt on the grille, left there by the KGB car wash. They looked for panel trucks idling for no reason. The KGB had many ways to confuse them, including a reclining seat to conceal one of the officers and a switch in unmarked cars that could turn off just one headlight so the same car would look different on a second sighting. Rolf thought to himself that he had one advantage. He was the orchestra director. He was the only one who knew where he was going. Everything they might do was in reaction to him. Normal drivers would pay no attention to the VW van. At a stoplight, they would pull right up alongside or behind. Rolf was watching for something that a normal car wouldn't do. If there was a stoplight, why did the third car behind them pull in behind a bus? That was an indicator, and Rolf was collecting them, sifting, processing what he saw. In departing the embassy in disguise, he was playing a game entirely based on deception. His goal was not to be noticed as he slipped out. But over the next few hours, he would gradually unfold a new approach. He would become more open and teasing. He would try to flush out the KGB. Ultimately, his mission was to get black, to completely shake the surveillance. But getting black required a long, exhausting test of nerves, even before he would get his first chance to look Tolkachev in the eyes. On a surveillance detection run, the case officer had to be as agile as a ballet dancer, as confounding as a magician, and as attentive as an air traffic flight controller. Rolf had drilled in the CIA training courses, and he knew from his early days in Army intelligence how important it was to absorb the lessons of those drills, mastering a sense of time and distance, exploiting the optics of moving through the gap. Rolf also planned meticulously, avoiding the hot spots and hidden cameras on the Moscow streets. Once, he was in the middle of a 4-hour-long surveillance detection run and thought he was black. All of a sudden official-looking Zhiguli and Volga cars were whipping around turns and speeding back and forth. Rolf cursed to himself, "I've just walked into a beehive." He later discovered he had happened upon an obscure KGB training academy in the middle of a practice session. The Moscow station kept track of the known hot spots with red pushpins on the city map so they could avoid them. In his last review of the plan with Gerber, hours earlier in the Moscow station, Rolf went over the route, the contingencies, each turn, each cover stop. What Rolf remembered was how Gerber treated every operation as if it were his own. He thought of the smallest details: body language, gestures, appearances, and illusions. Rolf once thought he'd never find another chief of station like Gus Hathaway, the tireless operator. Then he worked for Gerber, an intense, precise choreographer of espionage. The van stopped at a flower shop. Rolf remained in his seat. Buying flowers was a routine, their first cover stop, a pause to see if the surveillance cars or foot patrol teams would get careless and stumble over themselves. Rolf kept his disguise on, in case they were questioned, but did not go into the flower shop, knowing that the harsh white light could expose the imperfections. Better to remain veiled behind the dirty window in the van. The first cover stop had an important function: the abort option. If there was surveillance, Rolf could always break off here and go home with minimal losses. The KGB would have no inkling that he was headed to a meeting with an agent. By experience, Rolf had learned it was always best to catch the KGB at the start of a run, when they were more easily detected. If you saw the same red car 3 times, that was a clue. But as time passed, detection became more difficult. If the KGB was suspicious, they could throw more cars and more teams into the hunt. This made Moscow different from other cities. Rolf had the advantage in knowing where he was going, but the KGB had limitless resources they could devote to the chase if they became suspicious. They could put a dozen cars on his tail, and he would not see the same one twice. The first part of a surveillance detection run was always in a moving vehicle, for more control. In the VW van, Rolf and the chief tech enjoyed nearly 360-degree vision and plenty of agility. They could accelerate, forcing the KGB watchers to keep up and perhaps reveal themselves. Or they could make abrupt U-turns, perhaps coming face to face with the surveillance car, if it existed. The KGB always sent out teams of 3 and 4 cars, so the goal was to trip them up, maneuver so they would have to show their presence early. Time and distance could be leveraged to Rolf's advantage. It was a lesson that Haviland Smith and his peers had discovered in the 1960s. After an hour and a half of driving, darkness had settled over the city, and Rolf began a mental countdown. His next move required a decision based on what he had seen and his instincts. The rule of thumb was to advance to the next stage only if he was 95% certain he was black. The reason was simple: he had the upper hand in the car. On foot and alone, he would be much more vulnerable. Rolf had known case officers who could not cross this threshold. They would feel surveillance, even if they had not seen it, and turn back. They were never criticized for this. It might have been a good call. But the decision to go ahead, to take the risk of a meeting with an agent, was much harder. The agent's life was at risk. Rolf weighed what he had seen on the darkening streets. He was 95% sure he was free from surveillance. He looked to the chief tech, who agreed. While the van was still moving, Rolf quickly slipped off the disguise and put it into a small sack on the floor. He grabbed the shopping bag that had been prepared for Tolkachev and slipped into a woolen coat. The van stopped very briefly. Rolf slid out and walked briskly away. The chief tech went to look for a quiet place to hide the van and take a walk in the park. Soon, Rolf reappeared on another broad avenue a few blocks away, and he walked directly into a crowd waiting for one of the electric trolley buses that prowled Moscow's major arteries. He boarded the trolley at the rear door. To an outsider, Rolf resembled just another tired worker going home, standing wearily, squeezed in tightly. But in reality he was watching every move around him. No one on the bus could see it, but the small radio device in his ear was wirelessly connected to a receiver, about the size of a thin cigarette pack, held in the pocket of a white cotton harness that wrapped around his chest. A necklace of wire served as antenna and also handled the connection to the earpiece. In earlier years, case officers had to rather clumsily plug in crystals that might pick up a KGB transmission, and it was hit or miss. But Rolf was wearing a new model that scanned multiple KGB vans automatically. It gave him a leg up on the KGB, he could listen to them as they talked to each other. The downside was that it was so sensitive that it picked up squelches, jibs, and jabs of a dozen or more surveillance teams that could be 3/4 of a mile away and may not be following him, or even know about him. The radio was a wonder of concealment and smarts, but it was a secondary tool. It could provide warning of surveillance but not prove Rolf was free from it. Confirming that he was free from surveillance was the single most critical factor in what he was about to do. Rolf scanned the trolley passengers, taking careful note of those who boarded with him. Then he abruptly stepped toward the door and jumped off at the next stop, watching to see who followed. So far, nothing seemed out of place. On foot, he began the final stage of the surveillance detection run. Rolf was physically fit, and his head was clear, but his year in Moscow had taught him that surveillance detection runs were grueling. The late autumn weather felt raw, moist, and heavy. After he spent hours walking in the open air, his lungs ached. His mouth grew dry, but there was nowhere he could safely stop. Every doorway or public space could be a trap, and Rolf knew that the KGB peered down at sidewalks and streets from telescopes mounted in windows above. They had thousands of people watching. The radio scanner was quiet but for the usual patter and static. At a small theater, Rolf pivoted on his heel and pushed open the doors. This was his second cover stop. He checked out the playboard and notices on the wall, without saying anything. He almost never came to this theater. He listened intently to the radio but heard nothing. His goal was to force the KGB men to do something out of character, to slip, so that he could spot them before they could call in reinforcements and blanket the streets. Rolf left the theater with tickets for a show he had no intention to attend. The real show was coming up soon. The theater had triggered no sign of surveillance. The next cover stop would certainly send the KGB into fits, should they see him. Rolf avoided the metro, there were monitoring cameras inside most stations, and walked toward an antique store, far from his usual routines. He had been there once before, with his family, but he would never go to an antique store alone at night during the week. The point was to ramp up his challenge to the KGB, forcing them to act. Still nothing. He walked into a nearby apartment building and started climbing the stairs. This would trigger a KGB ambush if they were following him. They could not allow him to disappear from sight in a multi-floor apartment building. In fact, Rolf had nowhere to go in the building and knew not a soul who lived there. He was just trying to provoke the KGB. At a landing on the stairs, he sat down and waited. No one came running up the stairs. Rolf turned around. For 3.5 hours, the KGB had been nowhere in sight. Still, to make sure, he walked to a small park near the apartment building. The park was lined with benches. Tall apartment buildings loomed on all sides, leaving the benches in darkness. Rolf hoped that his presence in the park, so far from home or the embassy, would raise hackles, and if nearby, the KGB would leap out and grab him. Better to face them now than to take them to Tolkachev. He carried no passport, no identification, but he did not fear being caught. He could explain being in a park, and they would be no wiser. But he must not leave the KGB to Tolkachev. Rolf looked at his watch. He was 12 minutes from the meeting site. Time to go. He was 100% sure. He rose from the bench. Suddenly he was jolted by a squelch in his earpiece, then another, and a third. They were loud, clearly from the KGB's surveillance teams. Rolf didn't know why. Did they see him stand up? He stood frozen, rigid, tense. The squelch could sometimes be used as a signal, without words, from one KGB man to another. But the noise could also have been related to something else, on a street a half-mile away. It could have been a ham-fisted operator who hit his button by mistake. Rolf often repeated the words, "When you're black, you're black." In his mind, it meant that when you are black, you can do anything, because nobody is watching you. Nothing. No sign of anyone in the park. Rolf let his shoulders drop and took a deep breath. When you're black, you're black. Rolf circled the meeting site once on foot, still alert to any signs of surveillance. The site was designated Olga, not far from the German embassy. He recalled the scare over those two men he'd seen in the playground sandbox on that first night with Shamov, 6 months earlier. But he saw nothing. It was 9 p.m., and Rolf thought it was a good place for a meeting, with a few apartment buildings, some low-lying shabby garages, not many people on the street. Then he spotted Tolkachev. Rolf had read the entire file and was briefed by Gilshire. He felt that he would recognize Tolkachev upon seeing him the first time and imagined a warm hello, face to face. But now Rolf was walking behind a man who was shuffling along. He looked as if he might be Tolkachev. Rolf had almost overtaken him. The man was stooped a bit. The plan was to exchange greetings, and if the response was correct, Rolf would know he was Tolkachev. Rolf was uncertain what to do. He might be looking at the wrong man, but there was no harm in using the greeting. If it was the wrong man, the Russian would probably just look quizzically at him and ask what the hell he was talking about. From behind, Rolf said out loud, "Privet от Kati." Or, "Hello from Katya." The man turned around and said clearly, "Perdate privet от Borisa." Or, "Send regards from Boris." That was the coded answer. Rolf smiled slightly, looked at Tolkachev, and extended his hand. Tolkachev shook it. He was wearing a black jacket and a brimmed cap and seemed even smaller than Rolf had anticipated, no more than 5 feet 6 inches tall. His face was chiseled, the nose aquiline, but Rolf noticed it was dented at the top. Rolf's watch said 9 p.m. It was Tolkachev's 8th meeting with the CIA. Rolf knew that his most important goal at this moment was simply to build the kind of trust that Tolkachev had in Gilshire. He kept his first remarks light and reassuring, and he gave Tolkachev an ops note that he had painstakingly drafted in the Moscow station. 3. He noticed right away that Tolkachev did not respond emotionally. His face was impassive. Then Rolf delivered some good news. Tolkachev's special request for the suicide pill had been approved by the CIA in response to his written appeal in June. Gerber had pushed headquarters. What we must not do. Gerber insisted, is allow this question to dominate the operation, and we are frankly concerned that the longer the giving of the special request is delayed, that is what we are going to face. 4. At the news, Tolkachev finally seemed to relax. Rolf said he would deliver the pill at their next meeting. The CIA could put it into a pen or something else that Tolkachev normally carried in his pocket. The Moscow station had been fretting over the choice of concealment. It had to be good enough so it could never be discovered, but easy enough to carry in case of dire emergency. When Rolf asked about it, Tolkachev replied indifferently, saying he didn't have a preference. In the ops note, Rolf said of the suicide pill, I can only hope that it will give you the peace of mind you desire. 5. In the note, Rolf also gave Tolkachev a list of questions to answer that would help in planning for exfiltration, such as clothing and shoe sizes, what medicines he and his family used, what cities or places they were permitted to visit, and when they would go on vacation. Tolkachev was apologetic. In the summer months, it was harder for him to sneak documents out of the institute because he didn't wear an overcoat. He had photographed only 25 rolls of film since the last meeting with Gilshire in June. He passed them to Rolf, along with a 9-page note. Tolkachev was still very worried about the library permission sheet, which carried his signature for so many top-secret documents. He knew it would incriminate him, and he offered a new idea. Earlier, he suggested that the CIA fabricate his building pass in order to defeat the security procedures. Now he wondered, could the CIA also fabricate a copy of his library permission sheet, with just a few signatures? He could find a way to substitute the fake sheet for the real one. Tolkachev handed to Rolf some written diagrams and notes and a photograph to help the CIA make a copy of it. The minutes were ticking away, but Tolkachev had more to say. He told Rolf he had purchased a car, a small, ochre-colored Zhiguli, the Soviet everyman car modeled on the boxy Italian Fiat. Tolkachev wanted to use the car for future meetings. They might be able to talk for a longer stretch without being detected. Who would suspect two friends sitting in a car? Tolkachev told Rolf, briefly, that he was still unhappy with the money the CIA was giving him and promised to write about it later. He reminded the CIA of his patience, however, in the letter he handed to Rolf. I only want to note, one more time, he wrote, that the gradual and dragged out approach from your side to the questions of finances does not affect the general process of my cooperation with you. 15 minutes had already passed, and Tolkachev had one more request. He handed Rolf a piece of paper. When Rolf looked down, he saw it was printed in English in block letters. 1. LED Zeppelin. 2. Pink Floyd. 3. Genesis. 4. Alan Parsons Project. 5. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. 6. Uriah Heep. 7. The WHO. 8. The Beatles. 9. The Yes. 10. Rich Wakeman. 11. Nazareth. 12. Alice Cooper. Tolkachev wanted the CIA to obtain rock music albums for his son, Oleg. He had copied the names down by hand, although he apparently did not know them well. My son, as many of his contemporaries in school, has a passion for Western music, Tolkachev wrote. Besides, I too, in spite of my age, like to listen to this music. He said the records were only available on the black market, but I do not want to use the black market, because you can always end up in an unpredictable situation. He added that the list was to indicate the tastes of my son, but he wanted the most popular musical groups in the West, including the USA. 6. Rolf was nervous because of the squelch he had heard in the park before the meeting. He knew that he and Tolkachev had been together only briefly but decided to cut the meeting short. Tolkachev did not object. They shook hands and departed. Rolf walked away quickly. At this hour in the city, there were not many people on the streets. Rolf returned to the parked VW van, which was waiting for him at a rendezvous point. The chief tech had taken a small surveillance detection run of his own before arriving at the point, just to make sure the KGB was not waiting for them. Once in the van, Rolf gave a thumbs up, wordlessly. The tech reached down to the floor and grabbed a bottle of beer for each of them, a small ritual at the end of every run. It was so cold the beers had nearly frozen. They snapped off the tops, and Rolf, his throat dry from hours on the street, savored the icy beer. Then he put on the beard and wig, and they drove back to the embassy. The last feint in the identity transfer deception was important. They had to close the loop, crossing back into the embassy, undetected. The guards didn't give them a second glance. The gate opened, and Rolf's run was over. A little while later, the Soviet militiamen in the shack took note that David Rolf and his wife left the embassy dinner party for home. 12. Devices and desires. A. T. Last, Tolkachev would get his suicide pill. It arrived at the Moscow station by the regular secure delivery a few weeks after the October meeting in a package about the size of a cigar box. Rolf opened it. Nestled inside was the fountain pen with the L pill, held in place by foam inserts, cut in the shape of a pistol. 1. He gingerly examined the pen, then put it back and locked the box in a file drawer. Soon after, headquarters sent a cable with instructions, in Russian, on how to extract the fragile capsule from inside the pen and bite down on it. 2. In the close-knit Moscow station, everyone shared everything. In Gerber's small office, they talked over plans for a surveillance detection run and new meeting sites they had cased the previous weekend. Sometimes they sketched on a chalkboard or rehearsed how they would handle a phone call in Russian with an agent. In advance of a major operation, wives would join them in the cramped station, sitting on the desks and floor, double-checking disguises and packages, examining maps and routes. When Rolf told the others about Tolkachev's request for Western rock music for his son, they nodded knowingly. They'd seen it all over Moscow. Young people yearning for consumer goods from the West. Cassettes for tape recorders, magazines, nail polish and remover, Polaroid cameras, Scotch tape, T-shirts with English lettering, turtleneck sweaters, running shoes, and countless other things they could not find at home. 3. Tolkachev had also requested a catalog of Western stereo equipment. Why not give it to him? It seemed like such an inconsequential favor for an agent who was delivering massive volumes of intelligence. But Gerber was cold-eyed and not immediately swayed. What if Tolkachev, leading designer at a top-secret Soviet military research institute, was seen by a neighbor carrying albums by Uriah Heep? Or what if the records were spotted in his apartment? Wouldn't that look suspicious? Rolf wrote to headquarters that sudden acquisition of the records might raise eyebrows and demand uncomfortable explanations. He added, "We know that records of the type he has requested are occasionally available in Moscow, on the black market, but the cost is generally high. If we knew his son already had a sizable collection, adding a few more cut by European companies would probably do little harm. We would not, however, want to be his son's sole supplier. The stereo catalog might be easier to hide," he added, "but how his son might handle this windfall is a big unknown. Would Tolkachev next ask them for a turntable and speakers?" The tussle over the L pill was still fresh in everyone's mind. The Moscow station did not want to reject such a simple request from Tolkachev, but they were worried about his security. They decided to pause, tell Tolkachev of their concern in December, and ask him how the records would be handled and stored. If Tolkachev could obtain a reel-to-reel tape player, they thought, the CIA might provide the music on tapes. That would be harder to trace. 4. Day after day, with his Pentax camera clamped to the back of a chair, Tolkachev copied documents. The rolls of 35mm film he gave to Rolf in October produced 920 frames containing 817 pages. Soon, headquarters was pressing Moscow for more at the behest of the customers of intelligence, primarily the Air Force, the Navy, the National Security Agency, and the Defense Intelligence Agency. When he met Gilshire in 1979, Tolkachev had turned over 5 circuit boards from the RP-23 radar project and schematic drawings to go with them. The schematics were rushed to headquarters for translation and the electronics sent elsewhere for inspection and analysis. Now, in the fall of 1980, headquarters wanted Rolf to ask Tolkachev for some additional circuit boards, or pieces of electronic equipment. The military customers were becoming insatiable, Rolf thought. He worried they were pushing so hard they might endanger Tolkachev's security. Rolf had always respected the logic in Tolkachev's method, removing documents, then returning them the same day. Nobody was the wiser once the papers were safely back in the files. But hardware was another story. If a piece of hardware was missing, because it could not be replaced, an internal investigation would most certainly result. This demand for electronics and spare parts could sink them. Gerber resisted a suggestion from headquarters that they give Tolkachev a wish list of electronic parts. Just because Tolkachev had passed a piece of equipment one time in the past does not shed any light on his continued access, his ability to remove such equipment safely, or the degree of risk involved, he wrote. If they pressed Tolkachev for more spare parts, Gerber added, he might consider that we are squeezing him and consequently become either more demanding or more difficult. Or, Gerber speculated, Tolkachev might get reckless and take chances to steal more circuit boards, endangering his security. Armed with a list of specific material requirements, CKS is type of person who may manufacture transparent and dangerously insecure means to procure the items. Gerber suggested that they simply ask Tolkachev at the next meeting whether he could get his hands on any more electronics and added, we believe it is of major importance to ensure that Tolkachev does nothing to harm his security. 5. On Monday, December 8, 1980, at 8:25 p.m., Rolf went to see Tolkachev in a wooded park at the Moscow Zoo, located near Tolkachev's apartment building. Tolkachev often passed the zoo while walking to work. They had planned the meeting months earlier, and Rolf wanted to stick to the schedule, even though superpower hostility seemed to be ratcheting up again. On November 4, Ronald Reagan had been elected 40th President of the United States. Then, in early December, there had been a scare over a possible Soviet invasion of Poland. In the end, Soviet troops didn't cross the border, but the Moscow station was braced for heavy KGB surveillance. Rolf was determined to go ahead with the meeting. Just get it right on the street, Gerber told Rolf. That night, the park seemed empty. Rolf intended to spend more time with Tolkachev than he had during the hurried meeting in October. Rolf carried with him a shopping bag, typical for any Russian on the street, with parcels wrapped to look like ordinary purchases of a Muscovite on the lookout for food and goods. Tolkachev seemed relaxed. They strolled in the park like two old friends. Rolf was listening for surveillance on his SRR-100 radio but heard nothing. His eyes scanned the park for unwanted attention, but all was quiet. The park was so close to Tolkachev's apartment tower that Rolf could see it rise above the tree line. Rolf reached into his shopping bag and gave Tolkachev the wrapped pen. Inside was the L pill and the instructions. This is what you wanted, the means for self-destruction, he said. He did not see the point of emphasizing once again that he hoped Tolkachev would never have to use it. Tolkachev looked pleased that at last he had the suicide pill in his pocket. Rolf asked him to examine the concealment at some later date and tell the CIA if he wanted something different from a fountain pen. The CIA's technical division had worked for months to replicate the library permission sheet and the building pass for Tolkachev. Rolf gave Tolkachev the fakes, based on the drawings and photographs Tolkachev had provided in October. It was too dark to see them, but Rolf asked Tolkachev to examine them and report back later. The CIA had replicated the library permission sheet with just a few signatures. The fake building pass was not as urgent, but Rolf still hoped it might prove useful. He also remembered to bring batteries for Tolkachev's Pentax camera, small flat discs that were scarce in Moscow. Tolkachev was delighted. Rolf felt that his reaction said a lot about the man. Tolkachev was intent on photographing as much as possible, and the batteries would allow him to keep working without interruption. Worried about Tolkachev's security, Rolf proposed some new procedures. On the day of a planned meeting, he said, Tolkachev must first signal he was ready by turning on the light in his kitchen between 12:15 and 1 p.m. The Moscow station would send someone out, maybe one of the wives, to check. The signal was code-named Svet, or light, and visible from the street. If the light was off, the CIA would not come to a meeting. Rolf also gave Tolkachev new plans for an emergency call-out, once a month, to be used for an impromptu meeting only if absolutely necessary. It was dangerous, but if Tolkachev had urgent developments or faced a real threat, it might be worth the risk. Rolf also suggested they set up a signal site at a market near the zoo. When Tolkachev's car was parked in a designated spot by the market at a preordained hour, it would indicate he was ready for a meeting. For the first time, Rolf described to Tolkachev the capability of Discus, the CIA's agent communications device. He explained that the handheld units would allow them to send burst messages on the street while standing some distance away from each other, say several hundred meters apart. The device gave them a way to pass intelligence wordlessly and without actually meeting each other. Tolkachev brightened at the prospect of using it. Rolf said he would attempt to have Discus ready for the next meeting. As they walked, Rolf asked Tolkachev whether he could get more circuit boards or electronic parts like those he gave to Gilshire a year earlier. Would it even be possible? Was it safe? Instead of brushing off the request, as Rolf assumed he might, Tolkachev said matter-of-factly that it was possible. He asked Rolf if the CIA could prepare a list. As it happened, Rolf already had one, sent from headquarters in the weeks before, and he gave it to Tolkachev. Rolf didn't ask him to look at it. They could barely see in the dark. Rolf then spoke to Tolkachev about the CIA's worries over the rock music, approaching it gently, not wanting to trigger any anger or disappointment. If the albums were discovered, Rolf said, he was afraid they could get Tolkachev into trouble. How would he explain them? Are they available on the black market? Where do you plan to keep them? Will you have to hide them from friends and visitors to the apartment? Would your son's friends start asking uncomfortable questions? Tolkachev grew animated, and his eyes flashed self-confidence. He told Rolf that he would have no difficulty explaining the presence of the albums in his apartment. They are all available on the black market in Moscow, he explained, but he was personally reluctant to go there. Tolkachev said he would accept the music on tape, if necessary, and told Rolf he already owned a Hitachi cassette player, about 3 years old, which he had purchased at a commissiony magazine, a store where people could sell their possessions on consignment, usually clothes but occasionally electronics. Time was running out. Tolkachev gave Rolf a 10-page handwritten note, in which he proposed to finally settle the issue of his compensation. 6. At the last minute, Rolf remembered there was an urgent question from headquarters. In August 1980, the United States had revealed the existence of stealth technology, making airplanes nearly invisible to radar. What did Tolkachev know about the Soviet response to the American stealth airplanes? And was there a Soviet stealth? Tolkachev said he had heard of the invisible airplane, but didn't know the answer and didn't want to pass on information to Rolf about which he was uncertain. They had been walking for 20 minutes. Rolf reached into his bag and pulled out two slender books in Russian as New Year's gifts from the CIA. One was a tract by Andrei Sakharov, the nuclear physicist turned dissident, whom Tolkachev admired. The other was a thin volume by Anatoly Fedoseev, a prominent Soviet radar and electronics designer who had developed the vacuum tubes that were used in land-based radars that ringed the Soviet Union. Fedoseev had received the highest state awards, including Hero of Socialist Labor and the Lenin Prize. He went to France in May 1971 as a ranking member of a Soviet delegation to the Paris Air Show, then defected to the United Kingdom. His disillusionment with the Soviet system had closely paralleled Tolkachev's: the shortages, the dysfunction, the failures of socialism. Fedoseev described it in a book, titled Trap, that Rolf now handed to Tolkachev. Sakharov had defected, ideologically, from the Soviet system. Fedoseev had defected physically. Tolkachev had defected, too, in his own way, landing hammer blows from within. He thanked Rolf, but his voice trailed off. The hour was late. They shook hands, and he disappeared. 7. At CIA headquarters, a turning point came in early 1981. Reagan entered office determined to ignite a sense of activism and renewed energy in the CIA, an instrument in his larger campaign to aggressively confront the Soviet Union. In a shift from the doubts of the Carter years, Reagan's approach to the world was unapologetically muscular and grounded in a belief in American exceptionalism, that the United States was the last best hope of man on earth, as he often declared. Those who risked their lives for the United States around the globe, sailors, soldiers, aviators, and intelligence officers, carried a special mystique for Reagan. He believed, as the aviation pioneer General James Doolittle had suggested a generation before, that it was worthy to go to almost any length to protect freedom in the face of totalitarianism. To lead the CIA, Reagan chose William J. Casey, a New York lawyer and Republican stalwart who had served in the Office of Strategic Services in London during World War II and been chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission in the Nixon years. Casey, who served as Reagan's 1980 campaign manager, was a rumpled, slightly stooped figure with wisps of white hair. His speech was often slurred and hard to decipher. But he was possessed of a rigid certainty about what he wanted to do. His appointment signaled a desire for espionage that was more daring and forward-leaning. While Turner had sought to minimize risks, Casey relished taking them. While Turner had distrusted human sources, Casey demanded recruitment of more agents. 8. Casey also shared Reagan's enduring antipathy toward Soviet communism, which dominated his thinking and drove his judgments. On a cold morning in Washington, January 15, 1981, 5 days before Reagan was to take the oath, Turner, the outgoing CIA director, arrived at Blair House, the historic guest quarters across the street from the White House, where Reagan was staying. He was met by Reagan, the Vice President-elect, George H. W. Bush, who had been CIA director before Turner, and Casey. The occasion was Turner's final intelligence briefing, to share with the new president the nation's most closely guarded and sensitive intelligence secrets. As they sat in a private room, Turner outlined a covert action program in Afghanistan to support the fighters opposing the Soviet occupation. He described how U.S. Navy submarines had secretly tapped Soviet underwater communications cables. These were truly audacious operations. But the jewel of all jewels, he told Reagan, was a human source who worked in a Moscow military research institute. He not only provided hard documentation of Soviet radar and avionics capabilities in the present but also revealed research and development a decade into the future. His name was Adolf Tolkachev, and his intelligence was worth billions. 9. 2 months later, on March 10, 1981, the beat-up old beige and green Volkswagen van rattled out of the U.S. Embassy compound in Moscow. Once again in disguise, Rolf slipped past the guards. His mission, to meet Tolkachev, was extremely delicate because he was carrying Discus, the CIA's electronic messaging device. Rolf did not want to get caught with it, nor did he want the KGB to ever lay their hands on one. For 50 minutes, he watched for possible surveillance from the van, zigzagging around town. Rolf heard some KGB transmissions on his radio, but they seemed unrelated to him. He then took off the disguise, stepped onto the street, and walked for an hour, listening carefully and watching. No signs of surveillance anywhere. At 9:05 p.m., he arrived at a meeting site, code-named Anna, located in a park, and spotted Tolkachev, standing at a phone booth. He and Tolkachev began to walk and talk, choosing paths randomly through the park. A few people walking dogs and just strolling saw them but paid no attention. 10. Rolf informed Tolkachev that the CIA had accepted his plan for the money. It was a deal, no questions asked. Tolkachev seemed satisfied and said no more about it. Tolkachev reported that the CIA's replica of the library permission sheet was excellent. He had already replaced it, but the building pass was still not right. The color of the cover was off, it would not work. The cover and the inside page holding his photograph were made of different materials that the CIA had not adequately replicated. Nor did they properly reproduce the color of the swirls on the inside paper. Rolf handed Tolkachev another parcel. Inside, he said, you'll find the electronic priber, the electronic equipment, or the discus. Be very careful, Rolf insisted, and read all the instructions before using it. Rolf repeated, read the instructions, and Tolkachev said he understood. Rolf also emphasized that discus was for use when there was an urgent message that could not wait until their next meeting. He tried to keep the tone upbeat and confident. We want you to use it, he said, perhaps over the summer when we are not meeting regularly. 11. Rolf did not reveal to Tolkachev that he and Gerber had serious doubts about whether discus would be useful at all. In the Moscow station, one of the most basic principles of espionage was don't ever carry out operational acts without a solid justification. The discus required operational acts, but for what? Tolkachev's great value was in the thousands of documents he copied, not short electronic bursts. As a practical matter, the CIA never had time to train Tolkachev or practice on the device with him. 12. Gerber and Hathaway argued back and forth for months about discus. Hathaway was a headstrong believer. The CIA's prized spy in Warsaw, Ryszard Kuklinski, was given an earlier version, called Iskra. Despite some malfunctions, Kuklinski used it to warn the CIA in January 1981 that plans were being drawn up for the Polish military in the event of martial law. In response, Hathaway sent a congratulatory note to the Warsaw station. I hope this is the first of many, many more to come, he wrote. Later, after a second Kuklinski transmission, headquarters cabled to the Warsaw station that the spy, obviously likes his new toy. 13. Hathaway felt that Tolkachev would like it too. The dream, to use technology for covert communications, was broadly shared among operational people at headquarters. They always attempted to push beyond where the KGB might be looking. In covert communications, that sometimes meant deploying an early version of technology, like the discus. The thinking was that the most secret of all technologies is the one that the other person doesn't suspect exists. 14. But Gerber responded that it was never that simple. Moscow case officers were under surveillance far more than in Warsaw. Why scramble a station officer for a message that might say, "Hello, all is fine"? Despite the doubts, the Moscow station complied with Hathaway's request. The discus was now in Tolkachev's hands. Rolf also gave him 42 AA batteries. Tolkachev handed over 55 rolls of 35mm film that he had taken since their last meeting. He told Rolf that he might have only 5 to 10 more rolls by June and didn't anticipate much production over the summer. With the warm weather, he could not wear the overcoat to hide the documents at lunchtime. He also planned a month-long vacation. Rolf knew that a lot of what Tolkachev planned to steal for the CIA had already been taken, well ahead of his own 7-stage, 12-year schedule. 15. But just as Tolkachev reached this point, the appetite at headquarters was mushrooming. They seemed to want Tolkachev to produce 50 or 100 rolls of film every time. Rolf was irritated at the demands but could see what was happening. Tolkachev's material was so valuable back at Langley that he was literally paying the rent, justifying the CIA's operational budget, and helping the agency satisfy the military customers. So headquarters was naturally inclined to push the envelope. They asked, "Can he just check out a few more things?" Rolf felt that Tolkachev had single-handedly built a Brooklyn Bridge, and now headquarters wanted him to build a Golden Gate Bridge as well. Still, Rolf carried a letter that had been sent by headquarters, with a list of 45 wide-ranging questions about Soviet weapons systems. He gave it to Tolkachev and asked for answers at their next meeting. Tolkachev told Rolf that the concealment for the L pill, the pen, was just fine and no changes were necessary. Rolf noticed that Tolkachev's greeting had been warmer than before. When they met in the park, they grasped each other's arm, firmly. Tolkachev was talkative. All was well with his family and his work, he said. Rolf thought, he may be starting to trust me. Headquarters had instructed Rolf to avoid talking about exfiltration. They wanted to keep Tolkachev in the Soviet Union as long as possible. But Tolkachev would not let go of the idea. In a speculative moment, he came up with a wild, dreamy plan and tried it out on Rolf, who could not quite believe what he was hearing. "Now, if you can have a special airplane that will fly in and pick me up, you could land it in a field someplace in the woods, and we would come running out of the woods, and get in the plane and take us out," Tolkachev said. It was totally unrealistic, Rolf thought. This was the Soviet Union, heavily armed. No American spy plane was going to successfully glide onto a field and carry Tolkachev away. But at least Tolkachev was talking to him and showing a human side. Rolf reached into the bag and gave Tolkachev his last parcel, which contained 7 cassettes with the recorded music he had requested. The CIA had bought the cassettes in Eastern Europe, so they could not be traced. Tolkachev was thrilled. They had been talking for only 15 minutes, but to Rolf it had a slow-motion feel, as if they had been chatting for an hour. They agreed to meet again in the autumn, after Tolkachev's summer vacation. Tolkachev gave Rolf a 7-page ops note, handwritten. Once again, Tolkachev slipped away into the darkness, and Rolf returned to the embassy as the shaggy-haired tech in the Volkswagen van passenger seat. The next day, Rolf sent an account of the meeting to headquarters. He felt more than ever that he needed to emphasize how Tolkachev's eyes lit up when he talked about the music and why that was important for the operation. He wrote that it was truly interesting and revealing how Tolkachev changed from his usual unemotional demeanor when this came up. All of his interest in music is always explained in terms of his son's affinity for it, Rolf reported. Although certainly not to the point of an obsession, his concern over seeing this request through to the end is near paramount. One gets the impression that as a father he has not always been able to provide everything he might like for his son, and through this channel sees an opportunity to do something very special that he could never otherwise hope to obtain. If the CIA could help Tolkachev with this, Rolf said, there was a chance our stock will rise proportionately in his eyes. Tolkachev was so enthusiastic that he asked the CIA for the English texts of each of the songs contained on the cassettes. Rolf acknowledged, this is a somewhat unusual request and certainly unorthodox, but said Tolkachev made it, in all seriousness, and there would be little additional risk to carrying it out. 16. In his written ops note, Tolkachev apologized that he could not obtain any more circuit boards or electronic parts from radar equipment. None were available, and even if they were, the risks would be too high. Rolf felt his duty was to explain Tolkachev to headquarters, to be an advocate, just as Gilshire had been. Faced with unceasing demands from headquarters for more production, Rolf wanted to impress upon them that Tolkachev was not a robot with a Pentax camera. He was a man who felt isolated and often needed to let off steam and feel rewarded. On April 2, 1981, Rolf sent an interpretive cable to headquarters. He wrote that Tolkachev displays definite tones of frustration and discouragement when he discusses his personal requests. He added that, in Tolkachev's mind, if the CIA now trusts him with sophisticated technical gear like the miniature tropal cameras and discus, then, we should equally trust him and his sense of responsibility with the items which clearly mean something to him, that is his personal requests. Those items included the music cassettes and a pair of Western stereo headphones, which Tolkachev had also requested in his ops note. Headphones and music cassettes would not stand out. They could be seen in some Moscow apartments. We have increasingly come to the conclusion that in addition to the system, motivation, CKS is motivated by certain material impulses and particularly wants to reward his son with some benefits, Rolf wrote. 17. His message, in short, don't quibble over a pair of headphones for the billion-dollar spy. In June 1981, headquarters, ever dreaming that technology would provide the extra edge over the KGB, sent an entirely new communications device to the Moscow station. It was, supposedly, even better than the discus and would finally give the CIA an invisible and secure channel for messages to and from agents. The messaging system would connect directly from a ground transmitter to an American satellite. The discus was strictly terrestrial. It could work for a few hundred meters, from man to man. But the new system, although bulky, could send a message straight from curbside to satellite and directly to the United States. It was based on U.S. Marisat satellites that had been launched in 1976 for ship-to-shore communications. Headquarters sent a cable to the Moscow station, suggesting they give the advanced new device to Tolkachev. The suggestion came just as new reports were arriving about a possible Soviet invasion of Poland. At headquarters, the CIA was seriously worried that a fresh crisis in Poland might lead to a dramatic break in U.S.-Soviet relations and perhaps an abrupt closure of the Moscow station. How would they maintain contact with Tolkachev? Headquarters insisted that the Moscow station think ahead and be prepared. Gerber believed a break in relations was far-fetched, but he could not ignore the insistent messages from Langley. Gerber's doubts about the new device ran deep, just as they had with the discus. The whole Tolkachev operation has been geared for the long run, he insisted in a cable to Hathaway. A meeting schedule was already in place for the next 15 months, more than sufficient in the event of tensions or surveillance. Tolkachev was providing intelligence of long-range benefit to our government and it's not day-to-day intelligence. Gerber added, firmly, while we cannot predict there will not be an interruption in station ability to function here that will last longer than a year, there has been nothing we have seen which would indicate that an invasion of Poland would result in the breaking of diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union. 18. Privately, Gerber was fuming. He had good personal contacts in Moscow and had been talking to a Polish diplomat. He felt confident the Soviets were not going to invade. But headquarters was pushing him to do something. So on June 24 the station prepared a contingency plan and a letter for Tolkachev, to be delivered only if events dictated. The plan was to give him the new communications device, just in case. 2 days later, headquarters proposed a major change. Enthusiastic about the new communications device, they suggested that Tolkachev return the discus and use the satellite system for all communications, in between personal meetings, whether or not station stays or goes. In fact, Tolkachev had not used the discus once since he first received it. He had not even marked a signal that he wanted to use it. 19. Gerber and Rolf quickly sent a protest back to headquarters. Again, they did not think the station was going to be kicked out of Moscow. They had serious reservations about using the new satellite device for all communications, starting with the fact that there had not yet been a single successful test of the machine from Moscow. 2 attempts had failed. Besides, they pointed out, it wasn't simple to get the discus back. They couldn't very well call the apartment and ask Tolkachev to just bring it to a meeting. Gerber and Rolf were annoyed. They said Tolkachev's silence was probably because he was following to the letter their instructions to use it only for emergencies. Tolkachev is an intelligent and resourceful individual who appreciates the risk involved in frequent contact and unnecessary ops activity, they wrote. He just was being careful. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the promise of the new satellite message system vanished. It failed more tests. The Moscow station told headquarters, we are becoming less optimistic, that the machine was right for Tolkachev. Not least of the reasons was that it didn't seem to work. 20. When headquarters developed the 55 rolls of film Tolkachev had given Rolf in the park, 6 were blank. It might have been a glitch. Rolf didn't want to bother Tolkachev about it but made a mental note to bring him a new Pentax camera body at the next meeting. 21. On the remainder of the film, the CIA found sparkling new gems from inside Soviet vaults. 7 rolls of film documented a top-secret surface-to-air missile code named Shtura, or blind, as in a window shade, designed to be not detectable by target aircraft, because of its advanced and complex jam-proofing and secure operating procedures. Other roles covered topics in computer logic for radar systems and provided the CIA with a set of logs of secret technical reports as they arrived at Tolkachev's institute in 1978, 1979, and 1980, which would allow the Americans to accurately judge the state of Soviet military high technology. 22. The billion-dollar spy had come through again. CIA headquarters dispatched to the Moscow station a pair of German-made stereo headphones, catalogs for stereo systems, and albums by Alice Cooper, Nazareth, and Uriah Heep. 13. Tormented by the past. H. His family and friends called him Otic. His eyes were the color of ash, under a broad forehead and thick brown hair, with a crook in the bridge of his nose from a boyhood hockey accident. He stood about 5 feet 6 inches tall. Tolkachev seemed a quiet fellow to those who knew him. He liked tinkering with electronics and enjoyed building things with his hands, holding a soldering iron or wood plane, fixing a radio, or hammering together a cold frame. Tolkachev was so reserved that he never told his son what he did at work or took the boy to his office. But inwardly, his mind was not at ease. He was haunted by a dark chapter of Soviet history, and he wanted revenge. 1. Tolkachev was 54 years old in 1981. He suffered from high blood pressure and tried to pay attention to his health, jogging in the spring, summer, and fall and skiing in the winter. He drank alcohol only rarely. He was usually up before dawn, especially in the long winter, according to letters he wrote to the CIA. Every other day during the week, he got out of bed at 5 a.m. and went for a run outdoors, if it wasn't raining or biting cold. He usually took the main elevator down to the ground floor and pushed open the heavy door onto the tree-lined square, Rolf, Ploshchad Bostania, or Square of the Uprising, commemorating the revolts against the Russian Tsar and later the Bolshevik Revolution. Day after day, he ran the same route. First across the square toward the broad boulevard known as the Garden Ring Road, then a right turn toward the U.S. Embassy, past the guard shacks that stood in front of the embassy, then another right turn, down a small lane and the spot where, 3 years earlier, he had handed a letter to Hathaway, in the shadow of a small Russian Orthodox church. 2. Tolkachev knew these streets well. He had walked and run them tirelessly in earlier years, searching for cars with license plates indicating they belonged to American diplomats, hoping to drop a note through an open window. In a letter to the CIA, Tolkachev described himself as a morning person. You probably know, he wrote, that people are sometimes divided into two different types of personalities, skylarks and owls. The first have no trouble getting up in the morning but start getting sleepy as evening approaches. The latter are just the opposite. I belong to the skylarks, my wife and son to the owls. Quote. After his jog, Tolkachev said, he usually woke his wife and son and made them breakfast. Natasha, who worked in the antenna department of the institute, was a heavy-set woman, and she often left for work before Tolkachev, in order to catch the bus. Tolkachev liked to walk to work, through the back streets. Their son was growing fast and stood 5 inches taller than his father. Oleg had not been a rebellious teenager, but his interests ran more toward his mother's side, arts, culture, music, and design, than toward his father's penchant for electronics and engineering. Oleg attended a special school that emphasized English instruction. He was already reading Kipling and Asimov and was consumed with Western rock music. Oleg liked his son's music, even if he had only a very weak understanding of English. He was personally fond of jazz, which had been somewhat subversive in Soviet times. Oleg tried to bridge the age gap with his teenage son. They went skiing together in the winter, and in the summer months the family often roughed it on camping trips around the Soviet Union. Once they went to the Baltic Sea, and another year to Lake Valdai. Because he held a security clearance, Tolkachev could not get permission to travel abroad. I always go with my wife and son, Tolkachev wrote to the CIA of his vacations. We usually rest in wooded areas on rivers or lakes in a primitive manner, i.e., in camping tent, we cook on a campfire, etc. This year we also plan to go camping with a tent and backpacks. He added, I consider that I have the normal attachment to the family that exists in mankind. Tolkachev's imposing apartment building featured a 22-story central tower with a spire, flanked by two 18-floor wings. Those who lived there included Mikhail Gromov, who set a world record flying over the North Pole, Georgy Lobov, a decorated World War II and Korean War fighter ace, and Sergei Onokhin, renowned for his pioneering aviation feats, such as putting a MiG-15 into a supersonic dive. Valentin Glushko, the principal designer of Soviet rocket engines, also lived there, as did Vasily Mishin, who led the Soviet effort, ultimately unsuccessful, to build a lunar rocket. They were the Soviet aviation and missile elite. 3. But Tolkachev was a loner. He had once socialized with workers at his laboratory, he told the CIA, but now, possibly because of age, all these friendly conversations started to tire me and I have practically ceased such activities. He wrote, during the past 10 to 15 years the number of my personal friends has sharply decreased. They are not out of commission. But my contacts with them have become very rare and accidental. Tolkachev's apartment was quite comfortable, with 2 rooms, a small kitchen, a bath, and a toilet. Above the kitchen door was the crawl space, or entresol, which ran 13 feet long and about 3 feet high. In this space, he stored his camping tent, sleeping bags, and building materials, as well as his spy equipment from the CIA. His wife, slightly shorter than Odik, was not agile or tall enough to reach it, and his son had no reason to. Tolkachev kept his tools in the entresol, a gauge for checking current, a soldering iron, and wire. For wood projects, he had stowed away his drill, plane, and saw. There were 3 other storage areas in the apartment, all of which he had built. Odik was 30 years old when he married, late for a young Russian man of his generation. His wife was then 22 years old. Tolkachev wrote to the CIA, I apparently belong to those who love once. 4. Odik and Natasha lived and worked in the closed cocoon of the military-industrial complex, a sprawling archipelago of ministries, institutes, factories, and testing ranges. Tolkachev had the highest level access to state secrets. Their way of thinking and their public behavior were governed by survival in the Soviet party state system, which dictated conformity. By day, they played by the rules. By night, their private feelings were vastly different. Their thinking was forged in a profound moment of sorrow and loss in Natasha's childhood, during Stalin's purges of 1937, a loss that propelled Odik into the world of espionage. Natasha's father, Ivan Kuzmin, was editor-in-chief of the newspaper Lyokaya Industria, or light industry. He put a splash of happiness on page 1 of the paper for New Year's Day 1937, a photograph that might have come from any family, including his own, an outsized image of a beaming mother, arms hoisting high a toddler with an enormous smile and grasping a doll in one hand. A festive New Year's tree stood behind them. The photograph radiates confidence in the future, but it is opposed an artificial buoyancy. The child's arm is outstretched, beckoning like Lenin. It is accompanied by flowery commentary which declared that the Soviet Union was being directed by the life-giving force of socialism, the Bolshevik Party, and Stalin's genius. 5. The newspaper was the daily chronicle of the textile industry, crammed with material from factory workers, directors, and occasionally Communist Party officials. Much of it was simply letters from worker correspondents, each known as a Rabker, who wrote short bits and pieces about mills and factories, ideas for improved efficiency, and the use of technology and equipment. The front page often featured a large photograph of a young weaver and her success story, how she started her career at a mill, gained experience and skills, and one day suggested and introduced a method that enormously boosted efficiency. The paper printed a mixture of genuine commentary by workers and party exhortations at a time when the Soviet centrally planned economy was in a breakneck phase of industrialization. A headline declared, "It is important to achieve a decisive breakthrough in the implementation of the plan." When a high-ranking party official or minister gave a speech, the paper often published the transcript on page 1. Page 2 carried daily tables of production, how much cotton, flax, hemp, jute, wool, silk, leather, and other materials were produced where. The third page was almost fully devoted to the ideas and suggestions of workers about how to increase production, and the newspaper was expanding its horizons to cover all aspects of light industry. Kuzmin, then 36 years old, never signed articles. He appears to have been more like a moderator among competing voices, selecting the Ravker reports and perhaps writing the unsigned front-page editorials. A member of the Communist Party, he had been editor for 4 years. The paper, created in 1932 in a merger of other publications for textile workers, carried reports and correspondence from all kinds of people, weavers, engineers, and factory directors. But it was still a mouthpiece of the party state. In January 1937, readers could not miss the darkening clouds. The newspaper's front page carried exhaustive coverage of the second of 3 Moscow show trials. Stalin was brutally snuffing out his rivals one by one, a harbinger of the coming Great Terror. In the first trial, in August 1936, 16 defendants, including the Bolshevik revolutionaries Lev Kamenev and Grigory Zinoviev, were accused of disloyalty and conspiring with Stalin's exiled rival, Leon Trotsky. All of the defendants were sentenced to death and shot. The second trial focused on 17 defendants who were considered lesser leaders of the plot. 13 of them were later executed and the rest sent to labor camps. Kuzmin's newspaper published all the materials of the second trial, including full transcripts of the interrogations and reactions from readers. "Destroy the villains," one reader wrote. "Shoot the fascist hirelings, despicable traitors. This is the unanimous demand of the working people of the USSR," declared another. When the defendants were convicted on January 30, the newspaper published the text of the verdict. On February 1, the newspaper declared that Soviet workers greeted the verdict of the Trotsky gang with deep satisfaction. 6. The truth was far different. Fear by night, and a feverish effort by day to pretend enthusiasm for a system of lies, was the permanent condition of the Soviet citizen, wrote the historian Robert Conquest. 7. The terror of 1936-8 was an almost uniquely devastating blow inflicted by a government on its own population, and the charges against the millions of victims were almost without exception entirely false. Stalin personally ordered, inspired and organized the operation. 8. On May 1, 1937, the Politburo members who were standing next to Stalin on the reviewing stand for traditional May Day celebrations in Red Square seemed to be unusually nervous, moving uneasily from one foot to the next. The reason for their anxiety: one of them was suddenly missing. Jan Rudzutik, a former full member of the Politburo, had disappeared, arrested at a supper party after a theater performance. The secret police detained everyone at the party, too. 3 months later, 4 of the women were still in prison in their bedraggled evening dresses. After Rudzutak's arrest, the next echelon of Moscow's administrative and party elite began to vanish. An atmosphere of fear hung over the party and government offices, Conquest wrote. People disappeared on their way to their jobs in the morning. Every day, another Central Committee member or vice chairman of a People's Commissariat or one of their more important underlings was disappearing. 9. After slicing through the party elite, the purges expanded later in the summer and into the autumn of 1937, wave after wave of suspicion, denunciation, arrest, and execution. One of the largest was the Kulak operation, referring to the more prosperous farmers who had been forced off their land during Stalin's disastrous forced collectivization of agriculture, more than 1.8 million of them sent to prison camps. Now nearing the end of the standard 8-year term, the kulaks were soon to return. Stalin feared a wave of disgruntled and embittered people coming home. The hammer fell with a secret police order, No. 00447, in July 1937, which set the pattern for the mass killings of the following 2 years. The document ordered arrests by quota, thousands and thousands at a time, in specific categories, such as kulaks, criminals and other anti-Soviet elements. The categories were so broad as to apply to almost anyone. People were arrested and executed for the slightest indiscretion, so they became extremely guarded in what they said in public. A single stray comment could be reported and lead to arrest, the charges entirely arbitrary. Tens of thousands of people were swept up suddenly, for no reason, from all walks of life. 10. The NKVD, forerunner to the KGB, divided all suspected enemies of the state into two categories: those who were shot, and those who were sent away to the camps for 10 years. This was the biggest of the mass campaigns and accounted for half of all arrests and more than half of all executions, 376,202 persons killed, in the 2-year period. 11. The administrative class was sacked, arrested, and executed. In 1937, government ministers, known as commissars, for foreign trade, internal trade, heavy industry, education, justice, sea and river transport, and light industry were all removed and arrested. 12. There was so much paranoia that anyone who visited or knew someone who lived abroad could be suspect as an enemy of the people. Denunciations were often made recklessly and maliciously and could quickly lead to death. Today, a man only talks freely with his wife at night, with the blankets pulled over his head, said the writer Isaac Babel, who himself was arrested in the spring of 1939, charged with anti-Soviet activity and espionage, and shot in 1940. 13. In 1937, Ivan Kuzmin, the newspaper editor, and his wife, Sofia Efimovna Vamdas, lived at 14 Starokimanovsky Perulok, a small lane in the heart of Moscow. Their apartment was located half an hour's walk from the Kremlin. Sofia was also a Communist Party member and worked as head of the planning department in the Ministry of the Timber Industry. She was born in 1903 into a bourgeois Jewish family in Kremenchug, a town on the Dnieper River, in the Ukraine, once part of the Jewish Pale of Settlement. 14. The town was known for timber and grain exports. Her father, Efim, had fled to Europe and was prospering as a businessman in Denmark. Efim had 2 daughters, Sophia and Esfir, both of whom lived in Moscow. Sophia went to visit her father in 1937, and that was the beginning of the end. He was a capitalist and a foreigner, more than enough to generate suspicion. On September 17, the secret police came to apartment 35. They arrested Sophia, then 34 years old. The charge was that she belonged to a subversive Trotskyist organization in the timber industry. 15. When she was taken away and the door closed, she left behind a daughter, her only child, who was 2 years old. 6 days later, the secret police came for Ivan. He had refused to denounce Sophia. He was not at home. They found him at the apartment of a friend. He was taken to Moscow's notorious Buderskaya prison and charged with participation in an anti-Soviet terrorist organization. 16. Sophia and Ivan never saw each other again. Her visit to her father in Denmark had prompted someone to denounce her. It is not known who, or what was said, but considering that her father was in private business and lived overseas, that was probably sufficient. Her trial was held on December 10, 1937, and she was convicted of subversion. She was executed immediately. The shootings usually took place at night. In a frenzy of terror, vast numbers of people were sentenced each day, sometimes several hundred, and shot. According to Conquest, 2 days after Sophia was executed, on December 12, 1937, Stalin and his premier, Vyacheslav Molotov, approved 3,167 death sentences, and then went to watch a movie. Not all the executions were approved at such a high level. On a day in October, the secret police chief, Nikolai Yezhov, and another official considered 551 names and sentenced every one of them to be shot. 17. Ivan had been arrested for participation in an anti-Soviet terrorist organization, and convicted for sabotage and refusing to inform on others. He steadfastly refused to turn in anyone or to plead guilty. In March 1939, he was sentenced to 10 years in the prison camps. He was a son of peasants and was sent to a labor camp in the coalfields of Vorkuta, 1,200 miles from Moscow and 100 miles north of the Arctic Circle. He was held incommunicado, no letters allowed. Their toddler daughter was sent to a state orphanage. So many people had been declared enemies of the people in those years that the orphanages were overflowing. 18. The daughter was fortunate in one respect. Her parents had retained a nanny, whose name was Dunya. Out of compassion and perhaps fear, Dunya moved with the little girl from institution to institution as she grew up in the years after the arrests and the execution of her mother. 19. In 1947, Ivan was released from the prison camp, having served 10 years. But he did not return to Moscow right away. Still fearing arrest, he moved from city to city. Only after Stalin died in 1953 did he feel it was safe to come home and was reunited with his daughter, then 18 years old. They were together only a few years. On March 23, 1955, Ivan Kuzmin was rehabilitated for failure to prove a charge. But he did not live long after that. On December 10, 1956, he died of a brain disease in Moscow. 20. The daughter of Sophia and Ivan, who suffered a childhood without parents because of Stalin's purges, married Adolf Tolkachev the year after her father died. Natalia Ivanovna Kuzmina was brimming with strong emotions. She managed to stay out of trouble, but those who worked with her knew of her feelings. She read the banned writer Boris Pasternak and the poet Osip Mandelstam. When Alexander Solzhenitsyn's novel, One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, was published in 1962 in Novy Mir, a literary journal, she was the first in the family to devour it. Later, when possession of Solzhenitsyn's unpublished works was more dangerous, she was unafraid to pass around copies in samizdat. In 1968, after the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, there was a rush in Soviet workplaces to pass resolutions supporting the action. She was the only person in her group to vote no. She was, in the words of a supervisor, unable to be insincere. 21. Her long ordeal and her deep antipathy to the Soviet party state became Tolkachev's, too. Odik was 14 years old the night that German bombers attacked Moscow, July 21, 1941. The city in those years was a tinderbox, largely constructed out of wood, and the German planes dropped 104 tons of high explosive and 46,000 incendiary bombs, killing 130 persons, the first in a wave of aerial bombings that would go on until the following April. The Soviet capital was defended by over 600 large searchlights and 800 anti-aircraft guns but only primitive radars. 22. The bombings showed how the Soviet Union desperately needed improved radar, and the emerging technology of radar became the central focus of young Tolkachev's career. Adolf Georgievich Tolkachev was born on January 6, 1927, in what was then the Soviet Socialist Kazakh Republic, now Kazakhstan. His family moved to Moscow when he was 2 years old. Little is known about his parents or his brother, who had only a 10th grade education and worked as an electrical mechanic on the railroads. Odik went to a vocational school, the equivalent of a high school, where he studied electronics, finishing in 1948. He then went to the Kharkiv Polytechnic Institute in the Ukraine, completing his studies in 1954 in the radio technical department, chiefly about radar. In those days, students had no choice where they would work. Under an assignment system in the centrally planned economy known as Raspredaleni, they were directed to jobs. 23. Tolkachev was assigned to a military research facility, the Scientific Research Institute for Radio Engineering, known by its Russian acronym, NIIR. It was later given an additional name, Physotron Scientific Design Association, or simply Physotron. The institute was made up of 24 structures crowded into a 10-acre compound near the Belaruski train station in Moscow, about 2 miles from the Kremlin. Along the eastern side of the compound, on a narrow lane, Elektrichesky Perulok, stood a long row of aging brick buildings, the exteriors decorated with Baroque flourishes from the Russian architecture of the late 1880s. It was in these buildings that the institute had been founded in 1917 to fabricate instruments for aviation, including a simple but reliable device to measure wind speed. After that, the enterprise, known as Avia Priber, made watches, thermal instruments, and gramophones, and then radar. 24. While the bombs were still being dropped by German airplanes in January 1942, the buildings at Elektrichesky Perulok were given a new name, Factory No. 339, and became the first manufacturing facility for radar in the Soviet Union. In the 1950s, the facility expanded into research and development of military radars, which grew in sophistication from simple sighting devices to complex aviation and weapons guidance systems. It was the only place Tolkachev had ever worked. Physotron's radars for Soviet warplanes were named Oriole, Smerch, and Sapphire. As in many other areas of technology, the Soviet Union struggled to catch up to the West. In the early 1970s, Soviet airborne radars could not spot moving objects close to the ground, meaning they could fail to detect a terrain-hugging bomber or cruise missile. This vulnerability became a major design challenge for Physotron. The engineers were pressed to build radars that could look down from above and identify low-flying objects moving against the background of the Earth. The United States was planning to use low-flying, penetrating bombers to attack the Soviet Union in the event of any war. 25. At first, Physotron produced an airborne radar known as the RP-23, or SAPFIR-23, which provided limited look-down capability for MiG fighters. Then the institute was ordered to develop a more sophisticated model to be deployed on the MiG-31, a planned supersonic interceptor. But the task proved too difficult for Tolkachev's institute to complete. By one account, the institute made lavish claims for a new radar that it simply could not bring to fruition. Despite a wealth of experience, Physotron was unable to solve the problem of tracking and destroying a low-flying object against the ground clutter of Earth, nor had it been able to track multiple targets at once. Physotron was forced in 1971 to transfer the plans to a competing institute, the Scientific Research Institute of Instrument Engineering, or NIIP. After years of work, the competing institute and several others solved most of the problems in a new radar, called Saslon. Weighing a half-ton, it was twice as heavy as the largest airborne U.S. radar, but it worked, and carried the first-ever Soviet airborne computer. The Saslon was flight tested for the first time in 1976 and by 1978 had been shown to track 10 targets at once. The first MiG-31 aircraft carrying the Saslon radar were entering service in the Soviet Air Defense Forces in the autumn of 1981. 26. By that time, Tolkachev had already delivered to the CIA hundreds of pages of blueprints and design specifications of SAPFIR-23 and 5 circuit boards. He gave them plans and drawings of the Saslon. 2. The painful history of the Kuzmin family was passed down to Natasha, and to Otik, in her father's last years. Ivan told his daughter the unvarnished truth, the terror of the arrests, the finality of the verdicts, the sudden destruction of their family. She learned that Ivan was punished because he stoutly refused to denounce his wife, Sophia. In 1957, the year after Ivan's death, when Otik and Natasha married, the threat of Stalin's mass repressions had passed, but strong memories lingered, and the full scope was only beginning to reveal itself. Khrushchev devoted a speech to Stalin's excesses at the 20th Party Congress on February 25, 1956, blaming Stalin for the unwarranted arrest and execution of party officials during the purges, for the surprise attack on the Soviet Union by Hitler, and for other blunders, although not for the true scope of the repressions or the forced collectivization and famine, calamities for which Khrushchev shared responsibility. Nonetheless, Khrushchev had opened the door. He denounced the cult of personality that had allowed Stalin to amass such raw power. The speech heralded a period of liberalization known as the Thaw, after the title of Ilya Ehrenberg's 1954 novel. Breaking with years of forced adherence to the dictates of socialist realism, some free-thinking writers and artists dared push the boundaries of what was permissible, and hopes ran high that a different country might emerge from the Great Terror and the ravages of war. The Soviet launch of the Sputnik satellite in October 1957 fueled the optimism, especially among young people. Lyudmila Alexeyeva, a historian and human rights champion, recalled that in the years that followed Khrushchev's speech, young men and women began to lose their fear of sharing views, knowledge, beliefs, questions. Every night, we gathered in cramped apartments to recite poetry, read unofficial prose, and swap stories that, taken together, yielded a realistic picture of what was going on in our country. That was the time of our awakening. The awakening undoubtedly swayed Otik and Natasha, too. 27. Tolkachev told the CIA that, in my youth, politics had played a significant role, but he had lost interest and then become scornful of what he called the impassible, hypocritical demagoguery of the Soviet party state. He did not elaborate on this change, but by the mid-1960s, as the thaw was ending and with Khrushchev deposed, Tolkachev seems to have been thinking about how to express his unhappiness. In May 1965, his son, Oleg, was born. Tolkachev said he did not act at the time because he did not want to endanger his family. I waited for my son to grow up. He wrote to the CIA of his decision to remain quiet, saying he realized that, in case of a flap, my family would face a severe ordeal. Then, in the years that followed, the mid-1970s, Tolkachev found inspiration in Andrei Sakharov and Alexander Solzhenitsyn, voices of conscience who each waged a titanic struggle against Soviet totalitarianism. Sakharov, like Tolkachev, had a top-secret security clearance, yet he possessed the courage to dissent. Tolkachev did not know him personally but knew what Sakharov stood for. In the early months of 1968, Andrei Sakharov had worked alone, late into the evening at his gabled, two-story house nestled in the trees at ARZAMAS-16, the nuclear weapons laboratory, located in the city of Sarov, 230 miles east of Moscow. Sakharov was the principal designer of the Soviet thermonuclear bomb. A pillar of the scientific establishment who entered the Academy of Sciences in his 30s, he had profound doubts about the moral and ecological consequences of his work, and he played a role in persuading Khrushchev to sign a limited nuclear test ban treaty with the United States in 1963. Now his conscience was calling him again and would take him well beyond the closed world of ARZAMAS-16, where he had thrived and been recognized as a brilliant physicist. Each night, from 7 o'clock until midnight, alone in the house in the woods, Sakharov worked on an essay about the future of mankind. It became his first significant act of dissent against the Soviet system. Finished in April, the essay was titled, Reflections on Progress, Peaceful Coexistence, and Intellectual Freedom. Sakharov's mind ranged far and wide, warning that the planet was threatened by thermonuclear war, hunger, ecological catastrophe, and despotism, but he also offered idealistic and utopian ideas to save the world, suggesting that socialism and capitalism could live together. He called it convergence, and the superpowers should not be trying to destroy each other. He wrote candidly of Stalin's crimes. He insisted on a complete de-Stalinization of the country, the end of censorship, release of political prisoners, freedom of opinion, and democratization. The document was startling, visionary, and potentially explosive. Sakharov rewrote and polished his essay and at one point showed it to Yuli Kuritin, the scientific director of the laboratory and a founder of the Soviet nuclear weapons program. The two of them were alone on Kuritin's private train. "Well, what did you think?" Sakharov asked Kuritin. "It's awful," Kuritin replied. "The style?" Sakharov asked. Kuritin grimaced. "No, not the style, it's the content that's awful." But Sakharov had already begun circulating the essay in carbon copies, told Kuritin he believed everything he had written, and could not withdraw it. In July, the manifesto was published abroad, first in a Dutch newspaper and then in the New York Times. On July 22, the essay also circulated widely in samizdat, hand-to-hand copies, inside the Soviet Union. Sakharov was then suspended, effectively fired, from his job at the nuclear weapons laboratory. 28. Only weeks later, on August 20-21, 1968, Soviet tanks and Warsaw Pact troops crushed the reform movement known as the Prague Spring in Czechoslovakia. Sakharov had been excited by the democratic experiment. The Soviet crackdown shattered his optimism. "The hopes inspired by the Prague Spring collapsed," he said. For many, the prospect of any liberalization inside the Soviet Union vanished. The thaw was over. Among those who read Sakharov's reflections in samizdat was Solzhenitsyn, whose trenchant, penetrating novels had depicted the dark corners of Soviet totalitarianism. His novel, One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, about the life of a man in the Gulag, had been published in Russian during the thaw, but Solzhenitsyn's more recent works, Cancer Ward and The First Circle, were banned, and he was increasingly a thorn in the side of the Soviet authorities. The week after the Prague Spring was crushed, Solzhenitsyn and Sakharov met for the first time. Sakharov had come from deep within the establishment and Solzhenitsyn from without, the scientist in coat and tie and the writer dressed casually in old clothes. They sat in the living room of a mutual friend, curtains drawn to hide from the KGB. Solzhenitsyn was charmed by Sakharov's tall figure, his look of absolute candor, his warm, gentle smile, his bright glance, his pleasantly throaty voice, the thick blurring of his R.S. Sakharov, too, vividly remembered Solzhenitsyn. With his lively blue eyes and ruddy beard, his tongue-twistingly fast speech delivered in an unexpected treble, and his deliberate, precise gestures, he seemed an animated concentration of purposeful energy. Both men, each brilliant in his own way, became beacons of inspiration for Tolkachev. 29. In the early 1970s, Sakharov plunged more deeply into the struggle for human rights, taking up individual cases of persecution and forming a committee on human rights with two young physicists. He began broadening his personal contacts with Westerners, a move that infuriated Soviet officials who had, until then, treated him with restraint. 30. In June 1973, Sakharov gave an interview to Ole Stenholm, a Scandinavian radio and television correspondent, and his remarks were published on July 4 in a Swedish newspaper. Sakharov was scathingly critical of the Soviet party state for its monopoly on power, in politics, economics, and ideology, and most of all, the lack of freedom. The interview made headlines around the world. The party state took off the gloves. A sustained and ugly press campaign was waged against Sakharov. 40 academicians signed a letter saying Sakharov's actions discredit the good name of Soviet science. Solzhenitsyn, who had won the Nobel Prize in Literature but was unable to receive it in person, urged Sakharov to keep a low profile. The regime was on the offensive against him and the broader human rights movement. 31. But Sakharov could not remain silent. The KGB warned him not to meet with foreign journalists, but days later he responded by inviting foreign correspondents to his apartment for a press conference at which he repeated his views on democratization and human rights. 32. Meanwhile, Solzhenitsyn's exposé of the Soviet prison camps, the Gulag Archipelago, was being readied for publication in the West. Sakharov and Solzhenitsyn had ignited a fire, and the KGB began to speak of them in the same breath. Yuri Andropov, the KGB chief, in September 1973 recommended taking more radical measures to terminate the hostile acts of Solzhenitsyn and Sakharov. 33. In January 1974, Solzhenitsyn was arrested and deported from the Soviet Union. In 1975, Sakharov received the Nobel Peace Prize but was prohibited from leaving the country to receive it. These events left a deep and lasting impression on Tolkachev. When he later recounted his disenchantment to explain his actions to the CIA, he identified 1974 and 1975 as a turning point. After years of waiting, he decided to act. I can only say that a significant role in this was played by Solzhenitsyn and Sakharov, even though I don't know them and have only read Solzhenitsyn's works that appeared in Novi Mir. He wrote in a letter to the CIA. Some inner worm started to torment me, he said. Something had to be done. Tolkachev's expression of dissent began modestly, by writing short protest leaflets. He told the CIA he briefly considered sending the leaflets in the mail. But later, he added, having thought it out properly, I understood that this was a useless undertaking. To establish contact with the dissident circles that have contact with the foreign journalists seemed senseless to me due to the nature of my work. He had a top secret clearance. Because of the slightest suspicion, I will be totally isolated or liquidated for safety. Tolkachev decided that he would have to find other ways to damage the system. In September 1976, he heard the news of Belenko's defection to Japan with the MiG-25. When the Soviet authorities ordered Pozotran to redesign the radar for the MiG-25, Tolkachev had a dawning realization. His greatest weapon against the Soviet Union was not some dissident pamphlets but right in his desk drawer, the top-secret blueprints and reports that were the most closely held secrets of Soviet military research. He could seriously injure the system by betrayal, turning these vital plans over to the main adversary, the United States. Tolkachev told the CIA he had never even considered selling secrets, say, to China. And how about America? Maybe it has bewitched me and I am madly in love with it, he wrote. I have never seen your country with my own eyes, and to love it unseen, I do not have enough fantasy nor romanticism. However, based on some facts, I got the impression that I would prefer to live in America. It is for this very reason that I decided to offer you my collaboration. 34. Tolkachev was usually at his desk at Pozotran by 8 a.m., but he did a lot of his best thinking outside the office. He often had an inspiration at home or sitting alone in the early evening in the Lenin Library. He jotted down notes, then took them to work and copied them into a special classified notebook, which was turned over to the typing pool. His desk at the institute was in a large room on the 5th floor with 24 other persons. Fluorescent lights hung from a high ceiling. In front of him, two women sat, facing away. On his desk, he had two phone lines, one for internal calls, extension 159, and a city line, paper for taking notes, a notebook with a list of problems that needed to be solved, scrap notebooks for rough sketches, and reference works on radar. A file drawer held a set of papers about work schedules and copies of official notes he had sent to other institutes. Another drawer held electronic assemblies and parts needed for final checks of equipment he had worked on. Plush secret documents tucked inside his coat. Tolkachev's walk home at lunchtime was easy and pleasant. The city's streets in 1981 were broad, but traffic was light. He often left the institute and cut through a neighborhood of boxy apartment buildings latticed with interior courtyards and small parks. He turned onto Novopreznensky Perulok, a small lane, passing a kindergarten and a playground. Then he took Volkov Perulok, a quiet backstreet that ran next to the Moscow Zoo, and his high-rise apartment loomed just beyond. It took him only 20 minutes to get home. The apartment was empty at lunchtime. He took out the Pentax camera, clamped it to the back of a chair, positioned a lamp nearby, and made copies of documents. One day in 1981, Tolkachev was careless. When finished, he usually stowed the camera and clamp in the entresol, where they would be well hidden. But he hastily left them in a desk drawer. They were discovered by Natasha, and she immediately guessed what Otik was doing. She confronted him when they were alone. Her concern was not the damage to the Soviet state. She hated the system even more than Otik did. Her lament was more personal. She did not want the family to get hurt in the way that her parents had suffered. She did not want to bring the wrath of the KGB upon them. Tolkachev confessed to her. She demanded that he stop his spying, to spare the family any difficulty, and he promised to quit. But he did not. 35. 14. Everything is dangerous. D. Avid Rolf had not seen Adolf Tolkachev for 8 months. Tolkachev was not using the kitchen light, the spet signal they had agreed upon to show that he was ready on the planned dates for a meeting. His kitchen window had been dark. On November 10, 1981, the next meeting date, Rolf went to the selected site, a park not far from Tolkachev's apartment building, and was relieved to find him waiting by the fountain. Rolf walked briskly down a flight of stone steps and greeted him warmly in the chill air. Tolkachev, his face brightening, said he had bought a car and motioned to Rolf that they should go take a look at it. A moving car was a risky place to meet an agent. Rolf would have no control of where they were going. A parked car wasn't great, either. It could attract the attention of a curious onlooker or militiaman. There were also the Druzhniki to worry about, a government-organized neighborhood watch that wasn't always vigilant but whose members, wearing red armbands, might knock on the car window and demand identification. Still, there was no point in discouraging Tolkachev. He had a childlike excitement in his voice. They walked toward the car, talking, catching up. 1. When Rolf mentioned Tolkachev's silence over the last few months, saying the Moscow station had been watching the kitchen light, Tolkachev interrupted him. He hadn't wanted to meet in September. In October, he did want to meet and signaled on the proper date by parking his car near the market, as Rolf had suggested. The CIA gave him a map and instructions for the site, designated Machina or car, park opposite the market between 12:45 and 1 p.m., back into the parking space, rear tires against the curb, go shopping for 15 minutes. 2. Tolkachev followed the instructions exactly, but Rolf didn't show. Tolkachev had assumed the reason was an incident he read about in the newspapers. In September, the KGB ambushed a Soviet citizen while meeting an American and accused the American of being a spy. Rolf knew of the arrest. The station had indeed lost an agent, and a case officer had been expelled, but he reassured Tolkachev that wasn't the problem. The real reason was that Rolf didn't think the Machina site would be operative until November. He simply hadn't checked it. He apologized for the confusion. 3. They reached Tolkachev's compact Zhiguli, tucked in between other cars parked closely together. They climbed in, Tolkachev behind the wheel. Rolf was thinking to himself that this might not be a very smart move. But they had a lot of business to do. Tolkachev was relaxed, in good spirits, and he seemed to feel like talking. Before long, Rolf noticed the windows were fogging up. It was like this at the start of every meeting. Tolkachev was a bundle of anxiety but had no one to share it with other than his case officer. He needed a release. 4. Tolkachev passed 23 rolls of film to Rolf, fewer than last time but potentially carrying hundreds of pages of secret documents. One of Tolkachev's Pentax camera bodies was not working properly, and he returned it. Rolf handed back a spare Pentax camera body. He remembered to bring it because of the 6 rolls of blank film in March. Rolf also presented Tolkachev with a new set of stereo headphones and music for his son in a package containing 32,400 rubles. Rolf explained that he brought Tolkachev a new, secure communications device, known as an IOWL, or interim one-way link. The gear included a commercially purchased shortwave radio, a smaller electronics block called a demodulator, and one-time pads. When Tolkachev tuned into certain shortwave frequencies at specific times with the demodulator attached, messages could be downloaded secretly. Tolkachev appeared intrigued. In one of his first letters to the CIA, he had proposed using a modified radio for transmitting secret messages. 5. At first, everything seemed fine, but as they talked, Rolf realized it was not. The Institute had once again imposed strict procedures on checking out secret documents. As before, the new rules required that Tolkachev turn in his building pass. Tolkachev glumly informed Rolf this meant he could not take documents home to photograph, which he had done so successfully for 2 years. The CIA's attempts to replicate the building pass had, so far, not satisfied Tolkachev. The colors and the paper were not quite right. Tolkachev said he tried, and failed, to make the discus work over the summer. He handed the device and instructions back to Rolf. He didn't appear to be frustrated. He had experience with electronics and understood that things could malfunction. Rolf was far more skeptical. He thought the discus device had yet to contribute a single ounce of positive intelligence. After the missed signals, Tolkachev proposed a new way to indicate that he would be ready to meet. Instead of the kitchen light, the CIA should look above the main window in his apartment, at the small, hinged window used for ventilation, known as the Fortochka. They were common in all Russian buildings. On a meeting day, the Fortochka would be open for a short period at midday if Tolkachev was ready. Rolf asked twice, "Are you sure it will be visible from the street, 9 floors below?" Tolkachev assured him the open Fortochka appeared as a black square above the reflective glass of the main window. Tolkachev had personal requests, too. He wanted the CIA to provide him with a pocket tape recorder, information about recent events in Poland, and My Life by Leon Trotsky, which was banned in the Soviet Union. After 20 minutes, Rolf climbed out of the car and said farewell. Tolkachev drove off. It was his 11th meeting with the CIA. He said nothing to Rolf about his wife's discovery of his spying or his promise to stop it. The next morning, back in the station, Rolf opened the ops note Tolkachev had given him. Of the 45 questions the CIA had posed in March, Tolkachev had offered answers to only 11 and was apologetic. He wrote that his access to information was not unlimited, and he felt sorrow that he could not respond to the wide themes the CIA had asked about. Tolkachev said he couldn't possibly answer technical questions about weapons systems, with which I am not directly connected. Rolf suggested to headquarters that they needed to be more careful about the questions. He expressed worry they were trying to overload Tolkachev in areas where he has no hope of meaningful response. After 2 years of prolific production, Rolf said they ought to do better than 11 out of 45 by tailoring the questions to topics Tolkachev might know about. But the demands did not slacken. In the autumn of 1981, Gerver flew back to headquarters and met Casey, the new director of Central Intelligence. Gerver had devoted much of his career to espionage against the Soviet target, and he was the kind of operations officer that Casey admired. In a letter to Reagan after becoming director, Casey confided a feeling that, I get better intelligence judgments from the streetwise, on the ground, operations people than the, more academic, analysts at headquarters. 6. During their conversation, Gerver remarked the Soviets were a nuclear-armed superpower but an economic basket case. This is a country that can't even make toasters, he said. And while they can make missiles, they can't feed their population. Gerver was drawing on his own experiences in Moscow, but Casey waved him off. Casey said the Soviets were advancing in Latin America and Africa, and they had to be confronted everywhere. 7. Reagan campaigned in 1980 on a promise to stand up to the Soviet Union, and he was now turning the promise into action. At the Ottawa summit in July 1981, President François Mitterrand of France told Reagan some startling news. The French intelligence service had been running a secret and highly productive agent inside the KGB, a 48-year-old colonel, Vladimir Petrov. The operation was still underway. Petrov had turned over to the French 4,000 pages of KGB documents about a global effort by the Soviet Union to steal high technology from the West, especially the United States. The KGB had a whole section, known as Line X, to carry out the heist. With Mitterrand's approval, the French brought the documents to the CIA. The papers, known as the Farewell Dossier, showed in remarkable detail how the Soviet Union had hijacked Western advances in electronics and other technology to benefit its military machine. With Reagan's approval, Casey launched a covert program, in cooperation with American industry, to rig hardware and sell it to Soviet buyers, matching the KGB's shopping list, including contrived computer chips and faulty turbines. At the top of the Soviet list was oil and gas equipment to control a huge new gas pipeline to Europe. When the pipeline technology could not be purchased in the United States, the KGB bought it from a Canadian firm. With Reagan's approval, the CIA engineered it to go haywire after a while, to reset pump speeds and valve settings to create pressures far beyond those acceptable to the pipeline joints and welds. The system exploded. The result was the most monumental non-nuclear explosion and fire ever seen from satellites in outer space. The Farewell Dossier was run right in Moscow. It reinforced something the CIA had concluded while running Tolkachev. It was possible to carry out penetrating spy operations under the nose of the KGB. 8. Tolkachev surprised the Moscow station by signaling on December 7, 1981, that he wanted to meet right away. Rolf went to see him the next evening, at 9:05. Tolkachev was chagrined over the new security restrictions at the Institute and his inability to produce more documents. He gave Rolf 6 rolls of 35mm film, far fewer than in the past. Tolkachev seemed distressed. He implored the CIA to once again make an attempt to replicate the building pass. Tolkachev offered to loan his building pass to the CIA so they could make a copy, saying he would not need it during the January holidays. Rolf resisted the temptation to take it, thinking there was no way to return it by the end of the month. Rolf reassured Tolkachev that the CIA was willing to be patient and gave him 4 books by Soviet dissidents. They were together only 15 minutes. It was the last time they would ever see each other. 9. Tolkachev's 6 rolls of film developed beautifully and included the material that had been lost in March. Also, the 23 rolls of film he delivered in November carried a list of all the technical documents that had arrived in the secret library of the Institute for the second half of 1980. This was valuable intelligence, showing the state of Soviet advanced technology, but not quite as revelatory as his earlier documents, which contained blueprints of specific weapons systems. A cable from headquarters pointed out, the value of the recent acquisitions, while of considerable import, generally does not equal that of sources' earlier detailed documentary reporting on the Echelon, Horizon, or Schmel systems, some of which project Soviet R&D activities off into the mid-1980s to mid-1990s. Tolkachev seemed to be running out of targets for his espionage. 10. Nonetheless, to encourage him, the CIA broadcast a secret message to Tolkachev on the interim one-way shortwave link, telling him the December film had processed perfectly. Tolkachev never got the message. He hadn't turned on the shortwave. 11. Rolf held a cover job in the defense attaché's office at the U.S. Embassy, with the formal rank of attaché, but the KGB knew he was an intelligence officer. Still, Rolf evaded them, handling 2 major operations: Seekutopia and Seekasphere. Using surveillance detection runs, out-of-country scenarios, identity transfer, the SRR-100 radio monitors, and a blend of planning, patience, stamina, and good luck. He had benefited greatly from the mentoring of Hathaway, Gerber, and Gilshire. Perhaps most important, Rolf had earned the confidence of Tolkachev. He became a welcome and familiar face, listening to the spy's concerns and fears and building a personal bond of trust. In early 1982, the Moscow station launched a shift in tactics away from Rolf's traditional case officer function, working all angles, building trust with the agent, to something different. The new approach was conceived by Gerber, the station chief, when he first arrived in Moscow. It called for adding to the Moscow station a new capability, a few case officers who would be under deep cover, totally invisible to the KGB. They would be black all the time, and therefore more secure. This would be accomplished by putting the deep cover officers in innocuous cover jobs, with day-to-day routines that would lead the KGB to pay them little attention. Most of the CIA's case officers in Moscow were under some kind of official cover, usually as a diplomat in the embassy or as a defense attaché, but they also spent a great deal of time in the Moscow station, working on espionage operations. By contrast, the deep cover officers would keep a healthy distance from the Moscow station. They would not have desks or type up reports there, nor participate in the important and lively discussions in Gerber's office. Despite the high stakes and constant risks, they would be rookie CIA officers, on their first tour, who had never been seen by the KGB anywhere else in the world. To preserve their deep cover, they would come to the Moscow station very rarely, and then only briefly, through a secluded entrance. The station would communicate with them using impersonal means such as dead drops, water-soluble paper, and intermediaries. All the hassles would be outweighed by one big advantage: they could evade surveillance. Deep cover operations in Moscow were begun only after lengthy preparations and bureaucratic wrangling in Washington. The CIA had to negotiate with other agencies, primarily the State Department, for clean slots, jobs that had never been used for intelligence personnel before. The State Department and the CIA, as institutions, were often at odds. Diplomats had long resented the spies in their midst, and the State Department hated to give up precious overseas slots to the CIA. Only a few people, including the ambassador and the chief of station, would know who was under deep cover. Headquarters arranged for the first deep cover officer to go through the Foreign Service training so he would look just like a State Department employee. The first deep cover officer arrived in Moscow in the summer of 1981, and after a few months of preparation, Gerber wanted to put the new arrangement into action. He sent the officer to meet Tolkachev on February 15, 1982. 12. Tolkachev carried a recognition signal, a book with a white cover, in his left hand. He greeted the new officer without any hesitation. It was 9:05 p.m., and they climbed into the Zhiguli. The officer delivered to Tolkachev 4 replicas of the Institute building pass made by the CIA for him to examine, and also handed him the discus device once again, reassuring Tolkachev that it had been checked out in the CIA's laboratories and this time it would work. The CIA package for Tolkachev included a charger for the shortwave radio, a schedule of Western broadcasts in Russian that could be received on the radio, the Trotsky autobiography, information about the crisis in Poland, a small portable cassette recorder, batteries, more, positive intelligence, questions from headquarters, and a note of effusive thanks. "Your courage is truly an example to us all," it said. 13. Although meetings with deep cover officers were intended to be brief, Tolkachev didn't know that, and he wanted to talk, as he had so often done with Gilshire and Rolfe. He complained the CIA had used a wrong exchange rate to calculate his ruble payments, and he was owed much more. He said he needed film for the Pentax. There was a shortage in Moscow stores, and they would sell him no more than 5 rolls at a time. He wanted the CIA to provide him with 100 rolls. Tolkachev also acknowledged he hadn't turned on the shortwave radio and demodulator to receive the CIA's secret messages. He was uncertain whether he could pick up the broadcasts, and he had no privacy at home in the evenings. He said his family still didn't know of his espionage. Despite these setbacks, Tolkachev said he was determined not to quit. He handed the deep cover officer a schematic diagram and another circuit board, only the second time he had provided the CIA with a valuable piece of Soviet electronics. Then he gave the deep cover officer 13 rolls of film. Surprised, the CIA officer asked how he was able to do that if there were restrictions at the institute. Tolkachev said he had a friend in the first department who would occasionally slip documents to him on request. "Isn't that dangerous?" the officer asked. Tolkachev laughed. "Everything is dangerous," he said. 14. 3 weeks later, on March 8, 1982, the Moscow station received a signal from Tolkachev, saying they should prepare for the very first transmission by discus. As Gerber had anticipated, the station was forced to scramble. The station had already cased several locations, known as electronic letter drop sites. One envisioned Tolkachev transmitting across the Moscow River, with a case officer receiving the signal a few hundred yards away at a train station. The Moscow station wanted enough distance so as not to arouse the KGB's suspicions. While the station didn't know why Tolkachev was getting in touch, the CIA prepared a message anyway to send him in reply, saying the last rolls of film were perfect and they would pay him a lot more rubles. 15. The first successful discus message from Tolkachev wasn't earth-shattering. Tolkachev wrote that he was eager to provide feedback about the CIA's 4 replicas of his building pass. They were too light, and he wanted an unscheduled meeting in 3 days. 16. On March 16, the deep cover officer went out to meet Tolkachev. It was 9 p.m. in Moscow, and Tolkachev was in good spirits, but worry creased his face. The security restrictions at the institute had been ratcheted still tighter. Now it was impossible for him to get any documents from the office, nor could he get them from his friend in the first department. He had no film to give the CIA. Desperate, and unhappy with the CIA's 4 replicas of his pass, Tolkachev gave strips of colored paper from the inside pages and a strip cut from the cover of his building pass to the officer. Take that back to the CIA, he said, and let them make the replica from this. The officer urged Tolkachev to be careful and not to take any risks. Tolkachev seemed restless but also more introspective than in the past. The case officer wrote afterward to headquarters that Tolkachev admitted that he had been careless early on in his relationship with us and agreed not to attempt further document photography until they could work out some of the problems. Tolkachev really seemed to pause and think about the need for caution. 17. The meeting was quick, just 15 minutes. The next day, the Moscow station opened Tolkachev's ops note. He, reluctantly, presented a wish list of more personal favors. A Sony Walkman for his son and earphones with a loop across the head, as well as pencils of various hardness for Oleg's mechanical drawing. He also wanted some Polish blades for his safety razor, writing that, shaving with Soviet razor blades is an unpleasant experience. He apologized for asking for such trivial things, noting, unfortunately our personal life consists of all types of small things which sometimes exert an influence on the general mood. 18. Gerber knew what he was talking about. The Soviet Union could make missiles but not toasters, or safety razors. On May 24, 2 case officers went out on the street separately for a meeting with Tolkachev, hoping that one of them could get free from surveillance. Both carried identical packages. One of them succeeded and met Tolkachev at a site near his apartment building at 9:35 p.m. The case officer delivered a bulky bundle. 20 packages of razor blades, 40 rolls of Western film that the CIA had repackaged in Soviet boxes, a Sanyo M6600F tape recorder, a Sony Walkman, a headset, extra batteries, and 26 boxes of drawing pencils for Oleg. The bundle was so large that at the last minute the Moscow station had removed another 20 rolls of film. They needed space to wedge in 98,850 rubles. The package also included a new replica of his building pass. 19. Over the summer of 1982, Rolf finished his tour in Moscow and went off to another assignment. In late September, Gerber also departed for a new assignment at headquarters. His farewell included a small gift from his colleagues in the Moscow station, a trophy-sized numeral 1 with a metal sphere hanging off the front. It was a memento of the big one that had been left on the station door when Shaimov was exfiltrated. The sphere was a reference to Tolkachev, the agent known as CK Sphere. It became a tradition from then onward that the Moscow station put a numeral 1 on the door if a major operation was completed successfully. That summer, Bill Plunkett arrived in the Moscow station to run the Tolkachev operation. He had been an athlete at Boston College, playing varsity baseball and soccer, and still enjoyed tennis when he could find the time and a court. Plunkett had thrived in assignments when he could meet and recruit people. Moscow was his first taste of denied area operations. But as a Soviet specialist, he thought there was nothing better than wrestling the bear in his own cave, as he put it. Plunkett was intending not to be Tolkachev's case officer but to coordinate all aspects of the operation from the station. Then, in his first months, the operation seemed to be sliding into serious trouble. At the time, the Moscow station was sending deep cover officers out to meet Tolkachev, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time. But then 5 scheduled meetings passed without a successful rendezvous. Plunkett felt the tension grow slowly. A missed meeting or 2 had happened before, but not 5. By December, the station was fraught with anxiety. In all the previous meetings, the Moscow station had made strenuous efforts to see Tolkachev in a safe environment, as certain as they could be that there was no KGB surveillance. Case officers had aborted a scheduled meeting if they had the slightest inkling of surveillance. Now the stakes were higher than ever, and Plunkett began planning for a meeting with Tolkachev no matter what, even if everyone on the street had surveillance. They would have to make it work. The Moscow station was a tense place under any circumstances, a small cockpit of high achievers, but at this moment the pressure and stress brought them together. None of them wanted Tolkachev lost on their watch. Plunkett took upon himself the job of meeting Tolkachev. He realized if they lost touch with the spy, it would be an enormous setback for the CIA. If he made a mistake on the street that led to Tolkachev's arrest and execution, it would haunt him the rest of his life. From the files, Plunkett felt he knew Tolkachev well, a middle-aged man, with short, quick strides that made it seem as if his feet barely made contact with the ground. The others who had met Tolkachev told Plunkett not to worry. The agent was a real pro, he would take care of the meeting, just let him do it his way. Plunkett also read that Tolkachev had a remarkable ability to just melt away. He looked like Mr. Everyman. 20. After using the jack-in-the-box and jumping from the car on the night of December 7, Plunkett spotted Tolkachev. The spy looked just as he had been described. Nondescript in a fedora, a brown overcoat, brown gloves, black shoes, and a gray scarf tucked inside his overcoat. They met as snow blanketed the city. They exchanged a verbal password. "Come on, let's walk," Tolkachev said. Plonkert's immediate impression was that Tolkachev looked worn and tired. His voice sounded a bit tense. Plonkert also noticed that Tolkachev looked older than the photograph he had seen. Tolkachev mentioned that he had been bedridden, suffering severe bouts of high blood pressure. But this had not deterred him from checking out top-secret documents from the library at his institute, then photographing them when alone at home with the Pentax. As they walked, Tolkachev spoke faster, describing new security procedures he faced. Tolkachev was undeterred, as determined as ever. Plonkert spoke in Russian, explaining why they had missed the earlier meetings. They had spotted KGB surveillance. Tolkachev abruptly stopped in his tracks and looked at Plunkert wide-eyed. "You have surveillance?" "No, no," Plunkert responded. He meant on previous evenings. Tolkachev was relieved. They walked. Plunkert realized every word was important and asked if he could turn on a recorder. Tolkachev said yes. Plunkert switched on his concealed tape recorder so the voices could be replayed later at the Moscow station and headquarters. They traded packages, film, batteries, and books for the agent, 16 rolls of exposed film for the case officer. 21. As they were almost finished, they heard a crunching of boots on the snow. Tolkachev and Plunkert glanced anxiously at a tall, senior army officer in uniform walking toward them. They froze. He walked right past, and they exhaled. After just 20 minutes, they parted. When Plunkert glanced back to make sure Tolkachev was all right, he had melted away. Plunkert walked back to the wide Moscow boulevard known as the Garden Ring Road and boarded a bus. He sat in the very back, behind all the other passengers. He took off his Russian coat and eyeglasses, then reached into the sack, removed his American street clothes, and put them on. It all happened very fast, just before the bus stopped, and he jumped off. No one had seen him, but he was still apprehensive. What if the KGB was now out looking for him? Two militiamen stood by the door at the embassy, as always. When Plunkert saw another American return from walking his dog, he rushed in, close behind. He walked to the apartment of two colleagues and silently handed them the package from the spy, to be brought to the station in the morning. Plunkett couldn't speak. The apartments were probably bugged. But he signaled thumbs up and accepted a whiskey in a water glass. He felt a surge of relief and exhilaration. The CIA attempted repeatedly to replicate Tolkachev's building pass, down to the delicate indigo swirls on the paper. At last, Tolkachev said the most recent replica, given to him in May, was good enough. For several months, he used it to smuggle documents out. But suddenly, in August, the Institute's security procedures changed yet again. Now there was an entirely new pass for checking out documents. The CIA forgery, so long in the making, was rendered useless. It is now extremely difficult, if not impossible, for CK Sphere to take documents home, Plunkett reported. There are special permission slips which CK Sphere could use, but extensive use of these slips would surely cast suspicion upon him. Plunkett wrote that his visceral feeling was that Tolkachev is concerned, due to conditions of work and health, that life is getting tougher and that perhaps his best days are behind him. Plunkett's observations threw the CIA into a fresh round of uncertainty. In a cable to headquarters, the Moscow station described a confluence of factors weighing on Tolkachev: the new security rules, his mental state, and the fact that he was thinking about copying documents with much riskier means, such as the concealed tropal cameras. Headquarters responded by saying perhaps they should ask for a 6-month timeout, to give Tolkachev a breather. The Moscow station agreed. The station said Tolkachev seemed concerned about his security when he talked with Plunkett. If he sees danger signs, and we think he does, it is possible they are more ominous than he is ready to admit, the station told headquarters. 22. The film Tolkachev passed to Plunkett on December 7 processed perfectly, another 499 pages of secret documents. For a spy who had saved the United States billions of dollars, Tolkachev's personal requests remained modest. His son, Oleg, had entered an architect's training institute, and drafting equipment in the Soviet Union was poor. Could the CIA find a better quality set in Eastern Europe or the West? Even the erasers in Moscow were shoddy, Tolkachev complained. They left greasy marks on the drawings. Could the CIA find 4 or 5 better quality erasers? Czech erasers have pretty good quality, Tolkachev wrote. My son has been able to obtain half of such an eraser from acquaintances, and we are using it now, but it won't last him for long. He also wanted 2 or 3 large bricks of Chinese dry black drafting ink and 3 or 4 high-quality drawing pens. 23. Tolkachev informed the CIA he would accept precious valuables in lieu of cash, which he had previously rejected. Soon after this message was received, Thomas Mills, head of the USSR branch in the division, got a most unusual assignment. He and his wife, Joby, were asked to go to New York and find some valuables for Tolkachev, with agency money. Joby, who had studied art in New York City, was thrilled. They went to La Vieille Russie on Fifth Avenue, a jewelry and antiques store established in 1851. In the elegant shop, the CIA official and his wife bought a very small but pricey Fabergé pin and a heavy gold necklace. They brought them back to headquarters for shipping off to the Moscow station in the pouch. Mills was told that if any questions arose, Tolkachev would explain that the jewelry had been left to him by his mother. 24. The worry about Tolkachev after Plunkert's meeting with him led the Moscow station to think again about whether it might be necessary to suddenly exfiltrate him from the Soviet Union. By early 1983, the station had written up a detailed plan to remove Tolkachev, his wife, and their son. The CIA had done it in Moscow only once before, with Shaimov, his daughter, although exfiltration had been successful in other countries. The CIA had even built special containers for smuggling people. But there was no enthusiasm at headquarters for exfiltration of Tolkachev. The Moscow station plan landed with a thud at Langley. The station was getting ahead of itself, headquarters advised. Exfiltration with the family would be a soul-searching question for Tolkachev and had not even been discussed with him for more than 2 years. 25. Nevertheless, the station was undeterred, perhaps out of an abundance of caution. Two plans were drawn up, one long range and the other for an emergency. The station composed a long, personal questionnaire for Tolkachev, to be delivered at the next meeting, asking for passport photographs and probing Tolkachev for clothing measurements, medical history, locations of his friends and relatives, vacation procedures, and methods for calling in sick at work. Is your family aware of our relationship? The CIA asked. If not, how do you plan to tell them? They did not know that he had already promised his wife he would quit spying. 26. Deep cover had become an essential method for CIA clandestine operations in Moscow. But the work of a deep cover officer was far different from what confronted Gilshire and Rolfe. They had been advisors and confessors to Tolkachev. In contrast, deep cover officers worked at a distance from the station and from the agent. It was lonely, stressful, and risky. Robert Morris thought the relentless pressures of the job and the isolation were more like being an undercover cop. Morris arrived in Moscow carrying a briefcase, and his documents identified him as nothing more than a State Department bureaucrat, one of the unremarkable administrative workers needed at the embassy. He played that role to the hilt, but he had arrived for a different purpose. He became the second deep cover officer assigned to the Moscow station, hoping to fulfill his ambition to be at the forefront of the Cold War struggle against the Soviet Union. Morris, son of a high school sports coach who'd grown up in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, attended an all-boys New England college prep school and went on to Georgetown University. Restless at the university after just one semester, he left the school and volunteered for the draft at the peak of the war in Vietnam. A gung-ho soldier who thrived in 3 years of hard training, he rose to become a first lieutenant in the Special Forces, second in command of a Green Beret team, one of the most elite military detachments in the world. He was assigned to serve in Vietnam in 1971, but the war began to ebb, and he did not go. During all the rigorous training, airborne, underwater, and jungle warfare, Morris got to know an intel sergeant who had emigrated from the Ukraine and shared fascinating stories of life in the Soviet Union. Morris was drawn to the mystery of it all and took Russian language lessons. When he left the service in 1972, he returned to Georgetown University to study Russian and play football. Morris dreamed of adventure. After graduation and knocking about in business for a few years, he was recruited by the CIA. When he arrived at headquarters in October 1980, he had just turned 30 years old. His hair was fashionably combed across his forehead, and he wore aviator-style glasses that gave him a modish look. Morris completed his training in the top echelon of his class. He arrived in Moscow in early July 1982. After he spent months carrying out his job as a bureaucrat, the KGB swallowed the cover story and lost interest in Morris, and he was ready to begin espionage operations. Before a meeting with Tolkachev, both Gilshire and Rolfe had spent hours planning in the station. But as a deep cover officer, Morris was on his own. When he sketched out a surveillance detection run, he had to send it to the station by the cumbersome equivalent of an interoffice dead drop, usually writing it out on water-soluble paper and emplacing it discreetly, such as sticking it with a magnet on a fire extinguisher somewhere inside the embassy, to be picked up by another case officer, and the process reversed when the station sent him an answer. He experienced very little of the camaraderie of the Moscow station. He did not write letters to the agent. He did not prepare packages. He just delivered them. When there was an operation to be carried out, Morris went to the station for a brief meeting, no more than 10 or 15 minutes, taking a secret entrance. He memorized his instructions, and when there was a package disguised as a brick or a log, he put it in his briefcase and carried it back to his cover job in an administrative office full of Soviet employees, where he would sit tight, never daring to take his eye off the briefcase until he could go home. His role was to be the perfect courier. The KGB overlooked Morris for many months as he moved about Moscow, filling dead drops for the station's various operations. He had to watch every word and every action. It was like acting on a stage, constantly, for months and months on end, never forgetting a line. The spring of 1983 was exceptionally busy. One night, in an unprecedented feat, Morris placed 2 dead drops in a row, in distant locations, without the KGB's catching even a glimpse of him. But Morris felt isolated. He had no way to let his hair down. He had to live his cover as a bureaucrat, and that meant no discussion at home, either, even though his wife had participated in most of the nighttime runs. After months of clandestine activity in which he escaped KGB notice, Morris drew a far more sensitive assignment, to meet Tolkachev in person. 27. On March 16, he set out on a long surveillance detection run by car, by bus, and then on foot. Because his cover was that of a State Department bureaucrat, Morris did not wear the radio scanner that had helped Rolf listen to KGB transmissions. It would be awfully hard to explain if he were caught. Without the radio, he would have to make a judgment call about surveillance on his own instincts and observations. 2 hours later, free from surveillance, he reached the planned site, a streetcar stop. A dozen people were waiting. Morris was excited. The adrenaline was rushing through him. He met Tolkachev after dark and walked to Tolkachev's car, parked at a nearby apartment building. Inside the car, Morris felt tense, but Tolkachev was calm and behaved as if he had been doing this forever. They handed each other packages. Morris gave Tolkachev a note that brought up exfiltration, outlined how the operation would work, and included the questionnaire. Tolkachev handed over to Morris 17 rolls of film and a very long ops note, 42 pages. The materials included surprising new intelligence about a target recognition system being developed for the MiG-29 fighter. Morris thought Tolkachev looked good. His morale seemed high, and Tolkachev smiled when Morris presented him with the architectural drawing materials for his son. Morris said the CIA wanted to get answers soon about exfiltration, in April, if possible. Although Tolkachev hesitated, he agreed to a meeting in early April. They said farewell to each other after only 12 minutes. Once he got home, at 10 p.m., Morris left the rolls of film in his coat pocket. He did not want to take them out, in case the KGB had a concealed video camera in the apartment. Late that night, he slipped into a closet in his apartment, curled onto the floor, and, by flashlight, wrote out a memo by hand on water-soluble paper to the Moscow station describing the meeting and what he had seen. This was the work of a deep-cover operative, hiding in the bottom of his closet. Tolkachev's ops note revealed that he had been through 3 crises of high blood pressure and was feeling exhausted. It has become more difficult for me to work intensively. I tire much easier, he said. While in the past he would often go to the Lenin Library after work and quietly spend a few hours there, he said, I am not always able to do that now. He asked the CIA to find some ginseng root, which he had heard was a stimulant, and a Russian organic medicine. The note also contained another list of personal requests, primarily books for himself and his son. He wanted materials about Western architecture, not only with photographs, but also with English text, to help Oleg with his language skills. Tolkachev asked the CIA to find topical detective stories for his son, saying they were being passed around in paperback by his friends whose parents bought them abroad. Tolkachev requested more books about the Soviet Union that were factual, not polemics. His curiosity centered on the years of Lenin and the Bolshevik Revolution, and the Stalin period, when his wife's family had been so brutally repressed. Generally, an objective interpretation of the history of the October Revolution and Russian life in the 20s and 30s would definitely interest me, he wrote. He told the CIA he had devoured Trotsky's memoir, My Life, but was less interested in some of the other, more propagandistic books about the early Soviet years. He added, I am interested in the memoirs of famous world political and military figures, writers, actors, artists, architects, etc. He asked for books with all kinds of political views, progressive and reactionary, and also wanted the most important speeches, appearances, declarations of Western political leaders, which were often unavailable in the Soviet Union. Tolkachev said his wish list included the following: 1. Bible, in Russian. 2. Booklet, published in Washington, about Soviet military power, preferably in Russian. 3. Reagan's speech in which he mentioned Lenin's 10 principles. 4. Memoirs of Golda Meir. 5. Hitler's book, Mein Kampf, in Russian. 6. Solzhenitsyn's book, August 1914. 28. At first, headquarters was glad to hear from Morris that Tolkachev seemed to be in good shape and immediately began gathering all the books he asked for. Absolutely delighted to hear that. CK Sphere is his old self again, in good spirits and improved health and apparently raring to get on with his work for us. Headquarters cabled to the Moscow station on March 22. 29. But a closer look at Tolkachev's long ops note told a different story. The station sent back a message, within hours, saying Tolkachev, a driven man, was struggling with his health and was pushing himself hard. The station was also puzzled about the rolls of film Tolkachev had brought Morris. If the security restrictions were so tight, and he had not reported any change, how was he able to shoot 17 rolls of film? 30. On April 1, headquarters reported the film had been developed and printed, with excellent results, including approximately 525 pages of secret documents. We use the word approximately because there are multiple fold-out pages of diagrams, headquarters reported. In any event, another good job by CK Sphere. Quote. 31. Tolkachev had promised to give the CIA an answer about exfiltration and signaled for another meeting on April 23. Morris went and found him at 8:55 p.m. This time, because a group of children were playing noisily near Tolkachev's parked car, he drove a few blocks away and parked in a quiet spot on a nearby street. Time was short, but Tolkachev was firm. Exfiltration was out of the question. He gave the envelope with the exfiltration plan back to Morris. At the same time, Morris handed back to Tolkachev the sensitive materials he had provided at the March meeting on the MiG-29 target recognition system. This was a standard procedure, to return to Tolkachev any original written materials once the CIA had seen them. Tolkachev handed over 14 rolls of film, despite all his complaints of tight security. He told Morris he had circumvented the system. Details would be found in his 12-page ops note. It is extremely difficult just to sit and not produce, he added. Morris was out of the car and on his way in 15 minutes. 32. It soon became clear to the Moscow station that Tolkachev was taking more risks than ever. In his note, Tolkachev explained that in the early morning doors to the laboratory were unlocked around 7:30, but actual work didn't get underway until about 8 o'clock. For 5 minutes after the doors were unlocked, he said, no one was present. This is what I took advantage of, he wrote. Even so, he had to bring the camera to work 3 times, since it was only on the third time that I was able to get 5 minutes when nobody was in the lab. Tolkachev also described a ruse, in which he had told others that a secret document was being examined by a supervisor at midday, but in fact he took it home to photograph. This ruse, of course, is very risky, he acknowledged, and it's not possible to use it more than 2 or 3 times. Tolkachev's note explained his change of heart about exfiltration. He and his wife had close friends who left for Israel and then for the United States, he said. They had written back that they were growing nostalgic for Moscow. Tolkachev quoted his own wife as saying, "How can people decide to leave to who knows where? As far as I am concerned, I know for sure that I would immediately begin to suffer from nostalgia. Not only could I not live in another country, but I couldn't even live in another city in the Soviet Union." Tolkachev added that his son might want to travel someday but not leave permanently. Therefore, the question about my leaving the Soviet Union with my family for all practical purposes is closed. Of course, I would never go alone. 33. The Moscow station and headquarters debated for weeks how to respond to Tolkachev's letter. "We are deeply concerned," headquarters wrote on June 13 about the risks he was taking. "The ruses he told us about in his April note are frightening enough. Additional ploys which he said he also used but fails to describe may be even more alarming." Headquarters admitted that they were caught in a bind, one that had been evident since the early days of the operation. How can we get CK Sphere to control his risk-taking propensities and at the same time satisfy both his imperative to produce and our desire for his product? Headquarters was leery about giving Tolkachev the small tropal cameras, recalling that when he had used them in 1979 and 1980, the prints did not come out well because of insufficient light and poor technique. The light level in his office was only 20-foot candles, headquarters pointed out, barely enough for copying documents. Instead of cameras, wouldn't it be better to ask Tolkachev just to take notes of what was most important? Yet the CIA wanted it all. They wanted Tolkachev to be safe, but they wanted to pump out all the secrets they could. Headquarters passed along to the Moscow station a fresh list of topics to ask Tolkachev about. "The major systems of current interest to us," headquarters said, "are the Tu-22M, Tu-160, Yak-41, IFF systems, and major modifications to the Sapphire radar. Our first priority is for technical specifications, proposed or actual, on the above systems or on any new electronic or weapons systems, including missiles. Other details on capabilities, function and employment are also valuable, but may be lengthy." This spoke volumes about the state of the Tolkachev operation after 4 years. The Tu-22M and the Tu-160, known by NATO as the Backfire and the Blackjack, respectively, were supersonic strategic bombers, neither of which was directly in Tolkachev's line of work. Nor was the Yak-41, a vertical takeoff and landing aircraft that was never produced. The IFF, identification friend or foe, and Sapphire radars were definitely within Physotron's field of research, but Tolkachev had already provided extensive material on the Sapphire. Tolkachev was being pushed to grab secrets well beyond those that he would normally see at the office. 34. The CIA wrestled with whether to give Tolkachev new miniature spy cameras for use at his office. The station pointed out that the small tropal spy cameras had improved somewhat. The minimum light was now 25-foot candles. Headquarters was worried that sooner or later another Pozotran worker would see, one time too many, that Tolkachev was hunched over, elbows on his desk, hands clasping something, and grow suspicious. Tolkachev would have to do any photography in the presence of other people, headquarters cautioned. This of course is an extremely risky endeavor, and would require tremendous discretion and caution by CK Sphere, and is not likely to help his blood pressure, either. 35. But headquarters gave in. The Tropal cameras would be sent to Moscow. 36. 15. Not caught alive. I. And the morning on April 26, 1983, the head designer at the Institute, Yuri Kirpikev, called Tolkachev into his office to discuss some routine problems. Kirpikev was Tolkachev's superior. As they were talking, the phone rang. Kirpikev picked it up and, after several minutes of silence, asked the caller, "For what purpose do you need this?" Then he added, "Very well, I'll do it." The phone call had come from Nikolai Balin, head of the regime, the overarching security office at the Institute. The regime, which reported to the KGB, controlled the first department and secret library and the clearance process for all workers. Every 10 years, each employee had to answer a lengthy questionnaire. The questionnaires were then sent to the KGB for review and decisions about who would get top secret clearance. Tolkachev had the highest level access. The regime also was responsible for guards and building passes. The regime existed in every secret Soviet enterprise. After the call, Kirpikev summoned the leading engineer at the Institute, who had worked on the target recognition system for the No. 19 radar that would go into the MiG-29 fighter. As Tolkachev listened, terrified, Kirpikev described the call. By the end of the day, he said, Balin wanted a list of persons familiar with the recognition system or having access to information about the recognition system with the RLS No. 19. This was the information that Tolkachev had passed to the CIA in March. For what is this needed? Asked the leading engineer, protesting that they had never been asked to compile such lists before. Kirpikev said he had asked the same question of Balin, who answered me with nothing that was intelligible. Tolkachev went back to his office, his head spinning. He felt paralyzed. He turned the conversation over and over in his mind, wondering whether he had been discovered. His first worry was about the handwritten notes on the target recognition system he had given the CIA. The notes had been returned to him, but had the CIA slipped up? Had someone else seen them? 1. Tolkachev tried to come to grips with what he heard. If Balin was demanding a list of employees, that suggested a very serious leak of information about the target recognition system. But what did they know about the source? Did the KGB have a suspect, or were they just fishing? 2. He concluded that one possibility was that the KGB had no idea where the information had come from. Actually, there were dozens of potential sources. Institutes in Moscow, including his own and several others, or aviation and electronics factories far away that built radars and parts for them, located in the cities of Kazan, Ryazan, and Khmelnytsky. In that case, it would take time to investigate. Another possibility, more ominous and frightening, was that they were closing in on him. If so, Tolkachev figured they would need only 1 or 2 days. By nightfall, the security office would already have a list of employees with access to the material. By the next day, the list would be sent to the KGB. If they had managed to intercept Tolkachev's papers given to the CIA, he had written the information by hand, then it would be a simple matter to compare the handwriting with his answers on the clearance questionnaire, also written out in hand. Anyone could do it in a few hours. His last clearance questionnaire was completed in 1980. Tolkachev made some hurried decisions. He would destroy everything the CIA had given him that could be incriminating, and he would not, under any circumstances, fall into the hands of the KGB, at least not alive. He told his supervisor he would not be coming to work the next day. He didn't say why. The next morning, April 27th, after his wife and son left the apartment, Tolkachev gathered up all the spy gear and materials hidden in the entresol. The Pentax cameras and clamp, the dead drop and signal instructions, the dissident books, the bricks of rubles, the discus, the shortwave radio demodulator, everything, including the L pill and the schedule of future meetings. He loaded it all into the Zhiguli and drove out of Moscow. There wasn't time to signal the CIA or ask for a meeting. He crossed the outer Moscow Ring Road and drove into the country, heading north on the Rogachevskoye Chasse, or highway. Soon the metropolis of concrete and asphalt gave way to thick forests and open fields. He turned eastward off the highway onto a narrow road, then northeast onto another country road that, after 5 miles, took a slow, lazy curve, revealing a small, rural village, Doronino. Only 6 houses stood by the road. One of them was a summer house, or dacha, that Tolkachev and his wife had leased in 1981. When they were younger, they traveled widely around the Soviet Union, backpacking and camping, but now that they had a car, the dacha made more sense. It was common for people in the city to acquire houses in half-abandoned villages and repair them. Property rights were highly questionable. Buying or selling a property was strictly forbidden, but there were other means. Tolkachev made a deal that was something like a lease. 3. The houses were not expensive, but they demanded time and effort to fix up. Tolkachev searched for scarce construction materials and repaired the house himself, which he enjoyed. The house was about 50 miles from the city. 4. An old iron stove stood in the center of the house. Tolkachev pulled the spy gear out of the Zhiguli, fired up the stove, and burned everything, including the rubles the CIA had given him, the instructions, the books, the cameras, everything except for the meeting schedule and the suicide pill inside the fountain pen. When the fire cooled, Tolkachev realized that some metal parts from the discus had not burned. He gathered them up. As he drove back toward Moscow, he tossed the metal parts out the window, into the roadside ditch. What remained of the CIA's most sophisticated agent communications device was scattered into the weeds. Tolkachev returned home. He took the CIA meeting schedule and copied it, using codes, into a magazine he kept at home. Naka I Juran. Science and Life, and then destroyed the original schedule, too. On April 28, before going to work, Tolkachev took out the pen with the L pill concealed inside and put it in his pocket so he could grab it quickly if needed. He thought to himself that the most likely place for his arrest would be Kirpichev's office. He figured he would be summoned, and as he opened the door, the KGB would pull his hands behind his back so he could not grab the pen. For the next several days, as a precaution, Tolkachev removed the fragile capsule from the pen and held it under his tongue every time Kirpichev summoned him to the office. The arrest never came. Tolkachev didn't signal the CIA at the time, but he wrote a long, detailed account about what happened, to pass at their next meeting in the autumn. He wrote that if the KGB already had his handwritten notes on the MiG-29 target recognition system, then no measures would help me. But he added, if I successfully did away with my materials in time, then the KGB will not be able to find documentary evidence of my relationship with you. If the KGB was embarking on a broad search for the source of a leak, there was nothing in the house or at the dacha that would be compromising. After some time passed with no arrest, Tolkachev concluded that the KGB investigation was not focused directly on him. His panic subsided. But just to be safe, He decided to carry the L pill in his pocket whenever he went to see the CIA case officer and whenever carrying secret documents from work. Tolkachev was the Moscow station's crown jewel of human source intelligence collection, but the station had another top secret asset, an espionage operation of a different kind. Not a human source, it was a machine and another tangible sign of how far CIA intelligence collection had come in Moscow since the years of paralysis in the 1960s. The operation was code-named Kolbo, and it ranks as one of the most ingenious and daring of the Cold War. The heart of it was the underground wiretap on the sensitive data line running from the nuclear weapons facility at Troitsk to the Defense Ministry in Moscow. The CIA and the National Security Agency placed a listening tap on the cable by sneaking into one of the manholes along the route. All the case officers in Moscow had trained on the manhole mock-up back in the United States. David Rolfe had broken his thumb in the effort. Once the operation got underway, James Olson was the first to climb into the manhole in August 1979 for a survey and to take photographs. Later, a technical operations officer went down to test which of the lead sheath lines should be tapped. After that, another technical officer installed the actual wiretap. The CIA cleverly concealed the device so it could not be detected by routine maintenance workers. It began to suck out the data from the cable and transmit them to a recording device the CIA had buried between two trees, 12 feet away. Every once in a while, the Moscow station sent a case officer to swap out the recorder and collect the data, a mission undertaken with all the precautions of meeting a human spy. The recording device ran on its own power source and stored huge amounts of data until it was retrieved. To deter the curious, the CIA stuck a warning label on the recorder in Russian that said, "Danger, high voltage," and the recorder was protected by its own tamper-sensing alarm to silently warn a CIA case officer, at a distance, if anything had disturbed it. The operation cost the United States some $20 million. 5. For all the technical wizardry, Kolbo still required tending by people. On a pleasant Saturday in June 1983, it was up to Bob Morris to get the machine safely out of the ground and back to the station. Morris and his wife began the mission by carrying a box of sodas out to their car for a picnic in the countryside. Inside the box was concealed a plain backpack, and inside the backpack, the replacement recorder, a collapsible shovel, and animal repellent. After a long surveillance detection run, they took a bus, then a trolley, and began to hike by foot. Morris hefted the heavy backpack on his shoulders, and they both donned a light disguise to look more like Russians just out for fresh air. They walked during the afternoon until they reached two rows of trees, a windbreak, and, beyond the trees, an expansive field. Twilight was settling in. While his wife, who was also on a contract with the CIA, served as lookout, Morris searched for the spot, a break in one tree line, where the recorder was located. He had never been to the location before but had studied satellite photographs. He found the recorder quickly and began to dig. His wife stood watch. Morris pulled the old recorder from the ground and was securing the new one when he suddenly saw his wife shudder, as if she were about to let out a scream. She gasped, and Morris turned his head sharply. He saw the two wild kittens had leapt out of the bushes and startled her. They were only weeks old and playful. Morris and his wife tried to remain silent and not break out laughing. Morris secured the new recorder in the hole, lodged in some animal repellent, connected the wires, and covered it. The animal repellent was to keep out rodents. The CIA experimented with using tiger feces, actually acquired in India, thinking that the scent of tigers might scare away any animal. It didn't work. The other animals didn't seem to care whether there was a tiger in the woods or not. Morris put the old recorder into the backpack and cleaned up the site to cover their tracks, and they retraced their steps, bus, trolley, then, as they approached the parked car, they changed back to their picnic clothes. Morris put the backpack and the old recorder into the soda box and closed it, and they drove home. He carried the soda box past the Soviet militiamen and up to his apartment. The next day, the old recorder was passed by others to the station. Morris breathed a deep sigh of relief. Nothing quite readied him for the stress and strain of working deep cover in Moscow. He had largely escaped notice by the KGB, but in the autumn of 1983 he began to come under more surveillance. The next scheduled meeting with Tolkachev was set for September 20th, but Morris had to abort because of surveillance. The Fortochka was open to signal for a meeting on October 4th, but Tolkachev did not show up. He signaled for a meeting on October 21st, but there was surveillance, and the CIA had to abort. Tolkachev signaled for a phone call as a precursor to a meeting on October 27, and a case officer went out and called his apartment 3 times but only reached his son and his wife. Again on November 3, the Fortochka was open, but Tolkachev didn't show. Morris, still under deep cover, was growing frustrated. For each meeting, there was an alternate window of time, an hour later. Each time Tolkachev didn't show, Morris would leave, stay black for an hour, and return at the alternate time, but to no avail. Morris had gone through the long surveillance detection runs, his adrenaline was pumping, and then, nothing. There was no explanation. One missed meeting was understandable, but from September to November 1983 5 attempts to meet Tolkachev had failed. Finally, on the evening of November 16, Morris broke through. He met Tolkachev at the streetcar stop where they had first encountered each other. Both felt immensely relieved. As they walked toward Tolkachev's car, Morris asked about the missed meetings. Tolkachev explained that he had come twice but had not seen Morris. He said his wife had opened the Fortochka on 3 of the dates when he didn't show up. It was useless to use the telephone anymore, he said. Between his teenage son and his wife, the phone was constantly engaged, and in any case there was no privacy. In the car, Tolkachev had no film and said security was still tight at work. It was all explained in his ops note, he said, but he would not attempt any document photography for a while. The two were thrilled to reconnect. Morris gave Tolkachev a package from the Moscow station that included 2 tropal cameras, hidden in key fobs, and a new light meter. In a note, the CIA told Tolkachev that the tiny cameras had been improved somewhat to 25-foot candles of illumination. Morris didn't dwell on the packages, he wanted to know about Tolkachev's health and well-being. At the end of the meeting, Morris said, "I can't begin to tell you how happy I was to see you tonight." Tolkachev replied, "Yes, I feel exactly the same way." It was Tolkachev's 18th meeting with the CIA. 6. The station was upbeat, at first, in cables to headquarters. Meeting went perfectly in all respects and CK Sphere is fine, the station reported. The conversation during the meeting was lively and good-natured. CK Sphere seemed to be in a good mood. But the bad news came as soon as the ops note was translated. In the note, Tolkachev described in detail the scare of the spring, the investigation, burning everything in the Dach's iron stove, the poison pill under his tongue. The scare reignited all the old anxieties about Tolkachev. It is painfully obvious, the station told headquarters, that CK Sphere considers himself to be in great danger and his security situation continues to deteriorate. We are certain you will be as stunned as we are after you read it. Tolkachev reported to the CIA that by autumn he had concluded that the KGB was carrying out a broad investigation, not directed specifically at him. Yet he felt it was possible they were still pursuing someone. Tolkachev said he was in a waiting position, and, at least for a while, could not bring the CIA any more material about the MiG-29 target recognition system. He reported that workers in the first department had begun making unannounced spot checks in his laboratory to find out if secret documents were misplaced in any way. At the same time, all employees were asked to submit new photographs. A new building pass is in the works. In a tone that was apologetic, Tolkachev said, I was forced to take maximum care in the emergency, and he was still not certain what triggered the investigation. He said he could provide no more documents until the next year. Tolkachev expressed a willingness to copy out passages of secret documents by hand, but that would not be easy. He had previously done the writing in the quiet of the Lenin Library after work, but lately he was too tired to go there in the evenings and unable to explain to his family why he was late. With the spot checks by the first department, he said, it was risky to copy secret information by hand into notebooks on his work desk. Tolkachev also revealed he was suffering from a new health problem. His broken nose from a hockey accident as a youth had not bothered him for years, but now he could barely breathe through his nose, and, it is beginning to make me very uncomfortable. It ruined his sleep and left him tired during the day. He warned the CIA that he might have an operation on his nose that would change his appearance. But they could recognize him by a familiar practice. Going to a meeting with a case officer, he said, I will always hold in my left hand a light-colored book, usually white. 7. The CIA was shocked by Tolkachev's account of the scare. Headquarters called it a chilling account, and added in a cable to the Moscow station, we share your profound dismay and can only imagine the agony with which CK Sphere has lived since late April 1983. But there wasn't much they could do now. The next scheduled meeting was 5 months away, in April 1984. The Moscow station said that perhaps they should instruct Tolkachev to bury his tropal cameras. But Tolkachev no longer had any communications gear, so there was no easy way to get him a message, unless he called for, or agreed to, an unscheduled meeting before April 8. Had there been a leak? Headquarters insisted not. A check showed that the material on the target recognition system had not been disseminated inside the U.S. government until June, so it could not have caused the April investigation. 9. 2 years earlier, in August 1981, the CIA had been alarmed about an article in Aviation Week and Space Technology, a magazine that enjoyed good sources in the U.S. government and among defense contractors. The article had taken note of significant gain in technology in Soviet military avionics. Quoting unidentified Navy intelligence officials, the magazine described long-range, look-down, shoot-down capability in a new fighter. But it seemed quite unlikely that this article had triggered a sudden security investigation in Tolkachev's institute 20 months later. 10. The Tolkachev letter was given to a headquarters officer, fluent in Russian, who had access to all the files and was asked to interpret the state of mind of the billion-dollar spy. The officer was impressed with Tolkachev's sense of mission and wrote, there is no doubt whatsoever that CK Sphere suffered a shock after overhearing the conversations in the head designer's office, a severe shock in contemplating the imminent possibility of the KGB closing in. However, the shock seems to have sprung not so much from the presumed close brush with the termination of his life as with the termination of his life's project. Daughter. Self-preservation per se does not appear to play any great role. In fact, in the very midst of his shock he comes up with the firm resolve to undertake all measures not to fall into the hands of the KGB alive. According to the headquarters officer, Tolkachev was concerned not with saving himself but with saving his espionage, a very practical and stubborn determination to weather out the storm and last as long as possible in order to do as much damage as possible to the Soviet government. Tolkachev exhibits legendary resilience and strength, the officer observed. Despite the shocking nature of the events and actions that he's describing, his tone is quite positive and strong. He describes everything almost unemotionally, in a conversational style of narrative, as though talking about how he spent his vacation. The officer continued. He approaches everything objectively, particularly his weaknesses. Although he believes that his conclusions were logical and justifiable, he does admit that his analysis of events was, undoubtedly hasty, and further intensifies his self-judgment by underlining the words. He impartially dissects his analysis and shows how he was influenced by his one real fear, into reaching a state of near panic. However, despite the fear and feeling of panic, his subsequent actions were a result of cool deliberation. Thus, CK Sphere destroyed all his equipment and incriminating material not out of fear for his life, because that fear didn't exist, but as a deliberate attempt to deprive the KGB of even the slightest crumbs of satisfaction aside from those that would inevitably fall their way once he was discovered. The officer added. CK Sphere shows complete disregard for the fear of death, but he unhesitatingly exhibits his one real fear, to be caught by the KGB unawares. An intense hatred of the KGB permeates the description of all of CK Sphere's imaginary dealings with it. To this end, although he is forced to exercise restraint and lie low at the moment, it seems that CK Sphere has also resolved to go on and not to be caught alive. Quote 11. 16. Seeds of Betrayal. T. Thomas Mills was an experienced hand at clandestine operations. Balding and slender, known by many for his mild manner, Mills was chief of the CIA headquarters branch that handled espionage operations inside the Soviet Union. In addition to his other duties, he spent time getting to know young case officers in training, before they left for Moscow duty. They usually came into the Soviet desk once a week or so to read the message traffic. Mills also participated in the training courses in surveillance and tradecraft for new generations of case officers. One evening in late May 1984, Mills and his wife, Joby, were entertaining diplomats from Eastern Europe as guests at their home in Vienna, Virginia. Mills heard an unexpected knock at the door and excused himself. At the door was Edward Lee Howard, his face flushed with anger. Howard was a trainee Mills had supervised on the Soviet desk in 1982 and 1983. Howard was preparing to go to Moscow, where he would become the next case officer to handle Tolkachev. But the CIA lost confidence in him, and he had been forced out of the agency. Mills walked out to the driveway, and he saw that Howard's wife, Mary, was with him, holding their toddler. A neighbor of Mills's, who had been a trainee with Howard, was also there. Howard stood 5 feet 11 inches, with brown eyes and wavy black hair. His mood was dark and agitated. Mills could not invite Howard inside, it would disrupt the dinner. He told Howard it was not a good time to talk. Howard was brimming with resentment. He begged Mills to help him, to listen to him, perhaps to reverse the CIA's decision. Mills again said he could not talk. Howard shot back with profanity. The CIA had fucked him. Mary fought back tears. Mills went back inside, unsettled by the encounter. Howard had been a lousy trainee. Mills was glad he was not being sent to the Moscow station. The CIA wanted nothing more to do with Howard. The psychiatrist said there should be a clean break, no coddling, no hopes of return. Howard's appearance at the door was a bad sign. Howard possessed some of the CIA's deepest secrets. He washed out of the agency, and that was difficult enough. Now he was becoming unhinged. 1. Edward Lee Howard was an Air Force brat. His father was a sergeant, a technician on guided missile electronics, and his mother came from a Hispanic family with deep roots in western New Mexico. As a boy, Howard explored his grandfather's cattle ranch in Alamogordo while his father was serving abroad, and later he saw the world, moving with his parents every 2 or 3 years to a new military base. After graduating from the University of Texas with a business degree, he volunteered to serve in the Peace Corps in Colombia, although he wasn't particularly happy there. Howard subsequently worked for the Agency for International Development, managing loan programs in Peru. He received a master's in business administration from American University in Washington and then became head of the Chicago office of an environmental consulting firm. In 1976, Howard married another Peace Corps volunteer, Mary Sadarleaf, whom he had met in Colombia. He was in a management position at his company, Ecology and Environment Inc., and bought a house in the Chicago suburbs. 2. Everything was fine, except Howard was bored. He drank too much and quarreled with Mary about the drinking. He longed to go back overseas. In 1979, he filled out a job application for the Central Intelligence Agency. He was 28 years old, had traveled the world, showed some language abilities, was of Hispanic descent, and worked in businesses. The CIA had broadened its recruiting beyond the Ivy League networks of the past, seeking to compete with private business for the best and brightest young people. Howard was put through a battery of exams and a security investigation. In December 1980, he was offered a position in the clandestine service. His interest was in economics, and he hoped to get a nice assignment in Europe, perhaps collecting economic intelligence in Switzerland. 3. Howard reported for duty at CIA headquarters in January 1981 and passed a routine polygraph test. He acknowledged drinking and using cocaine and marijuana in Latin America, but this did not disqualify him. He was warned not to use drugs again or he would be dismissed. Soon, he was deeply enmeshed in the basic career trainee program and appeared to be headed for Europe in a first assignment in East Germany. In February 1982, he was unexpectedly offered a position in Moscow. It is not known why, but the author David Wise suggests that another candidate had pulled out and Howard was a quick substitute. 4. By his own account, Howard never had any interest in going to the Soviet Union, but he accepted the new assignment, figuring it would be a rung up the CIA career ladder for me. 5. He began studying Russian at Georgetown University and on Saturdays would go to CIA headquarters to read the message traffic. Howard was on the Soviet desk from February 7, 1982, until April 30, 1983. He had access to the day-to-day operational cables from the Moscow station, in which Tolkachev was identified as CK Sphere. It is not known whether Howard learned Tolkachev's true identity. But Howard was in the pipeline for Moscow, preparing to work with Tolkachev, so he might have read more deeply into the operation, including Tolkachev's 1978 letter to the CIA revealing his identity and profession. 6. Mary also joined the CIA and went through the training courses. Her role in Moscow would be to support his operational forays, primarily as a lookout for surveillance. Both of them took the CIA's rigorous training in denied areas, operations, learning how to detect and evade KGB surveillance. The course involved weeks of demanding exercises on the streets of Washington. FBI special agents posed as KGB surveillance teams, forcing the young case officers to sharpen their skills. Mills, who had gone through the exercises a generation earlier with his wife, sometimes participated in the training. He saw Howard in action one day and thought he was slow. Mills also noticed that Mary was shy and frightened. An exercise involving a simulated ambush by gun-wielding FBI officers reduced Mary to tears. Howard's training also included preparations for crawling into the manhole and servicing Kolbo, the underground cable tap outside Moscow. The training involved a 10-mile hike with a 35-pound backpack, to simulate the experience of replacing the data recorder clandestinely. Usually, for training, the backpack was weighted with stones, but Howard cheated, stuffing cardboard into the backpack instead. The incident was known to the trainers but not reported to superiors at the time. Howard and his wife were also taught the jack-in-the-box procedure for escaping surveillance and practiced jumping from a car at just the right moment. Howard's jump was rehearsed on a grassy strip near the Kennedy Center in Washington. 7. By early 1983, Howard seemed to be on track for Moscow. To improve his cover as a budget officer in the U.S. Embassy, he took a course sponsored by the State Department to train diplomats. He received a commission signed by President Reagan and Secretary of State George Shultz, dated March 11, 1983, confirming he was a new officer of the U.S. diplomatic service. That same month, his first child, a son, Lee, was born. The family's passports were sent away for multiple entry diplomatic visas to the Soviet Union. They were scheduled to leave for Moscow in late June. For the CIA, Howard was to be a deep cover officer, a rookie selected in part because he was young and clean and would hopefully be overlooked by the KGB. 8. Before leaving, Howard was required to take a routine lie detector test. After the test was conducted in April, he recalled, the examiner shook his hand and wished him well. But there were anomalies in the results that caught the attention of security officials. Howard was asked to take a second polygraph. The results indicated deception about some crime in his past. Howard admitted that once, when drunk, he had filched $40 from a cosmetic kit left on the seat next to him by an airline passenger. He was asked to take a third polygraph and was so nervous about it that he swallowed a tranquilizer beforehand, infuriating the examiner. Then he was asked to take a fourth lie detector test, on April 29. The tests repeatedly showed deception about some criminal act and in Howard's responses to questions about drug and alcohol abuse. Within days, the CIA decided not to send Howard to Moscow, and a panel of top agency officials was convened to decide his fate. The CIA could have sidelined him into a nonsensitive job, but instead the panel decided he should be immediately forced out. David Forden, who was chief of the division while Howard was in training, recalled that the panel, on which he served, made a quick decision. Describing Howard as a loser, Forden added, I said let's get rid of this guy. He was a bum. 9. On May 3, at headquarters, Howard was told he would not be going to Moscow. He was presented with an ultimatum: resign from the CIA or be fired. The CIA did not explain why. His wife, Mary, then on maternity leave as a CIA employee, demanded to know why, and the CIA would not say. Howard told his wife, they were convinced I was lying. 10. He was correct. The CIA did not think they could trust a trainee who had just failed 4 consecutive polygraph tests with their most sensitive operations in the Soviet Union. The CIA director has the power to unilaterally remove the security clearances of an employee, effectively ending his or her employment. Howard signed the resignation paper. But before he could be escorted out of headquarters, he made a photocopy of his CIA access badge, bearing his photograph and a number, and copied some notes to take with him. 11. The CIA said he would be kept on the payroll for 6 weeks and should visit the agency's senior psychiatrist, Bernard Malloy, and report for a physical examination. 12. The agency also prepared a resume he could use for future employers, saying he had spent 2.5 years as a Foreign Service officer at the State Department. It didn't mention the CIA. 13. Howard was dumbfounded. He later recalled, "I was disoriented by the way they had pulled the rug out from under me, and angered by the callous way they had fired me and thrown me out on the street." 14. He decided to return to New Mexico, and he managed to get a job with the Legislative Finance Committee of the state legislature as an economics analyst, estimating oil and gas revenues. Howard told people who asked that he was being prepared for an assignment in Moscow by the State Department but did not want to go with a baby, so he had quit. 15. He bought an Adobe-style ranch house at 108 Verano Loop in El Dorado, south of Santa Fe, and prepared to pick up the pieces and start a new life, Mary recalled. 16. Howard had signed a secrecy oath and was expected to keep his secrets forever, even after being forced out of the CIA. The CIA could end his employment but had no power to carry out law enforcement inside the United States. If Howard became a security risk, that was a counterintelligence matter, under the purview of the FBI. At the time, the CIA did not inform the FBI that a trainee who had access to secret operational files had been forced out. The CIA's approach was to keep its troubles in the family. However, even if the CIA had alerted the FBI at this point, it is not clear the Bureau would have taken any action. 17. Howard was seething, gripped by a desire to exact revenge on the CIA. In the weeks after he was forced out, he walked into the consulate of the Soviet Union, located on Phelps Place Northwest, in the Kalorama neighborhood of Washington, and left a note on the desk of the receptionist. The note was signed, Alex. It also contained the photocopy of his CIA badge, mentioned that he had been headed to the Moscow station, and said he had information to sell for $60,000. Howard left instructions for meeting him at some later date at the U.S. Capitol, and he included a random number code. Howard told his wife, Mary, that it was safer to leave a note at the consulate than at the Soviet embassy, located on 16th Street Northwest, because there were no FBI security cameras monitoring the consulate, as at the embassy. 18. Howard set the meeting with the Soviets for an upstairs bathroom at the Capitol on October 20, 1983. From his training, he knew the FBI is prohibited from entering the Capitol, they could not spot him there. The Capitol also offered many areas thronged with tourists. Howard spent several hours sitting outside the Soviet consulate, in a park, pondering what to do, but eventually decided against going to the Capitol for the meeting. On coming home, he told Mary that he just could not do it. 19. Victor Cherkashin, the second-ranking KGB officer in Washington at the time, said the KGB had received Howard's letter but also decided not to go to the Capitol meeting, fearing that it might be an FBI setup. 20. Howard began making strange phone calls to Moscow. Late at night, often drunk, he called a U.S. phone number he had learned at the CIA, a special tie line to the Moscow embassy that allowed diplomats to make calls back and forth to the United States without going through decrepit Soviet landlines. The tie line was not secure, probably monitored by the KGB, and intended for personal calls and official calls that were routine. One evening, when it was already morning the next day in Moscow, Howard called the embassy, and a Marine guard answered the line. Howard began reeling off a series of numbers from a sheet of paper and then hung up. 21. Another time, he identified himself by name and asked to leave a message for the Moscow station chief that he was not showing up for his physical. There was no reason for Howard to make the call about his physical. The station chief already knew he wasn't coming. The chief reported the call to headquarters, which summoned Howard and lectured him about the calls. In fact, Howard was attempting to use the phone line to alert the KGB. My call to the CIA station chief about the physical effectively revealed to the Soviets that my job was to have been a deep cover CIA officer, Howard later wrote, saying he made that call deliberately and in anger. 22. Another time, Howard used the phone to call Moscow and ask for Raya, a tall, blonde Russian woman who worked in the U.S. Embassy, in charge of such things as getting visas for diplomats, housing, and hiring Soviet employees. She told embassy officials about the call and undoubtedly told the KGB, too. The important thing was to let them know how he could be located, said one CIA official who reviewed the record. Howard was being very cool, operationally. In the fall of 1983, Howard wrote an open letter to the Soviet consulate in San Francisco. The letter appeared to be an ordinary one from a citizen, expressing concern about U.S.-Soviet relations. Howard signed his own name. He told Mary that he wrote it as a tease, assuming that the CIA or the FBI would see it and become upset at his direct contact with the Soviets. 23. Howard's drinking grew worse. He was drunk on February 26, 1984, when he confronted three strangers at a bar outside Santa Fe, New Mexico. Howard, who owned firearms and had a license to buy and sell guns, kept a Smith & Wesson .44 Magnum revolver under the seat of his Jeep. He provoked a confrontation with the strangers and at one point aimed the gun through the open window of their vehicle. When one of them pushed it away, the gun fired through the roof. They attacked Howard and seized the weapon. No one was injured by the gunfire, but Howard was beaten and spent a night in jail. He later pleaded guilty to 3 counts of assault with a deadly weapon and was fined $7,500, ordered to see a psychiatrist, and given 5 years probation. 24. His state of mind was clearly unsettled. He had come out to New Mexico optimistic about starting over, perhaps even running for political office, but Mary recalled that after the drunken brawl he gave up hope. He began talking about going to the Soviets. 25. In May 1984, Burton Gerber, who had been Moscow chief of station from 1980 to 1982 and who had been at the forefront of a generation of officers who pushed for more aggressive methods to spy on the Soviet Union, was appointed chief of the Soviet division. Soon after, the Edward Lee Howard mess fell into his lap. Gerber had not hired Howard or fired him, but now he faced the question of what to do about him. The confrontation with Mills on the driveway was a bad sign. From reading the file and talking to people, Gerber learned that the agency's psychiatrist had insisted on cutting off all contact with Howard after he had been forced out. Gerber concluded that was a mistake. If Howard possessed sensitive information, then they should not give him the cold shoulder. When Howard applied for reimbursement for half of his psychiatric counseling bills, saying his troubles were caused by his time in the CIA, Gerber approved the payments. In September 1984, 2 CIA officials flew to Santa Fe to check up on Howard. They were Mills, the Soviet branch chief, and Malloy, the agency psychiatrist. At a breakfast meeting in a local motel, Howard seemed to be on the rebound and getting his life back together again. He showed up well dressed, seeming optimistic about his future. The CIA officials told Howard that his counseling bills would be paid by the CIA. During the conversation, Howard made a startling admission. He told the CIA officials he had stopped in the park outside the Soviet consulate and pondered what would happen if he went inside. Howard said he figured the Soviets were cheap, would not give him much money, and in the end he said he decided not to do it. 26. He was lying. He had already done much more. Just days before the breakfast, Howard returned from a trip to Europe with his family. The CIA had inadvertently mailed Howard his family's diplomatic passports after he was forced out. He used them for the trip. Howard and his family visited Italy, Switzerland, Germany, and Austria. One night in Milan, quite drunk, Howard disappeared from his family around midnight and returned at 4 a.m. He was stopped on the way home by a police officer who noticed he was drunk. Howard showed his diplomatic passport and was released. 27. During those hours, he probably made contact with the KGB. It is not known precisely what occurred, but Howard later boasted to a friend that Milan had been a cover for action to meet the Soviets and he had filled a dead drop there. Mary did not see anything unusual on the trip. 28. Howard had only just begun. In October 1984, he received a phone call at home from a man with a soft, pleasant voice and a slight accent. The man inquired about a manuscript that Howard was offering to sell, and by the way the question was asked, Howard realized he was referring to the letter he had left at the Soviet consulate in 1983. Howard replied that he had nothing to sell and not to call him again. But the man was persistent. He said he could make things very unpleasant for Howard or could make things very good for him. He said he might be willing to pay twice Howard's suggested price of $60,000. The caller told Howard to think about it, and he would call again at a later date. 29. Cherkashin, the second-ranking KGB man in Washington, wrote in his memoir that he made the call, and Howard expressed enthusiasm about the prospect of working for us. Cherkashin added, I told him he'd have to travel to Vienna to meet his handler and that we'd contact him later to inform him when and how to go there. He agreed. 30. After the call, Howard sent a postcard to the Soviet consulate in San Francisco, signed, Alex. It was intended to confirm plans for a January 1985 meeting in Vienna. He received a second call around a month later about the trip. 31. Howard told Mary, I'm going to get those bastards at the CIA. I'm gonna hurt them like they've never been hurt before. 32. 17. Vanquish. F. Or Tolkachev, the security scare at his institute had been a jolt. A year later, he was still turning over in his mind what had happened. When he met a CIA case officer on the street the evening of April 19, 1984, Tolkachev passed a 13-page ops note, saying he was sorry for having panicked. Today, sorting in my mind all the events that occurred in late April 1983, I must admit that my actions were too hasty, he wrote. He apologized again for having destroyed so much at that time, and for not having passed any new information for a whole year. 1. Tolkachev gave the CIA officer 26 pages of notes and schematics on Soviet radars, which he had handwritten from memory, and returned 2 fully exposed tropal cameras. He told the case officer that the security situation at the institute hadn't changed and was still very restrictive, although there had not been any surprise inspections since the previous autumn. He wasn't sure if this was an ominous sign or if the danger had passed. He wrote that it was possible the KGB knew of a leak but lacked enough details to track it down, or perhaps the KGB was just preparing lists of who knew what, so they could pounce when the time was right. 2. The meeting was the first contact with the Moscow station since the previous autumn, when Tolkachev had revealed the scare. Out of touch for months, the CIA was worried about his frame of mind and in an ops note reassured Tolkachev that he had done the right thing. You have reacted to a dangerous situation with great courage, realistic caution and admirable self-control, they wrote. We understand your desire to leave nothing for the KGB and completely agree with your decision to destroy all evidence of your link to us. Then, to put your mind at ease about security, the CIA gave Tolkachev a separate memo from headquarters that described how his materials were handled in the United States. The memo said that from the very start of the operation the CIA had established special procedures, including secure locations to store the files in the few agencies that receive the intelligence, and no other material except yours can be kept in these repositories. Neither the material itself, nor excerpts from it can be taken out of the repositories. Each person who read the material had to sign his name. In this way we can always know who read which document and when. Also, the CIA told Tolkachev, only translations were distributed, not originals, and there were strict restrictions on who could even talk about the Tolkachev intelligence. The CIA insisted that the target recognition system that Tolkachev passed in March 1983 was not shown to experts in the U.S. government until well after the security scare at the Institute, so there could not have been a leak from the United States. The CIA's soothing words to Tolkachev were accurate as far as they went, describing the safeguards on distribution of his information to outsiders. Dot. But it did not even raise the idea of a betrayal from within. In the ops note, the CIA advised Tolkachev that if more threats or investigations appeared, he should halt his work and lie low. Despite the value of your information and the high esteem in which it is held by the most senior people in our government, your future welfare is a much more important concern to us, the CIA message said. If threatened, they added, do not hesitate to destroy all materials and cease activity on our behalf for as long as is necessary. But once again the CIA and the military customers also wanted Tolkachev to produce more material if he could. The case officer gave Tolkachev 2 more loaded tropal cameras, each concealed in a key fob. The case officer also passed to Tolkachev another 120,000 rubles to replace some of what he had burned at the dacha. The Moscow station stashed some ginseng in the package and offered Tolkachev health advice, urging him to relax and cut down on salt in his diet. We feel you are not only a colleague but a friend. As such, we ask you to please take care of yourself. 3. Tolkachev had destroyed the Pentax 35mm camera during the scare, leaving him only one method to photograph documents, using the 2 miniature tropal cameras that Morris had given him the previous fall. He wrote in his ops note to the CIA that he had taken the chance and used them at work to copy documents that he could no longer smuggle out of the building because of the tight restrictions. However, his note was vague. He wrote that, from the point of view of security, it's more convenient for me to do the whole process standing up, not sitting down. It wasn't clear where he was standing up, or why. Tolkachev said he found it difficult to hold the tiny camera exactly 28 centimeters from the page while standing. He said that he flattened the top of a knitting needle of precisely the right length, then attached the camera to it with a rubber band, effectively making a tripod. Tolkachev said he feared the needle was casting a shadow on the page, so he took time to photograph some pages twice. Unfortunately, he said, when I was photographing the second time, I was in such a hurry that I may have forgotten to unscrew the cap from the camera lens. In the future, he wrote, he wouldn't shoot every page twice because of time, there's none to spare. 4. He didn't say anything else about photography, and the CIA couldn't ask. He renewed his request for another Pentax 35mm camera. On April 27, headquarters reported that the results from the 2 tropals that Tolkachev had given the case officer were generally excellent, and one document was a winner. The handwritten notes he made from memory were very valuable and crammed with an extraordinary amount of minute detail. Our initial reaction after this preliminary reading is that CK Sphere has almost completely recovered from his scare of the past year. headquarters concluded, and is once again taking risks, i.e., photography in his lab, in his determination to inflict as much damage as possible on his system. In his ops note, Tolkachev was more focused on his personal problems than in the past. He was still thinking of surgery to correct his broken nose. You shouldn't be surprised if I come to one of the meetings with a straight nose, he wrote to the CIA. He then revealed he had suffered another health crisis. It's well known that health does not improve with age, he said, describing an attack of acute, chronic antacid gastritis that hit him in March. I had high fever. I was sick for 2 weeks and didn't go to work, he said. After this crisis, the stomach pains continued for over a month. I was forced to go on a strict diet. A Soviet doctor had recommended rose hip and buckthorn oil, but the pharmacy shelves in Moscow were nearly empty. It's practically impossible to get these oils even with a doctor's prescription. The medicine could be found on the black market, but Tolkachev didn't want to try it. It would be great if you could obtain some rosehip and buckthorn oil for me, he said. Tolkachev also suffered from gum disease. His teeth hurt upon eating cold food, and he wanted a French medicine that also couldn't be found in Moscow, with instructions in Russian. He and his wife needed new eyeglasses too. Tolkachev provided the prescriptions. His son needed 6 to 8 more bottles of India ink for his drafting equipment and a bottle of fluid to clean the equipment the CIA had provided him earlier. 5. The CIA was reassured by all these requests. A cable from headquarters to the Moscow station observed that Tolkachev has recovered his drive and is again determined to gather information for us according to a self-imposed timetable. Tolkachev seems to be exhibiting again a compulsive urgency to get on with his self-appointed task, headquarters said. They began to assemble the items on Tolkachev's list, adding the German equivalent of D-gel and Maalox. 6. In the summer of 1984, the CIA also changed Tolkachev's code name. Headquarters said it was a routine security procedure, because CK Sphere had already been in use for 6 years. His new code name was CK Vanquish. By autumn, Tolkachev seemed to have rebounded. On October 11, he met a case officer for 20 minutes, and the officer found him more healthy and energetic than in the spring. The case officer came bearing bulky packages for Tolkachev that included 168,750 rubles and much of his wish list. Tolkachev passed to the case officer 2 tropal cameras with exposed film and 22 pages of handwritten material, including an ops note. He immediately asked about the Pentax camera and whether the case officer had brought it. He wanted it badly. But the CIA had decided not to give it to him, fearing he might take too many risks. Tolkachev insisted that with the coming of winter, he could resume smuggling documents out of the institute, tucked inside his coat, despite the dangers. He told the case officer that the security situation appeared to be calm at his institute, with no new investigations. When the case officer said he was worried about the dangers, Tolkachev reminded him anew, everything we do is dangerous. Then Tolkachev revealed why he was standing up when photographing documents with the tropal cameras. He was taking the documents to a private men's toilet stall, locking the door, putting the documents on a narrow shelf under a tiny window, and photographing them with the miniature camera. 7. In his ops note, Tolkachev pleaded with the CIA to bring the Pentax camera to their next meeting so he could be more productive, as he had in the past. Sure, he said, he could just make notes, that would be safe. But he added, it's impossible to do a lot with such a method, while I've always strived, from the very beginning, to gather and to pass on the maximum information possible. And now, under conditions that are more difficult in comparison to the early period of my activity, my drive hasn't changed. I feel that I am already unable to lessen this drive. It is incited to some degree by the nature of my character. In this case, from my own experience, I am once more convinced of the accuracy and truth of proverbs, such as, for example, character cannot be broken. 8. Tolkachev's photographs taken in the toilet were clear, except for a few frames where he failed to press the shutter down all the way. Headquarters said his note offered the clearest picture we have yet had of a man, driven by the unchangeable nature of his character to disregard the risks he perceives in order to collect as much information as possible. But headquarters still balked at giving Tolkachev a pentax to photograph documents. They decided on a compromise: give him more Tropel miniature cameras to use. 9. Tolkachev's meeting in October, his 20th with the CIA, was businesslike, but he was not as personally warm and forthcoming as he had been with John Gilshire and David Rolfe. He didn't mention to the case officer that his son, Oleg, who had figured so prominently in his requests over the years, was married in Moscow on August 1st, at 19 years old, and moved out of the apartment to live with his new wife's parents. 10. Tolkachev's notes gave headquarters a sense of renewed optimism about the operation. For the first time since 1982, he had answered the CIA's specific questions about Soviet weapons systems. The division's reports and requirements staff, which handled the incoming intelligence and outgoing questions for agents in the field, said Tolkachev's material would seem to indicate that he has recovered from his security crisis. 11. The CIA also prepared an ops note for Tolkachev emphasizing how valuable his material had become and saying they didn't want him to take any unnecessary risks. You should clearly understand, the ops note said, that the information you provide to us, simply stated, is considered invaluable, prized not only by technical experts but by those making national security policy. To lose such information, the CIA said, would be a severe blow to our government, gravely affecting our national posture both now and for many years to come. 12. Tolkachev was 5 minutes late to his meeting with the CIA case officer on the night of January 18, 1985. The streets were piled with snow, temperatures plunged to 15 degrees below zero, and he had trouble finding a place to park. When he arrived, they exchanged verbal paroles, a few pleasantries, and walked back to Tolkachev's car to stay warm and talk. Tolkachev asked right away, "Do you have the pentax?" The case officer said no, it was too risky. Tolkachev was disappointed but said he would abide by the decision, even though he yearned to return to the days of shooting dozens of rolls of film with the big camera, spreading documents out on the table in his apartment, the camera held by a clamp on the back of a chair, and with a good desk lamp to illuminate the pages. In the toilet stall at the institute where he was photographing with the Tropel cameras, the window was painted over, in white. The light was soft on the best of days and worse when it was overcast outside. The small, solitary toilet was located in a building adjacent to his office, so he could easily carry secret documents there. There were no document control points in between, but just in case he usually arranged to make a cover stop at a friend's office to explain his presence in the building. In the toilet stall, he could lock the door and be alone. He told the case officer he had recently photographed a very important document using the small Tropel cameras. Tolkachev recited the title of the document from memory: Overall Special Program of Scientific Research, Experimentation, and Practical Construction Work to Secure the Creation of Frontline and PVO Fighters for the 1990s. The PVO meant Air Defense Forces. The document would surely be another intelligence treasure for the CIA, Soviet military aviation plans well into the next decade. Still, Tolkachev said the photographs were made on an overcast day, and he sounded uncertain about his use of the miniature cameras in the dim light. 13. He gave the tropal cameras to the case officer, as well as handwritten notes, wrapped in a taped package. The case officer handed over several bundles to Tolkachev. 5 more miniature tropal cameras, another 100,000 rubles, a meeting schedule for the next 3 years, and instructions for new signal and meeting sites, including a location for the next meeting planned for June, code-named Trubka or Type. The CIA's schedule and instructions were a clear indication that they planned to carry on with the operation for some time to come. The packages also included 3 books in Russian and an ops note telling Tolkachev how invaluable and important his material had been to the United States. Tolkachev presented a long, personal wish list to the CIA. He needed a rear window defroster for his car. He continued to suffer from pain in his teeth and wanted more French medicine. He asked for albums and books on architecture for his son. He wanted soft-tipped French pens similar to those that had appeared the previous summer in Moscow. He gave a used pen to the case officer as a sample. Tolkachev also was hungry for news published in the West. He wanted press clippings and Russian-language newspapers printed in the United States. He asked for information on arms control, important speeches by Western leaders, and press conferences of Soviet citizens, refugees and defectors, in the West. Tolkachev said his son regarded his English teachers as very bad, and he asked the CIA to put together an extensive English language training course, with cassette tapes, recording humorous stories and political speeches, all spoken by more than one person. He volunteered money from his escrow account to finance the work. In the ops note for Tolkachev, the Moscow station reported that his account balance stood at $1,990,729.85. 14. Time was short. The case officer's tape recorder was running. He asked Tolkachev about some current rumors. Had he heard anything concerning the health of the Soviet leader, Konstantin Chernenko? No, nothing, Tolkachev said. What about reports that red mailboxes on Moscow street corners were disappearing, and what did that mean? Tolkachev said he didn't write many letters and hadn't noticed. After 20 minutes, the case officer opened the car door and slipped away. It was Tolkachev's 21st meeting with the CIA. When the Moscow station opened Tolkachev's handwritten notes the next day, they found something odd. Pages he had numbered 1 to 10 were normal, then the material skipped to pages 34 to 35, then skipped again to 52 to 57. They did not know why. 15. On balance, however, it seemed that Tolkachev was back on track. When the Moscow station sent a cable to headquarters describing the meeting, Gerber, the Soviet division chief, read it and wrote at the top of the page, "Great." On January 31st, headquarters sent a message to the Moscow station, saying, "We remain optimistic that Tolkachev's security crisis of 1983 has abated." Headquarters added, "We are especially pleased that the conditions for photography at the Institute are a lot better than they could have been, and it is encouraging that he is not required to pass any document control points on his way to the small toilet." 16. Just a few days later, headquarters sent worrisome news. Tolkachev's latest film from the tropal cameras turned out to be unreadable. The negatives were extremely underexposed, caused by lack of sufficient light. The cameras were simply not working in the dim light. The valuable document Tolkachev painstakingly photographed in the toilet stall was lost. Also, there was another unexplained puzzle. The tropal cameras used a screw-on cap at one end. The end caps on 2 of the cameras were obviously switched, headquarters reported. 17. Was it a mistake made in haste or something else? At CIA headquarters, an internal review of Tolkachev's security situation looking back over all the cables and notes of the last 4 years, was completed in February and sent to the Moscow station. It examined the system of building passes and library permission sign-out sheets for secret documents that Tolkachev had previously described. Although Tolkachev had been astoundingly successful at smuggling documents out of the institute and photographing them at home for several years, the review cautioned that the authorities have established a series of interlocking restrictions and checkpoints that would make it more difficult to smuggle documents out of the institute. The review added that, "We are encouraged by the news that CK Vanquish apparently can move freely within the institute grounds." It insisted that the CIA be vigilant and look for ways to lessen the danger to Tolkachev. Yet the review focused entirely on the risks to him by his own actions within the institute and said nothing about the dangers to him from elsewhere. The CIA mindset was that security at its own headquarters was very tight, and it was unthinkable that a leak could come from Langley or the military customers, who thrived on Tolkachev's intelligence. 18. On March 4, the Moscow station put up a visual signal for Tolkachev, asking for a quick meeting. The station wanted to tell him that the last batch of film did not turn out and give him a new light meter and cameras with improved film for low light conditions. "We believe chances are very good that CK Vanquish would be able to resume successful photography in the relatively secure conditions of the toilet," headquarters said. 19. But for some reason, Tolkachev did not respond. The next week, the station saw a ready signal, although the officer wasn't sure, because it was not the same Fortochka as before, but it was opened at the proper time. Again, Tolkachev didn't show. An alternative meeting date passed at the end of March, and he didn't show up again. 20. 18. Selling out. In January 1985, Edward Lee Howard flew to Vienna to meet with his Soviet contacts. 1. Howard told his wife, Mary, that the KGB wanted to check his bona fides and verify the information he was giving them. He was reimbursed by the KGB for his travel expenses, but he was told they would have to verify his material before he would be paid more. What exactly happened in Vienna is not known, but as Howard later described it to his wife, he was picked up in front of a movie theater and driven around for about half an hour to check for surveillance. He was impressed with the tradecraft. He was taken in through a back door to the Soviet embassy, where he talked with two officers who debriefed him. He identified them as Boris and Victor, for 3 or 4 hours. They made him feel important, treated him with respect, poured drinks, and brought him caviar. One of the two men had flown in from Moscow. Howard said the Soviet officers were still not totally convinced of his bona fides because they had been unable to verify some of his information. He said he was to be paid a considerable amount of money at a later meeting. 2. From abroad, Howard sent a postcard to a friend that said, "I talked to my case officer." 3. In April, Howard returned to Vienna, this time accompanied by Mary. She recalled that he paid for everything using traveler's checks, not his American Express credit card. They stayed at the 4-star Hotel Beethoven for 2 days. Howard had filled out an application for employment with the United Nations agency in Vienna and written to them, saying he would be available for an interview on April 25, 1985. Once in the city, Howard's wife dropped him off at the UN office. 4. But that was just a cover story. Howard had earlier called the United Nations and cancelled his interview. 5. He apparently met with the Soviet officers again at this time. Howard later wrote that he also went to Zurich, Switzerland, and indulged a longtime fantasy of mine and spent $600 on a Rolex watch. 6. Howard had much to offer the KGB. He knew of the presence of a spy for the United States deep in the Soviet military-industrial complex, and he knew of the presence of a wiretap on one of the Soviet Union's most sensitive underground communications lines. Howard was trained at the CIA for both operations. He knew much of the CIA's operational tradecraft and technology, such as the use of the tiny radios, disguises, surveillance detection runs, and the jack-in-the-box. In 1984 and 1985, Howard confided to a friend, William Bosch, a former CIA case officer in Latin America who left the agency under a cloud, that he had sold information to the Soviets. Howard met Bosch several times in this period, boasting of his KGB contacts. He told Bosch how his vacation in Milan was a cover for action, that he filled a dead drop for the Soviets and had taken secret CIA documents and buried them for later passage to the KGB. Howard tried at least once to recruit Bosch to join him and go and see Boris, my case officer. Bosch later expressed worry about Howard's mental stability and wasn't sure if Howard was joking or serious. But Bosch, who had his own troubles with the CIA, never reported any of this to the authorities. 7. With the information obtained from Howard, the KGB began to look for a spy inside a vast network of military research institutes, design bureaus, and factories spread across 11 time zones. Although the KGB had served as the cruel hammer of Soviet repression, they had become more legalistic and procedural over the decades. They would not make a move based on Howard's tip alone. They were seeking evidence, and they wanted to catch a spy in the act. Howard apparently described to the KGB some details about Tolkachev but did not, or could not, provide his name. Howard later claimed he didn't know the name. 8. The KGB was left with a vague description of the spy they were hunting for. Several participants later recalled that they began with a broad investigation that examined both aviation and electronics branches of the defense industry but then narrowed it down to one institute, Physotron. 9. Just as the KGB was learning more from Howard, another American intelligence officer stepped forward with new information. On April 16, 1985, Aldrich Ames went to the bar of the Mayflower Hotel in downtown Washington. A tall man, with a mustache and heavy eyeglasses, he was head of a counterintelligence branch inside the Soviet division at CIA headquarters. Ames was regarded by colleagues as a rather bland and mediocre intelligence officer. At the hotel bar, he waited for a Soviet diplomat to show up. When the man didn't come, Ames walked 2 blocks to the Soviet embassy on 16th Street Northwest. He handed an envelope to the receptionist and motioned to the duty officer that he wanted it given to the KGB resident upstairs. Inside the envelope, Ames offered to become an agent for the Soviet Union, describing 2 or 3 cases involving Soviets who had approached the CIA to offer their services, but not Tolkachev. Ames also included a page from the CIA internal phone directory that identified him. He asked for $50,000. Ames returned to the embassy on May 15 and, meeting the KGB in a soundproof room, was told he would get the money. 2 days later, the KGB gave it to him in $100 bills at a restaurant. Up to this point, Ames had given the Soviets some hints of his potential but not a large quantity of secret materials. He had not disclosed such operations as CK Vanquish and Colbo. But he certainly offered the promise of more. 10. In the spring and summer of 1985, CIA headquarters was confronted with a string of anomalies, all related to espionage against the Soviet Union. There was no single, credible explanation, and some of the events might not have been connected to Howard and Ames. At this point, the CIA did not know that either of them was committing treason. But the events of 1985 came quickly and sent a shudder through headquarters. What worried them most were the anomalies that they couldn't explain. In May, Sergei Bakin, a longtime CIA agent in Athens who was serving in the GRU, Soviet military intelligence, was unexpectedly summoned to Moscow. Bakin was told his son was in trouble at a military academy, but he knew that was false. Had he been betrayed? Would he be arrested in Moscow? Bakin consulted with the CIA, and in a decision approved by Gerber, the division chief, in just a matter of days Bakin was exfiltrated by the CIA to the United States. 11. Also in April, a case officer in the Moscow station, Michael Sellers, met a KGB source who called himself Stas, whose real identity was not known to the CIA. He was a rough-cut officer with a guttural, street jargon Russian that wasn't easy to understand, but Sellers managed to grasp it, and they walked around Moscow and talked for an hour and a half, undetected, as Stas provided a stream of valuable intelligence, including the disclosure that the Moscow station had made a major error in another operation. 12. Just as they were getting ready to part, Stas took out what looked like a small can and a plastic bag and sprayed something into it. He informed Sellers it was a sample of a mysterious powder the KGB used to track officers of the Moscow station. The invisible chemicals were sprinkled by the KGB on car door handles and other locations. A special light exposed the spy dust on a doorknob, a telephone, or a bus window. Sellers had seen the stuff before in his car, even on a child's car seat. It looked like yellow bee pollen, but now the United States had proof. Why had Stas volunteered? Who was he? It wasn't clear. 13. In the spring, a case officer from the Moscow station made a run to the underground cable tap. With an electronic device, the case officer interrogated the recorder about tampering, and it responded with an alarm. The sensor wasn't perfect, and it could be a false alarm, but the case officer decided to abort the run. After a debate, the Moscow station decided to try again, figuring that an espionage machine that had cost tens of millions of dollars was worth the risk. The case officer returned to the site and safely retrieved the recorder, and it was sent back to the United States, but the valuable intelligence that had been picked up for years on the underground cable had completely dried up. No one knew why. 14. Amid these jarring events and unanswered questions, the CIA decided not to bother Tolkachev until the next scheduled rendezvous, set for June. The summer months would bring more daylight, and the CIA might be able to give him new film or a better camera. The Moscow station and headquarters seemed optimistic that they could solve the photography problem, even if it meant urging Tolkachev to take pictures in the toilet only on sunny days. 15. 19. Without warning. Oh. On the evening of March 10, 1985, the ailing Soviet leader, Konstantin Chernenko, passed away. The next day, the youngest member of the Politburo, Mikhail Gorbachev, became the fourth leader of the Soviet Union in 3 years. Tolkachev usually paid little attention to politics. At home, he was content to bury himself in his technical books, ignoring broadcasts and pronouncements of the party state. He loathed them all and rarely even glanced at a television. He was not an optimist that the Soviet system would change. But when it did, he took notice. After the arrival of Gorbachev, he could not get enough of the television news. One day at home, he marveled, "Did you notice this concert on television? There were no propaganda songs." Frequently, he read the newspapers, which he hadn't done for years. He was curious and excited about Gorbachev and the hints of new thinking. Could it be that their dashed hopes from the days of the thaw would be realized at last? 1. On Wednesday, June 5, the next date for a planned meeting with Tolkachev, the Moscow station checked the Fortochka. Dot. This time, the correct window was open, a signal that he was ready, but that evening the case officer had to abort, saying there was too much surveillance. 2. Over the weekend of June 8 and 9, Tolkachev and his wife drove to their dacha north of Moscow. Their son, Oleg, no longer joined them for trips to the country. While Tolkachev and his wife were away, KGB officers secretly entered and searched their apartment. They discovered the fountain pen with the L pill from the CIA. They might also have found the other CIA materials in the Entrezel, including the schedule and maps for upcoming meetings. 3. A family friend recalled that at the dacha Otik often worked with wood, repairing window frames, while Natasha liked to cultivate the garden. They had plans on Sunday evening, June 9, to see old friends in Moscow, the Rozanskys. 4. When they left the dacha, Otik put on a light sport coat, and his wife a black and white check dress with trim at the sleeves, anticipating they would meet their friends soon after their return to the city. Natasha had only recently obtained a driver's license and was behind the wheel of the Zhiguli. The country had been cool for the weekend, and as they drove, it was drizzling. The Zhiguli's wipers were on. On a narrow two-way road toward the city, which cut through a stand of pine and birch, they were stopped by a traffic policeman wearing a uniform and a rain cape who waved them over with a baton. A traffic police checkpoint was not unusual, although it was not often found so far out in the country. The Ochre Zhiguli approached the checkpoint, pulled over as instructed, and braked jerkily behind a parked blue and white police van. The traffic policeman saluted and asked the owner of the car to get out. Otik and Natasha sat inside quietly for a moment, and then Otik climbed out on the passenger side. He was wearing his sport coat and appeared to slide something, perhaps his documents, into his left inside coat pocket after he got out of the car. The policeman directed him to step forward of the blue and white van, toward other vehicles parked along the shoulder. Tolkachev took about 10 strides in that direction, with the traffic policeman in front of him. Tolkachev raised his left hand and scratched chin. At that moment, a young man with black hair and a mustache briskly strode up behind him, holding a white rag in his left hand. The man threw his right arm around Tolkachev's neck, into a chokehold, and with his left hand stuffed the white rag into Tolkachev's mouth. 3 others grabbed Tolkachev's arms and yanked them behind him, lifted his feet off the ground, and carried him back toward the van. The rag still in his mouth, Tolkachev was silent. The side doors to the blue and white van swung open, and Tolkachev was shoved inside. His wife was escorted away from the Zhiguli into another car. As she prepared to climb into the other vehicle, she looked up, confused. None of the men who stopped them were traffic police. They were all KGB. In the van, still restrained by the KGB man's arm around his neck, Tolkachev was stripped of his clothing to make sure he was not carrying a suicide pill. The KGB remembered well how Ogorodnik tricked them years earlier with the poison concealed in a fountain pen. They put Tolkachev in a tracksuit. Tolkachev was then driven in the blue and white van to Lefortovo, the KGB's notorious prison in Moscow. Once there, he redressed in his street clothes, after they were checked again for a suicide pill. 5. When the Tolkachevs did not telephone, and did not show up to see the Rozanskys on Sunday, their friends began to call the apartment at Ploshchad Bostania. There was no answer. They tried to call Natasha at work on Monday, no answer. On Monday morning, at the institute, Natasha's supervisor, Vladimir Libin, took note that she was absent. Libin was also a family friend who had visited the Tolkachevs at home and privately shared Natasha's deep antipathy toward the system. Libin gave her the benefit of the doubt and wrote, compensatory time, on her records, figuring there was a good reason she did not come to work. It could be that someone became ill, a car malfunctioned, anything. In the middle of the day, a woman telephoned Livin, saying she was a neighbor of the Tolkachevs at the dacha, that Otik was ill, he had been taken to the local hospital, and asked that his wife be given some time off. For 2 more days, Livin marked her down for more time off. On Wednesday, frantic, the Rozanskys drove to the Tolkachevs' dacha. It was locked. The village was very small, and everyone knew everything about each other. Neighbors said they had seen nothing unusual. Tolkachev had left with his wife on Sunday, carrying flowers back to the city. Did the car break down? The Rozanskys went to the local auto shop. No, there were no incidents on Sunday, neither breakdowns nor accidents. They went to the local hospital. Again, nothing. The Rozanskys returned to Moscow and went to the Tolkachevs' apartment building. The Ochre Zhiguli was not in its usual parking space. On Wednesday, June 12, Natasha telephoned Livin at work. She said Otik had been stricken with severe back pain, and she didn't know when she could return to work. Livin expressed his sympathy. Her voice sounded weak, less than cheerful. With no word after days and days of calling friends, the Rozanskys went back to the Tolkachev apartment. With relatives who had a key to the apartment, they opened the first of 2 doors to enter it. But they stopped on the inner door. It was marked with paper seals on which were visible 3 bold letters, KGB. 6. Oleg had also been searching for his parents when they did not return from the dacha. He, too, went to their apartment and saw the KGB seal on their door. 7. Tolkachev's next scheduled meeting with the CIA was to be June 13, the day after Natasha had called the institute to say Otik was sick. In anticipation, the Moscow station drafted an ops note, which began, "Dear friend," and praised Tolkachev's material delivered in January, which was considered to be extremely valuable by our national security experts. But the Moscow station informed Tolkachev the photographs of that very important document had not come out, due to insufficient light levels caused by the extremely overcast weather during the winter. The station said that headquarters was working on a new, more light-sensitive camera, but in the meantime they would give him 5 more Tropel cameras, like those he had used before. They urged him to photograph on bright days, only. We remain extremely interested in the very important documents you photographed for our last meeting, the ops note said. Please take those pictures again, it added, when you are certain conditions are absolutely secure. 8. The ops note for Tolkachev also raised the possibility of another CIA attempt to replicate Tolkachev's library permission sheet so he could replace it with the original, as we did in 1980. 9. The materials for Tolkachev this time were bulky. The station packaged everything carefully. The ops note, the cameras, 4 pages of original material he had provided to the CIA in January, being returned, 20 French drawing pens, 20 German drawing pens, 2 architecture books, 8 boxes of dental medicine and instructions, 8 bottles of fluoride, 8 tubes of toothpaste, a book containing 250 pages of newspaper and magazine articles from the West, and 100,000 rubles toward interest on his escrow account. 10. But the CIA told Tolkachev they were reluctant to provide the English language lessons he wanted for his son because of concern about how he would explain where he got them. The tapes were not in the package. 11. Tolkachev's Fortochka window was open on June 13 at the correct hour, signaling that he was ready for a meeting that evening. But KGB surveillance on the case officer selected for the meeting had been so heavy that the station picked an alternate case officer. There was always a primary and an alternate, and sometimes a third. In this case, the job fell to Paul Skip Stamba, a case officer who, before joining the CIA, had worked for the FBI. Stamba was well liked, a straight arrow, hard-working type. His Russian language skills weren't great, but his colleagues remembered his tenacity in studying. In Moscow, he became a sort of hybrid officer, undercover in the embassy's political section, but not strictly deep cover. He had his own desk in the Moscow station and in 1985, having passed the initial period of KGB scrutiny, was spending about half his time in the station, a colleague recalled. 12. That week in June, the Moscow station chief made a trip out of town, to the southern Caucasus Mountains region. The KGB would have been notified, and the station chief hoped to distract them from operations in Moscow. On the evening of June 13 in Moscow, Stamba set out on a long surveillance detection run carrying two large Russian shopping bags with handles. He was wearing a white shirt and sport coat. While many case officers tried to disguise themselves to look Russian on the street at times like this, in drab clothes and with thick eyeglasses, Stamba did not. He looked very much like an American diplomat. He was driven on the first leg of the run by his wife, then proceeded on foot. Stamba reached the meeting site, code-named Trubka, or pipe, about an hour early. It was located in a residential area of five-story apartment blocks in western Moscow, 4.5 miles from Tolkachev's home, farther out than in the earlier days. The meeting was to be at two pay phones. 13. Stamba walked past the meeting site, making an initial check, noticing nothing unusual. 14. He then waited on a park bench until 9:40 p.m. Leading to the meeting place was a broad sidewalk under a canopy of trees, with apartment buildings on all sides. Puddles still remained on the sidewalk from recent thundershowers. As Stamba walked, slowly, toward the site, he noticed a young, red-haired woman talking on one of the pay phones. He thought it was odd that she was talking so loudly on an otherwise quiet street, but he did not change course or move away from her. Under his right arm, Stamba cradled one of the bags for Tolkachev and grasped the other, in his left hand, by the handle. He walked just beyond the woman on the phone, then turned on his heel and took a few steps back in the other direction, all the while looking up and around for Tolkachev. He saw what looked like Tolkachev's ochre Zhiguli car, parked 100 to 200 yards away. Three plainclothes men ambushed Stamba, leaping out from a row of bushes. One pulled Stamba's arms behind him sharply, while the other two wrested free the packages. 5 more men, all from the KGB, rushed to the scene. Stamba was hustled into a van, which drove off to the Lubyanka, the KGB headquarters building. In the van, Stamba protested that he was an American diplomat. A KGB man told him to shut up. He didn't want to hear it. Stamba was ushered into a holding room in the Lubyanka and searched. The KGB removed from his pockets his tape recorder, a plain plastic tropel camera, some change, cryptic notes he had made before the meeting on possible dead drop sites for the future, his meeting agenda, some medicine for Tolkachev in his right-hand coat pocket, a black felt-tip pen, 2 pages of a Moscow map, and his watch, wallet, and belt. After an hour in the holding room, Stamba was taken to a conference room and told to sit down. Spread out in front of him were the items taken from his pockets and the 2 packages for Tolkachev, still unopened. Rem Krasilnikov, the major general who led KGB counterintelligence, declared, "You have been arrested for committing espionage." "Who are you?" "Stamba. American diplomat. I want to call the embassy. Now." Krasilnikov. "You are not a diplomat, you are a spy." Stamba. "I am a diplomat." Krasilnikov. "You are a spy." Stamba, with his sport coat folded over his arm, flexed his shoulders, obviously sore. His arms had been pinned behind his back for the first hour of his detention. The KGB turned on a video camera. Krasilnikov then proceeded to open the two packages, carefully examining each item inside. When he opened the second package, those present in the room stared in awe at the bulging stack of rubles. Holding the brick of currency, sealed in plastic, Krasilnikov said, "A huge bundle of 50-ruble notes." He asked Stamba about the plastic tropal camera, and Stamba refused to answer. Krasilnikov then took out the ops note and read the first two lines aloud, thanking the agent for valuable information at the last meeting. Krasilnikov read the rest of the letter in silence until he reached a line about the CIA's reluctance to give the agent English language training materials and read it aloud. Krasilnikov also found the notes handwritten by Tolkachev containing intelligence information, the pages given to the CIA in January that had been oddly numbered. The CIA was returning them to Tolkachev at his request. Krasilnikov commented that they were most interesting. 15. The Soviet Foreign Ministry notified the U.S. Embassy that an American had been detained by the KGB. When an embassy duty officer came to the Lubyanka to get Stamba, a heated confrontation erupted. Krasilnikov kept insisting Stamba was a spy, and the embassy duty officer demanded they be allowed to leave. The embassy officer was told by Krasilnikov that Stamba had been detained, in the act of meeting with a Soviet citizen for alleged espionage purposes, and the Soviet citizen in question had been arrested. Just before the ambush, the KGB had put an impersonator on the street to resemble Tolkachev, carrying the recognition signal, a book with a white cover in his left hand. The KGB also opened the Fortochka in Tolkachev's window and parked Tolkachev's car nearby as additional enticement. Stamba saw the car but didn't see the fake Tolkachev. He thought he had been free from surveillance, but the KGB was waiting. A flash cable was sent to CIA headquarters reporting an arrest. A longer cable was sent to headquarters after Stamba was released, describing the ambush. Stamba was released after midnight, Moscow time, declared persona non grata, and expelled. 16. The incident carried an ominous meaning for those who knew of the Moscow station's most valued asset. The KGB had the exact time and place where Stamba was to meet the agent. It meant the Tolkachev operation was over. He was already in the grip of the KGB. That same afternoon, Aldrich Ames arrived at a small restaurant, Chadwick's, on the Georgetown waterfront in Washington. Ames had wrapped up a bundle of classified messages in his CIA office and carried them out of headquarters without being stopped. He brought the cables and documents in a plastic bag to the restaurant, where he was met by Sergei Chuvakin from the Soviet embassy. Ames gave him the materials, a colossal breach that was just the beginning of his treachery. The KGB had already detained Tolkachev, but if they had any doubts, Ames gave them further confirmation. 17. That evening, Gerber was at home on Connecticut Avenue in Washington. His wife, Rosalie, was cooking, expecting a guest for dinner, James Olson, who had worked with them in the Moscow station. Olson was the first case officer to climb into the manhole for Kolbo, and had also met Shamov in Moscow and worked with Rolf on the Secutopia exfiltration. After dinner, Gerber and Olson were scheduled to participate in an exercise on the streets of Washington, providing training in detecting, evading, and escaping surveillance to the next generation of CIA case officers. Gerber was to play the role of a spy, and the young trainees would attempt to find him while dodging or escaping the surveillance provided by the FBI. On a warm summer evening, the exercise would require a few hours out on the streets, teaching the rookies the exacting, choreographed methods that Gerber had polished over a long career. Olson arrived with a grim face at Gerber's apartment. The first thing he said was, "Terrible news." The CIA had just received the message from the Moscow station that Stomba had been arrested. Gerber realized instantly what that meant. Tolkachev had been lost. Gerber cared passionately about his country and about agents who risked their lives for it. A Roman Catholic, he often lit a candle at Mass for agents who had been killed in the line of duty. But after a career in espionage, he was also determined not to let setbacks slow him down. He often compared the work to that of a surgeon or a cancer doctor. He did everything he could to save the patient, but if and when a patient died, he moved on to save the next. Gerber always felt it necessary to soldier on, even with the burden of loss. He did not torment himself over whether he should have done something differently. He knew there would be all kinds of questions about Tolkachev in the morning. For now, he and Olson headed out to the street to prepare future CIA case officers in how to run a spy. 18. In the weeks that followed, the Moscow station and headquarters attempted to puzzle out what might have compromised Tolkachev. The cables and messages were defensive and inconclusive. The Reports and Requirements branch in the division, responsible for sharing intelligence with the customers, emphasized that all of CK Vanquish's material has been disseminated on an extremely limited basis, and that all of the customers made a conscientious effort to keep down the number of people cleared. 19. On July 8, headquarters wrote to the Moscow station, "We cannot state definitively what might have caused his compromise. One possibility," headquarters said, "was that Tolkachev was compromised at work through discovery of his intelligence gathering activities, and another was that he was discovered, as a result of a security investigation, at Vazotran." Perhaps the investigation in early 1983 that had so frightened Tolkachev was still going on in early 1985 and exposed him. There was one more embarrassing possibility. 3 pages of the master copy of a top-secret Tolkachev document were lost in July 1984 when they were sent to the CIA's Printing and Photography Division. The contents of the pages were specific enough to compromise CK Vanquish. Headquarters noted. No one knew what happened to those 3 pages. Did Tolkachev make a mistake with all his money from the CIA? Headquarters didn't think so. Lavish spending does not seem to accord with what we know of CK Vanquish. S. character and conservative lifestyle, or with his statements from time to time that he viewed the money we gave him as a nest egg, or insurance against adversity, headquarters told the station. Was Tolkachev already under control by the KGB at the January 1985 meeting, when he turned over the cameras, with the end caps switched and the film blurred? Headquarters thought this was not likely, given the high value of the potential intelligence to the United States. The KGB didn't like to dangle agents who could relinquish really important secrets. All of the headquarters messages at this point were speculative and largely wrong. None of them focused on the possibility that Tolkachev was betrayed from within the CIA. But one observation was very accurate. Because the KGB knew the time, date, and place of the June 13 meeting with Tolkachev, they must have discovered the materials the CIA gave Tolkachev in January, including the meeting sites, ops note, and schedule. All of it was terribly incriminating. The arrest, therefore, came without warning. 20. On the run. Oh. On August 1, 1985, Vitaly Yurchenko went for a stroll from the Soviet embassy in Rome and never returned. He had recently been named deputy director for the KGB department that ran Soviet spies in the United States and Canada. From the street, he called the U.S. embassy and said he wanted to defect to the United States. A quiet and dignified officer, Yurchenko was debriefed by the CIA before being flown from Naples, Italy, to Andrews Air Force Base outside Washington. Alerted to the defection, Gerber remained late in his office at CIA headquarters, waiting for details. The cable secretariat called at 8 o'clock or 9 p.m. and said new messages had come in. Gerber walked down the stairs to get them, and as he climbed the stairs back to his office, he opened the envelope, found the most recent cable, and began to read. He felt his throat tighten. The cable reported that Yurchenko told the debriefers that the KGB had a very good source, code-named Robert. Yurchenko did not know the true name of the source but identified him as a disgruntled former CIA trainee who was in the pipeline for the Moscow station and was subsequently fired. Gerber suddenly felt overcome with emotion. He immediately put the pieces together. The KGB source was Edward Lee Howard, and he had betrayed Tolkachev. After all they had done to protect Tolkachev, after all the concealments, identity transfers, surveillance detection runs, electronic communications gear, tropal cameras, and messages urging Tolkachev to be careful, the billion-dollar spy had been destroyed by one of their own, by a failed trainee. 1. Yurchenko's mention of the mystery agent, Robert, led to an internal meeting at the CIA. The CIA's quasi-independent security office wasn't yet convinced of the link and said there were several possible candidates. But Gerber was adamant. This is undoubtedly Howard, he insisted. The clue was unambiguous. Yurchenko was talking about a trainee who had been fired and was in the pipeline for assignment to Moscow. That description fit Howard perfectly. 2. More than 2 years had passed since Howard had been forced out of the CIA, and for a long time the agency's attitude was to keep its problems to itself. Now the CIA informed the FBI they had a problem. The person known as Robert was Edward Lee Howard. But the hour was late. 3. Howard's next planned meeting with the Soviets was to be in Mexico City, but he sent them a signal, changing it to Vienna. He flew there on August 6, 1985. Howard took with him his own handwritten notes about CIA matters on water-soluble paper, a trick he had learned in training. According to his wife, Mary, he received $100,000 on this trip. On August 12, he opened a Swiss bank account in Zurich and made a large deposit. The Soviets had a word of caution for Howard. One of their own officers had defected to the United States. Howard was told if he ever felt he was in trouble, he should go to any Soviet consulate. 4. On his return to New Mexico, Howard bought a metal ammo box and put inside $3,100 in $100 bills, $900 in $50 bills, a dozen 1-ounce Canadian maple leaf gold coins, 100 troy-ounce bar of fine silver, and 2 gold Krugerrands. Howard then drove to a wooded area about 3 miles away from his house and buried the box. 5. The FBI began an investigation, opening a file titled, Unknown Subject, known as Robert. The file was created on August 5 or 6, according to an FBI official directly involved. The title of the file was changed to Howard within days. But the FBI did not contact Howard right away. Rather, it asked the Justice Department whether there was probable cause to arrest Howard. The response came back, no. Meanwhile, the department sought a court order to wiretap Howard's phones, which took some time. The Bureau decided not to interview Howard immediately because that might alert him and make further investigation more difficult. 6. In early August, FBI headquarters directed special agents in Albuquerque to conduct discreet inquiries about Howard's whereabouts and activities. Surveillance was begun on August 29 and was carried out in a discreet, intelligence-gathering mode, attempting to determine his routines. 7. The surveillance consisted of special FBI teams of watchers who are trained to blend in and look like civilians, as well as regular FBI special agents. With court approval, Howard's phone was tapped, and fixed-wing airplanes were used to keep an eye on his movements. The discreet surveillance of Howard was carried out from 7 a.m. until he went to bed in the evening. On September 3, Howard bought a $10,000 U.S. Treasury certificate. His annual salary at the Legislative Finance Committee in New Mexico was $30,000. 8. On September 10, Howard drove out into the desert about 3 miles, stopped, and retraced his route, all the while being watched by the FBI. At one point, he pulled over to the side of the road and turned off his car lights, attempting to spot the surveillance. The FBI decided it was time to confront him. The FBI had obtained Howard's psychiatric evaluations and other evidence, which indicated that Howard would probably break in an interview and confess his espionage. The word came from Washington. Go ahead. Howard was put under more intensive, 24-hour FBI surveillance on September 18. The next day, he was called at his office at 2 p.m. and asked to come to the lobby of the Hilton Hotel in Santa Fe, where the FBI wanted to talk to him. On the phone, Howard sounded concerned, but 15 minutes later he showed up at the hotel. The FBI agents took him to room 327. He was told that he was being questioned about working with the KGB and that he had been implicated by a defector in London. Howard adamantly denied making contact with the Soviets and angrily accused the CIA of being out to get him. Asked about trips to Vienna, Howard quickly suggested that the FBI check the paper trail, his American Express card receipts, and see that he had not been to Vienna, although he mentioned he had been elsewhere in Austria in 1984 on business. What Howard didn't say is that he had carefully avoided using the American Express card on the trip. About 20 minutes into the interview, Howard said the FBI was denying him his rights and he wanted to consult with an attorney. The FBI agents agreed. He was free to leave. Howard got up out of his seat and began to walk out of the room, but as he did, the FBI told him that if he did not cooperate, they would begin a full-scale investigation, interrogating his wife, relatives, employer, and associates. Howard reconsidered and sat down. Then the FBI agents said Howard should take a polygraph examination at some later point, suggesting that if he were innocent, the lie detector would clear him and the FBI could look for the true suspect. Howard adamantly refused, saying he had been screwed by the polygraph in the past, reiterated that he was innocent, and again demanded time to consult a lawyer. The FBI then switched gears and said Howard would have to take a polygraph before seeing his lawyer. At that, Howard grew irate and said the FBI could do whatever it had to, including search his house. The FBI agents asked if he would sign a consent to be searched. Howard refused. The FBI agents said if he reconsidered, they would be around the next morning, and they gave him a phone number to call. 9. The next day, a Friday, late in the day, Howard called the FBI agents in the hotel room, saying he had talked with a lawyer and suggested that, despite his fear of the polygraph test, he might agree to go through with it, to get the FBI off his back, and to prove his innocence. His tone seemed cooperative, a sharp change from the day before. He told the FBI that on Sunday he was going to Austin, Texas, on business and would get back in touch when he returned on Monday afternoon. 10. After Howard's phone call, the FBI decided to revert to discreet surveillance in order to avoid antagonizing him. 11. The FBI had trouble keeping an eye on Howard's house at 108 Verano Loop, located in a desert area with wide open terrain. They couldn't find a neighboring house to use for a lookout, so they parked an empty van with a video camera across the street from Howard's low-slung single-story home. The video signal was transmitted by microwave to a trailer a short distance away and monitored by a single FBI special agent. FBI surveillance teams were also parked just outside the subdivision, to follow Howard in case he left, but they could not see the house or the exits of the subdivision. The entire watch depended on the video feed from the empty van to the trailer and on the lone agent to alert the others. The agent was assigned an 18-hour duty shift, from 3 p.m. on Saturday until 9 a.m. on Sunday. Inside the trailer, he thought the video image from the van was poor. On Saturday, in the early evening, Howard and his wife hired a babysitter and went out to a local restaurant, Alfonso's. They took their red Oldsmobile but left a second car, a Jeep, in the driveway. The lone agent in the trailer didn't see the Oldsmobile leave, so the surveillance teams were not dispatched to follow Howard. The babysitter made calls from Howard's home phone that were picked up by the FBI tap, but still the surveillance teams did not move. Mary even called the house from the restaurant and had a conversation with the babysitter, but this did not trigger the surveillance teams. About 7:30 p.m., the surveillance teams decided to conduct a drive-by of the house because so little had been seen or heard. Nothing unusual came from the drive-by, either. 12. The FBI completely missed Edward Lee Howard and Mary Howard. On the way home from the restaurant, Mary was at the wheel and took the car on a winding route, a surveillance detection run like those they had practiced a few years before. At one point, the car stopped near downtown, her husband jumped out, and she flipped up a makeshift jack-in-the-box dummy in his place. It was made from a styrofoam head on which Ed had drawn a face, a brown wig, an orange and white baseball cap with the word Navajo on the front, a 2-foot-long stick, and a tan waist-length jacket. Before he departed, Howard told his wife to drive straight home with the dummy in the passenger seat, open the garage door with the remote control, pull in, and close the door. The ruse was taught them by the CIA. But it wasn't necessary. No one was following them. The lone FBI agent in the trailer, supposedly watching a video feed from the van, never saw Mary Howard's return in the Oldsmobile with the dummy in the passenger seat. The surveillance teams never spotted the Oldsmobile either. When she was back home, Mary Howard dialed the phone number of her husband's psychiatrist and played a tape over the phone of Howard's voice, asking for an appointment. This was intended as a diversion. The voice was picked up by the FBI wiretap. 13. After his jump from the Oldsmobile, Howard jogged to his office in Santa Fe, wrote out a resignation letter to his boss, and caught an airport shuttle to Albuquerque under the alias J. Preston. He flew to Tucson, Arizona. In a motel room there, he dyed his hair but didn't like it and washed out the dye. 14. Early Sunday, he went to the airport and bought tickets for flights from Tucson to St. Louis, New York, London, and Copenhagen, arriving in Denmark on Monday morning. He paid for the $1,053 ticket on his TWA credit card. He then flew on to Helsinki. 15. While Howard was jetting off, the FBI knocked on his front door in Santa Fe. It was 3:05 p.m. on Sunday. The special agents had just received word from Texas of an interview the FBI conducted there with Howard's friend Bosch. The FBI agents felt that Bosch had corroborated the accusation that Howard gave information to the Soviets. 16. The FBI special agents asked Mary where Howard was. Mary said he was out jogging and would return in half an hour. 17. He never did. On Monday, a federal warrant was issued for the arrest of Edward Lee Howard on charges of espionage. 18. But he had eluded the FBI, and they would never catch up. In Helsinki, Howard contacted the Soviets on Monday and crossed the border on Tuesday, smuggled in the trunk of a car. He was granted asylum by the Soviet Union in 1986, the first CIA officer ever to defect. In the subsequent investigation, Mary Howard was interviewed repeatedly by the FBI. She gradually revealed what she knew about his trips to Vienna and contacts with the Soviets. Mary admitted her knowledge and participation in Ed's espionage activities, and passed 2 polygraph tests, the FBI records show. With her help, the FBI dug up Howard's buried ammo box in the desert, recovered the makeshift jack-in-the-box head in disguise, and learned of his Swiss bank account in Zurich. She eventually disclosed all that could have been helpful to the FBI. Mary continued to receive phone calls from Howard and visited him in Moscow. She was never prosecuted. They divorced in 1996. 19. Howard published a memoir, Safe House, in 1995, that is full of deceptions, including a denial that he betrayed Tolkachev. 20. He died at 50 years old in Moscow on July 12, 2002, as a result of a fall at his home. 21. 21. For freedom. A. Adolf Tolkachev fell into the dark place he feared most, the hands of the KGB. He was interrogated in prison and confessed to spying but steadfastly insisted his family did not know. The KGB found plenty of incriminating evidence, including stacks of rubles, the Tropel spy cameras, and the CIA's maps, sketches, and meeting schedules. The KGB also discovered the library sign-out sheet the CIA forged to cover Tolkachev's tracks and the pen with the L pill inside. 1. Tolkachev was convicted of espionage and sentenced to death by a 3-member military tribunal. As the sentence was announced, Tolkachev stood straight upright, wearing a loose-fitting sport coat and open-collared shirt, eyeglasses in his breast pocket. 2 guards flanked him, seated. Give your name correctly, the judge demanded. Tolkachev, he replied firmly. Adolf Georgievich. He gave his age, birthplace, and education. Where did you work before the arrest, and in what position? Before my arrest, I had worked at the Research Institute of Radio Engineering, in the position of chief designer. The judge read out the verdict. Guilty of treason in the form of espionage, punishable by death. Tolkachev looked straight ahead, emotionless. The 2 guards stood and grasped him by the elbows. Later, his appeal for clemency was rejected. 2. After the sentence was declared, Tolkachev was granted a farewell visit by his son, Oleg, for 15 minutes in a crowded prison conference room. Tolkachev had worried about his son all the years of his spying. The moment was difficult for both of them. Oleg was just as scornful of the Soviet system as his parents. He remembered his mother and father reading the prohibited works of Solzhenitsyn. But he never asked where the Western rock music and the drawing pens had come from. He never knew of his father's spying. Tolkachev told his son he was sorry. Oleg replied, no, 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 that he shouldn't say it. 3. President Reagan, who was briefed by Stansfield Turner on the eve of his first inaugural about the agent in Moscow, now got the whole story of how Tolkachev had been betrayed. The President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board laid out the details in a secret report that Reagan took to Camp David to read on September 26, 1986. Both the CIA and the FBI were sharply criticized in the report. The CIA was taken to task for not reporting sooner to the FBI that Howard could be a security risk. 4. The advisory board came to the Oval Office on October 2 to brief Reagan. In handwritten notes from the meeting, the White House Chief of Staff, Donald T. Reagan, noted that, in 1 year of training at CIA, Howard picked up quite a bit. 5. All of which was now lost. On October 22, 1986, the Soviet news agency TASS announced that Tolkachev had been executed for high treason in the form of spying. 6. Natasha was also prosecuted on grounds that she knew of Tolkachev's espionage activity. Livin, her former supervisor and family friend, wrote later that she did not confess, but was betrayed to the KGB by an informer in prison. She was sentenced to 3 years. She served the first at Patma, a harsh labor camp 242 miles southeast of Moscow that had been part of the Soviet Gulag. For the second year, she was transferred to a less severe penal colony, making bricks, in Ufa, 730 miles east of Moscow, where Oleg managed to visit her. She was released after 2 years under a broad amnesty and returned to Moscow in 1987. She could not resume her profession as an engineer, so she found work as a duty operator in a boiler room. She kept her head high, read books, and paid attention to the lively politics of the Gorbachev period. She went to Memorial, the group formed during the Glasnost era to preserve the memory of those who perished in Stalin's camps, and wrote out the details of how her parents had been repressed, noting that both were rehabilitated after Stalin's death. 7. In 1990, Natasha was stricken with ovarian cancer. She wrote to the American embassy saying she was seriously ill and asking for medical assistance. She said she was the wife of Adolf Tolkachev, who worked for the benefit of America and for freedom in our country for many years, according to Livin, who helped her draft the letter. Livin recalled that the embassy wrote back simply saying they got many requests and could not help everyone who asked. The embassy apparently did not recognize who she was. The CIA only learned of her appeal years later. 8. Natasha remained angry about only one thing. Oleg had misled her and continued his espionage after he promised to stop. It was not the spying that she objected to but the danger to the family. She died of cancer on March 31, 1991, just as the Soviet Party state that she and Oleg had both loathed was about to expire. She was laid to rest alongside her father, Ivan Kuzmin, the newspaper editor, in Moscow's Donskoy Cemetery. 9. On August 11, 2014, the CIA hung a portrait of Tolkachev at headquarters alongside other paintings that depict the agency's greatest operations. The portrait by the artist Kathy Krantz Firimoska of New York shows Tolkachev in his apartment, his hands grasping the Pentax 35mm camera, photographing a secret document illuminated by 2 desk lamps. A clock shows 12:30 p.m., the end of the lunch break. At the unveiling ceremony, a senior CIA official said that Tolkachev is portrayed in the painting with fierce determination, intense concentration, and, knowing his fate if caught, a trace of fear. Epilogue. On January 19, 1991, the third day of Operation Desert Storm, Larry Pitts roused himself at 4 a.m. at the King Faisal Air Base at Tabuk, northwestern Saudi Arabia. He ate a breakfast of scrambled eggs and pita bread, listened to the intelligence briefing, suited up, fastened on his survival vest, grabbed his helmet bag, and headed out to the tarmac. In the pre-dawn darkness stood an F-15C fighter, the most advanced warplane ever built by the United States and the most lethal air-to-air combatant in history. 64 feet long, with a wingspan of 43 feet, built of aluminum, titanium, steel, and fiberglass, the fighter had twin Pratt & Whitney turbofans that could send it straight up in the sky, like a rocket. Everything about the F-15 was the pinnacle of American technology, from a powerful pulse Doppler look-down radar, to wings that could survive battle damage, to sophisticated electronic jammers inside a black box tucked behind the pilot. Pitts was preparing to fly a fighter that was designed, down to the smallest detail, to defeat Soviet MiGs. Saddam Hussein's Air Force possessed one of the largest fleets of MiG warplanes outside the Soviet Union. In the first 2 days of war, the aerial battles over Iraq followed the same scenario that had been written for the skies over Europe if hostilities broke out in the Cold War. Both the United States and the Soviet Union designed, built, and deployed air superiority fighters that, it was assumed, would face each other over Germany and Czechoslovakia. But the battles over Iraq showed they were not evenly matched. The American pilots and their warplanes had an edge, gained from intensive training and penetrating intelligence, especially the fruits of espionage by Adolf Tolkachev. On this morning, Captain Pitts walked slowly around the aircraft for a visual check, scanned the logbook, then climbed into the cockpit. Once in the sky, he enjoyed stunning visibility in all directions. The plane sloped down from the pilot's shoulders. The sensation was like sitting on the end of a pencil. 1. Pitts was airborne at 5 a.m., flying as the right wingman in a 4-ship, a formation of 4 F-15C aircraft. Operation Desert Storm was a military campaign to force Iraq out of Kuwait. The 58th Tactical Fighter Squadron of the U.S. Air Force 33rd Tactical Fighter Wing, known informally as the Guerrillas, had already flown 3 missions into Iraq. Pitts was 34 years old and had longed to fly since he was a boy growing up in Anchorage, Alaska. In the U.S. Air Force, he had trained for hundreds of hours on the F-15C, but this was his first war, and his first days in combat. Pitts and the plane he was flying embodied what the Air Force and the Navy had learned from the debacle of Vietnam. Back then, F-4 Phantom pilots had often been outgunned by Soviet-built MiG fighters flown by the North Vietnamese. The Phantom pilots needed to flip 12 switches to fire a missile. They lost precious seconds to the more nimble MiGs. By contrast, in the F-15 cockpit a pilot could search for, detect, lock on, and fire at an approaching MiG without ever taking his hands off the throttle and stick or looking down from his heads-up display. He just had to move the fingers of his left and right hands on buttons, what pilots called playing the piccolo. The F-15C's chaff dispensers carried dielectric fibers that were cut to lengths designed precisely to blind MiG radars. The F-15C Tactical Electronic Warfare Suite was wired to thwart Soviet avionics. The F-15C could accurately target and fire a missile at an enemy MiG beyond visual range, or so far away that Pitts could not see it. In Vietnam, American pilots used rigid tactics, flying in close formations that were easily outfoxed by the North Vietnamese fighters. After the war, the United States transformed pilot training, and a new generation was encouraged to be more flexible and make their own combat decisions. Soviet pilots had traditionally been told what to do from the ground. Americans were trained to know the enemy's capabilities and counter them on the fly. To help them react faster, data links were built to bring American pilots all the information they needed at high speed. Pitts was a product of this transformation in training. He had flown 3 red flag exercises, simulating possible dogfights against a Soviet bloc adversary. He had studied the threat manuals on the MiG-25 and the MiG-29, and his generation of pilots had benefited from information gleaned from Constant Peg, a top-secret operation in which Air Force pilots trained against older Soviet-built MiGs in the Nevada desert. Pitts and the other 3 F-15C pilots refueled from an aerial tanker and then waited. A bombing mission they were assigned to accompany was cancelled. For a while, they remained aloft because of intelligence that Saddam Hussein might flee Iraq. By midday, it appeared Hussein wasn't going anywhere, and the 4-ship returned to their base in Saudi Arabia. Pitts was thinking about getting some sleep. Just minutes after touchdown, the guerrillas were ordered to refuel and take off again. The mission was to fly over Iraq to see if the Americans could goad the reluctant Iraqi Air Force into the sky. In the early days of the war, it was an important objective to win total air superiority. Saddam possessed 25 of the fast MiG-25 interceptors and 30 of the latest MiG-29 fighters, with look-down, shoot-down radar, as well as hundreds of older Soviet-built aircraft. Iraq had been at war with Iran for 8 years in the previous decade, so it was safe to assume that Iraqi pilots were experienced. But the Iraqis were avoiding an air battle, and not many were flying. During the aerial refueling over Saudi Arabia, Pitts and his four-ship got word that two groups of bogies, unidentified planes, had been spotted by the powerful U.S. Airborne Early Warning and Control System, the E-3 Sentry, or AWACS, another technological triumph that could scan the airspace for hundreds of miles around. The four-ship headed north toward Iraq at slightly over the speed of sound, with Pitts on the right side of the formation. Then the bogies became bandits, positively identified as Iraqi fighters. Two of them were MiG-29s, and two were MiG-25s. The more modern MiG-29s veered away. But the high-speed MiG-25s were barreling directly at Pitts. The MiG-25 once inspired fear in the West, where some thought it was the fastest aerial fighter in the world. But after Belenko flew a MiG-25 to Japan in 1976, it was found to be an interceptor, not a maneuvering fighter. From his training, Pitts knew the MiG-25 was powered by Mammoth engines, but he also knew its limitations. The plane was sluggish at low altitudes, and the cockpit set low in the fuselage, so the pilot could not easily see behind him. The turning radius was wide. The radar scan was narrow. The MiG-25 was no longer the mystery it once was. The United States knew about every wire and rivet. 2. Two of the F-15Cs peeled away from the four-ship, leaving Pitts and his lead, Captain Rick Tolini, to deal with the MiG-25s. The Iraqi planes circled and came back again, straight at the Americans, who were flying at about 15,000 feet. Suddenly the MiG-25s turned at beam, or 90 degrees away from the oncoming American fighters, and dived to the deck, almost to the ground, covered with a low-lying fog. The break toward the deck was a classic Soviet tactic. At 90 degrees, there was a notch where the Doppler radar was weakest and might not see a moving target against the ground clutter. Pitts lost the MiG-25s from his radar. He feared the MiGs would reappear and take a shot at him before he could shoot them down. The MiG-25 was not a ballet dancer in the air, it was a hurtling bullet. One of them returned almost instantly. Pitts got a radar signal. The plane was 5 miles off his nose. He was now at about 13,000 feet, but the MiG-25 was barely 500 feet off the ground, flying left to right in front of him. The MiG-25 rocketed at 700 knots, or 805 miles per hour, faster than the speed of sound. The pilot probably did not see Pitts above him and might not have cared. He was trying to outrun danger. The astounding speed of the MiG-25 gimbaled the F-15's radar. It zoomed across, left to right, and exited the screen. Pitts did not give up. He had lost radar lock again but could visually see the MiG-25, and all his training and his reflexes kicked in. Engaged. He called to Tolini. Press. Tolini responded, which meant that Pitts was now the shooter and Tolini would support him. Pitts threw the F-15C into an inverted roll, known as a split-S maneuver. The F-15C dived after the MiG-25. The force of the roll thrust Pitts deep into his seat, at 12 times the force of gravity, for several seconds. The F-15C was rated for about 9 times gravity. In his headpiece, Pitts heard the onboard computer shout a warning, "Over G. Over G." But it was too late. His adrenaline was pumping, his decision made. He needed to align his plane's nose with the fleeing MiG-25 so he could shoot. Pitts dived 12,000 feet and pulled up a mile or so behind the MiG-25, just slightly higher, and in pursuit. In the old days, an American pilot might have tried to fly under his quarry for a better radar lock, but Pitts enjoyed superb radar coverage in the F-15C and could stay just above and behind. He was in the 6th of the MiG-25, meaning at 6 o'clock, right behind him, putting the Iraqi pilot in mortal danger. If the MiG-25 had blasted straight ahead at full speed, he might have outrun Pitts. But he did not. The pilot banked to the right, an evasive move, realizing that Pitts was preparing to fire. The Soviet-built plane slowed as it turned in the thicker air near the ground. Pitts banked too, but his turning radius was tighter, and his plane far more nimble. Soon he was advancing inside the MiG's turning circle, closing the gap, slightly behind the wing line of the enemy plane, the most vulnerable position for the MiG. Pitts had 8 missiles under the F-15C's belly and wings. He saw a big heat plume behind the MiG-25, an afterburner, so with his left hand he selected a 150-pound AIM-9 Sidewinder heat-seeking missile. He fired the missile with his right hand by pressing a button on the piccolo. But the MiG-25 just as quickly emitted a curtain of flares, which decoyed the missile, and it missed. Pitts selected a 500-pound, radar-guided AIM-7 Sparrow missile, and when it locked on the enemy plane, a cue on the heads-up display flashed. Shoot. Pitts fired. The missile was designed to detonate next to the target, but a fuse malfunctioned. It flew right over the cockpit of the fleeing MiG without exploding and fell away. Pitts quickly selected another heat-seeking Sidewinder missile. Now 6,000 feet behind the MiG, he fired, but flares again threw it off. Pitts had never fired a missile in combat. Now he had fired 3 without success. The two planes, their history wrapped up in the Cold War, were thundering across the Iraqi desert, the MiG-25 at 300 feet and the F-15C just above and behind, both now slower than before, but still at 575 miles per hour. On his 4th try, Pitts selected another radar-guided AIM-7 Sparrow missile. This time, it flew right up the exhaust pipe of the MiG and blew it up. The MiG pilot ejected, and Pitts saw the seat whiz by his window. Just as the MiG exploded, another missile pierced the cloud. It was fired by Tolini. The fate of the pilot was not known, but ejecting at such high speed and low altitude is often not survivable. Minutes later, Tolini downed the other MiG-25. Heading back toward Saudi Arabia, Pitts tried to relax. He was low on fuel. After the rush of the engagement, his hands were shaking. At the tanker refueling, he had to back off, calm himself, and try again. The 2 MiG-29s that Pitts and Tolini had seen earlier were shot down later that day. 3 MiG-29s and 2 MiG-21s were shot down on January 17. The Iraqi losses continued, day after day. By the end of the war, U.S. Air Force planes had shot down 39 airborne enemy aircraft, without losing one. 16 of the U.S. kills involved missile shots that were fired beyond visual range, at fighters the U.S. pilots could not even see, a remarkable new dimension in air combat, made possible because the U.S. fighters, guided by AWACS, could shoot with little risk of accidentally hitting friendly aircraft. 4. In direct aerial combat over Iraq, the U.S. Air Force downed every Soviet-built tactical fighter that it confronted. The reasons were many: superior technology, finely honed tactics, and vastly improved pilot training. But all of these advantages were bolstered by something less visible. The United States had collected every scrap of information it could find about Soviet planes, pilots, and radars, every photograph, diagram, and circuit board that could be obtained, by any means. And for this, there was a spy. Adolf Tolkachev's espionage is a Cold War story, but one that still resonates today. Human source intelligence remains indispensable to national security. As long as it is necessary to know an adversary, to steal secrets, uncover intentions, and crack open safes, it will be essential to recruit agents who can conquer their fear and cross over to the other side. It will be necessary to look them in the eye, earn their trust, calm their anxiety, and share their peril. Tolkachev, an engineer and designer, stood apart from others who betrayed the Soviet Union and became agents for the United States. He did not belong to the Communist Party or serve in the military or the security agencies. Most of the others came from either the KGB or the GRU, Soviet military intelligence, including Penkovsky, Popov, Shemov, Polyakov, and Kulak. Kuklinski, the agent in Poland who passed revealing material about Warsaw Pact war plans, was a Polish army colonel. Ogorodnik was a Soviet diplomat. What makes Tolkachev's espionage even more remarkable is that he passed materials to the CIA literally under the nose of the KGB. Most of the 21 meetings were held within 3 miles of the front entrance of the KGB headquarters. Yet the spy and his handlers were never detected by the KGB. The Moscow station's painstaking tradecraft, identity transfer, street disguises, surveillance detection runs, the SRR-100 radio monitors, paid off handsomely. The nature of the material from Tolkachev, the complex diagrams, specifications, blueprints, and circuit boards from airborne radars and the disclosure of Soviet military research and development plans stretching a decade into the future, was extraordinary. 2 U.S. intelligence and military experts who examined thousands of pages of Tolkachev's documents over a period of years said they never found a single page contaminated with disinformation, and they cross-checked the intelligence as far as they could with other sources. 5. Tolkachev opened a window on Soviet intentions and capabilities, which were at the core of the CIA's mission. For the leadership of the United States, it was vitally important to know Soviet priorities in military research and development, as well as capabilities, what they could do and could not do. For decades, there were holes and misjudgments in U.S. intelligence on Soviet intentions and capabilities. 6. But when it came to air defenses, Soviet tactical fighters, interceptors, radars, avionics, and guidance systems that would confront Americans in any hot war, Tolkachev delivered. His intelligence arrived just as the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force were undertaking the revolution in pilot training in classrooms at the Navy's elite fighter weapons school, known as Top Gun, in Miramar, California, and the U.S. Air Force Weapons School at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. No scrap was too small for those preparing to fight the next American air war. Intelligence gleaned from Tolkachev's documents was briefed to Top Gun instructors and pilots. As a result, the United States has enjoyed almost total air superiority over Soviet-built fighters for more than 2 decades. In the Persian Gulf War of 1991, in which Pitts downed the MiG-25 over Iraq, in 1995, when the U.S. and its allies forced the Serbs of the former Yugoslavia to recognize the independence of Bosnia-Herzegovina, and in 1999, in stopping an ethnic cleansing campaign in Kosovo. Both Iraq and Yugoslavia flew Soviet-made MiG warplanes. There were American losses to ground fire, but the United States dominated the skies. The record is stark. For every 6 enemy aircraft Air Force pilots shot down in Korea, the United States lost 1. In Vietnam, the United States lost 1 airplane for every 2 enemy planes shot down. Thus, the kill ratios went from 6-1 in Korea, and 2-1 in Vietnam, to 48-0 for the Air Force in the wars in Iraq and the Balkans. The impressive advances in American technology and pilot training were essential to this achievement. 7. But Tolkachev's espionage also contributed. The United States possessed the blueprints of radar in every major Soviet fighter of the 1980s. Tolkachev also provided the United States with renewed confidence in weapons systems that cost billions of dollars and took years to develop, especially those designed to strike the Soviet Union at low altitude. The terrain-hugging, winged cruise missile was flight-tested and deployed in the years of Tolkachev's espionage. The Soviet leaders knew it was a potent threat. In Moscow on June 4, 1984, Anatoly Chernev, who later became Mikhail Gorbachev's national security advisor, went to a military briefing at the Central Committee. The briefing was titled, "The Characteristics of Modern Warfare," and Chernev wrote in his diary afterward that he saw films about American weapons systems. "It was amazing," he wrote. "Missiles homing in on their targets from hundreds and thousands of kilometers away. Aircraft carriers, submarines that could do anything, winged missiles that, like in a cartoon, could be guided through a canyon and hit a target 10 meters in diameter from 2,500 kilometers away. An incredible breakthrough of modern technology. And, of course, unthinkably expensive." 8. The winged missiles were not a cartoon. The U.S. cruise missile was a reality. The Soviet radars could not see them coming, and the CIA knew why. A note on the intelligence. Adolf Tolkachev's espionage produced intelligence so voluminous that the U.S. military and intelligence community continued to draw on it for valuable details well into the 1990s. The information became part of the finished intelligence reports of the era that were sent to the White House and policy makers, many of which are now declassified. The highest level reports, national intelligence estimates, blend reporting and analysis and include details from many different sources. They do not mention Tolkachev by name, but they reflect the impact of his spying. In March 1976, a year before Tolkachev first volunteered, a U.S. intelligence memorandum described Soviet air defenses as deficient, including the lack of a look-down, shoot-down radar and weapons capability. 1. That was the view of the CIA's in-house analysts, but in the summer and early autumn the CIA sought a second opinion about Soviet capabilities. In an unusual experiment, the CIA allowed an outside team of hawkish experts and analysts to critique its annual estimate of Soviet forces. Among other things, the critique examined Soviet air defenses. 2. The outside team, known as Team B, was quite uncertain. It found evidence that Soviet air defenses, measured by equipment, were becoming formidable, but, given operational problems seen in troop exercises, could be marginal, and the actual situation was unknown because hard intelligence was lacking. 3. Thus, the CIA had multiple answers to sort out. Soviet air defenses were weak, or strong and growing stronger. The United States needed a better answer. The Soviet Union possessed the longest borders in the world, about 37,000 miles. To stop intruders, it needed weapons and radars both on land and in the air. If there were gaps in its air defenses, they could be exploited. Within a few years, Tolkachev provided the answer. The system was weak, and the vulnerability could be exploited. In 1979, a national intelligence estimate reaffirmed the Soviets had major technical deficiencies in their ability to intercept penetrators at low altitudes. 4. In 1981, a CIA internal memorandum noted that the Soviet Union had little capability against low-flying targets, Soviet air defenses were technically crude, and they rarely practiced low-altitude air defense operations. Moreover, the command and control system for air defenses was poor, and its troops are not among the best and often perform poorly in training exercises. The bottom line, the memo concluded, there is a widely held feeling that the Soviets are really quite inept in this area. 5. In 1983, a U.S. Intelligence report asserted that low-flying U.S. cruise missiles and advanced bombers have the potential to render obsolescent billions of rubles in Soviet investment in air defenses. They could fly right under them. 6. In March 1984, the CIA's annual intelligence estimate on Soviet forces described how Moscow was struggling to improve air defenses, including the effort to build improved data links between the new Soviet fighter jets, radars, surface-to-air missiles, and airborne warning and control planes. 7. The conclusions in all these reports came in part from thousands of pages of secret Soviet documents delivered by Tolkachev to the CIA. By 1985, the CIA had a precise fix on Soviet capabilities for airborne radar. A 1985 report mentioned 5 major areas in which the Soviets were taking action to enhance their air defense capabilities. Every one of them had been compromised by Tolkachev on his rolls of film and his notes, including the airborne warning and control plane and look-down, shoot-down radar. 8. Separate from the finished intelligence, Tolkachev's material was also fed directly into U.S. military research and development programs. Often, Tolkachev's information would be most helpful to the technical wizards who were building black boxes and other advanced technology to defeat Soviet radars and avionics. One such project was a radar jammer. In the late 1970s, the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force were collaborating on a jammer for their latest fighter planes. The project was in its early stages when Tolkachev reported on Soviet research into pulse Doppler radar. For many years, the Soviets had lagged behind the West in the development of pulse Doppler, which allows radar to effectively look down at very high speeds and discriminate a moving target against the ground clutter of the Earth. The U.S. radar jammer, as originally planned, lacked a way to counter a pulse Doppler radar. After a study by the U.S. Defense Science Board in 1980, the jammer design was modified to include a beam that would confuse pulse Doppler radars, like the Saslon. Dot. This change was made precisely at the time that Tolkachev was providing information about Soviet radars. The airborne self-protection jammer was an ambitious project, designed to deceive enemy radar to think a plane was at a different location. It might have been an important advantage, had the Cold War ever become hot. 9. Tolkachev delivered to the United States a library of top-secret documents about the design and capability of radars deployed on Soviet fighters and interceptors, including the MiG-23 fighter, the MiG-25 high-altitude interceptor, the MiG-31 interceptor, and the MiG-29 and Su-27 multi-role fighters. In particular, Tolkachev compromised several versions of the Sapphire radar and the Saslon radar. Tolkachev also carted away Soviet secrets on surface-to-air missiles and the sensitive Soviet project called Shtura, or window blind, which was designed to conceal surface-to-air missiles from the radars of target aircraft. In another intelligence windfall, Tolkachev was the first to alert the United States that the Soviet Union was starting to develop an Advanced Airborne Warning and Control System, or AWACS, a flying radar station. Once Tolkachev pointed it out, U.S. spy satellites confirmed it. The 20-ton radar, named Shmel, or Bumblebee, would be carried on a modified Ilyushin Il-76 military transport jet, with a flying disc for the radar dome, not unlike the advanced U.S. E-3 Sentry system, based on a modified Boeing 707, which was already flying. The new AWACS would be critical to Soviet efforts to deal with the low altitude gap and the lack of look-down radar capability. A flying radar would provide much greater detection of threats and deliver data and instructions to airborne pilots. 10. The Tolkachev documents showed the Shmel would have look-down capability. The radar could potentially track 50 or more targets simultaneously over land. 11. Soviet national air defenses were stitched together from thousands of separate units. There were 1,250 ground-based radars, about 25% of them supporting ground control centers to direct pilots to their targets, about 1,000 surface-to-air complexes and 12,800 surface-to-air missile launchers, and 3,250 fighters capable of air intercept missions at some 90 airfields. 12. For the system to be effective, they would all have to be knitted together and work. With a strong ethos of centralization, the Soviet Union had in the past relied on ground-controlled intercept, meaning that controllers in radar stations on the ground would give directions to fighters and interceptors, where to fly, when to shoot. Soviet pilots had little autonomy. This was slow and clumsy. Most of the radar operators on the ground couldn't see beyond their own unit's coverage. A modernized Soviet AWACS could change all that. Thanks to Tolkachev, the United States had a front row seat to Soviet AWACS technology. A CIA memo written in 1981 noted that the Soviet AWACS was still in the early stages of field testing, but said the radar has detected targets over land as low as 300 meters, or 984 feet. That would help, but not entirely close the low-altitude radar gap. The U.S. bombers were planning to fly even lower, at 800 feet altitude or less, and cruise missiles would sneak in at just 50 feet above the ground. Moreover, the Soviets knew, and feared, that the cruise missiles were relatively inexpensive and thus the United States could send swarms of them racing to targets, undetected. 13. By September 1981, a secret 23-page U.S. Defense intelligence estimate on the Soviet AWACS had been prepared. The estimate had the express purpose of helping create countermeasures to the Soviet aircraft and noted that there would be gaps in the Soviet AWACS coverage, gaps that Western planes could sneak through, and that Moscow still faced serious difficulties in spotting cruise missiles and future U.S. stealth bombers. 14. The Tolkachev documents also revealed that the MiG-31 fighter, equipped with the Zaslon radar, carried an air-to-air data link that would allow it to function as a mini AWACS on its own, sharing radar information with other fighters. Previous attempts to break such a data link and, read, it had proven almost impossible for the United States. But now, with Tolkachev's documents identifying what each bit of information meant, the link could be cracked open, an incredible breakthrough. The United States could intercept Soviet AWACS signals, to detect, and deceive, the pilots who depended on them. The United States was reading the enemy's mail, in real time.